Mr. Chairman, up next is Dr. Tyne Tyson.
Hello, my name is Dr. Tyne Olivia Tyson. I'm a doctor of internal medicine in my third year of residency. I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 323. My views are my own and do not represent the views or opinions of my employer. While I oppose the current 6-week abortion ban on a fundamental level, today I would like to speak with you about the impact Bill 323 would have on the physician-patient relationship. This bill creates a felony charge for anybody who, quote, aids, abets, or conspires with a person seeking an abortion. This includes providing information on how to safely and legally obtain an abortion. This is a horrific breach of the sacred physician-patient relationship. Confidentiality is considered a, quote, fundamental tenet of medical care, and I am quoting the American College of Physicians Ethical Manual, 7th edition. As their doctor, my patients feel safe asking me about their worst fears and deepest secrets. People have asked me questions like, am I developing Alzheimer's? How do I know if I'm drinking too much? Are my children going to get this cancer too? And in the privacy of the clinic room, my patients can trust I'll provide them with honest information and help them get the care that they need. Within the framework of a confidential relationship, we can address these concerns together. They don't need to worry that I'm going to hold back information or violate their privacy. On the other hand, during my time working in the hospital, I can think of countless examples where proper treatment was delayed or patients endured unnecessarily invasive testing because they were terrified to disclose their social history to me. If passed, Bill 323 would create an environment where all people who can become pregnant would view their providers with mistrust and feel unsafe confiding in us. If Bill 323 became law, it would undermine the physician-patient relationship. If you value being able to turn to your provider in times of crisis and receive honest counsel, I ask you to vote against Bill 323. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next speaker is Hayden Lay.
It's a problem, yes.
Can you tell me what's the problem? I know you're going to challenge me.
Okay. Hayden Lay. Okay. Kylie Waldrop.
Good morning, Kylie Waldrop for the bill. Subcommittee members, again, my name is Kylie Waldrop. I serve as City Director of Love Life Greenville. We minister to moms and dads outside of the largest abortion center in South Carolina. Since 2020, we've seen over 100 moms choose life. Many of those are now involved in local churches being loved on by the body of Christ. We praise God for that. I also serve as pastor of Dominion Church in Anderson, South Carolina. And I come today from both of these capacities to urge you to do what the Word of God requires of you, to bring justice to the fatherless. The Word of God tells us that the civil magistrate, you, is to be a terror to the evildoer and a rewarder of righteousness. You, as legislators in South Carolina, have been given this duty by God, and you will answer first to Him. And I would encourage each of you today to think long and hard about this reality. Neither of you can divorce yourself from it. When you pass from life to death, you will stand before God and give an account not to your constituents, but to the God who requires of you to act justly. Our precious preborn neighbors are being slaughtered every single day, Monday through Thursday, in Greenville, South Carolina, and weekly in Columbia and Charleston. Our team are eyewitnesses every week to dozens of moms and dads who have appointments at Greenville Women's Clinic to have their preborn child murdered in cold blood. This is simply an atrocity, and it must stop. And we are calling you, as our civil magistrates, to put an end to it as God requires. We urge you to think long and hard on these things. We are praying for you, that you would, by the strength of God, do what's right simply because it's right. Senators, now is not the time to play politics. Lives are at stake, and God is watching. I would like to remind the committee that there are two former Republican senators in this room who are on the wrong side of this issue. and they are no longer senators. Establish equal protection and equal justice for our preborn neighbors, and do it now. In God's name, amen.
Mr. Chairman, next speaker is Sarah Frick.
Just, I did exactly what we had before.
Sarah Frick. Okay. Professor Deborah Billings.
My name is Deborah Billings, and I am speaking in vehement opposition to this bill. I'm a public health professional, and I'm the mother of a teen who was educated in South Carolina public schools. I have spoken before these subcommittees for many years, told you about my miscarriages, et cetera, et cetera. This time I'm going to use my time to talk about the most egregious attack on our dignity and humanity, written as S323. In the time that I have, I want to focus on Section 5 of S323, a small but significant section that amends Section 593230 of the South Carolina Code, specifically referring to the 1988 Comprehensive Health Education Act, or CHEA. For several years, I was part of an effort to amend the CHEA to add the simple but significant clause that what is presented to our youth in schools, elementary through high school, is medically accurate. Common sense, right? That amendment was consistently rejected. And here's why this is significant. Section 5 of S323 would mandate the presentation of a high-quality computer-generated rendering or animation of the Meet Baby Olivia video created by Live Action, an extreme anti-abortion, anti-birth control, anti-IVF group whose agenda has no place in our taxpayer-funded schools. Section 5 also states that the Attorney General may bring civil action for a writ of mandamus to compel a public school district to comply with showing the video. There are no specifications for parents opting out of this content, an option that parents can now practice for the most basic educational content related to human growth and development. So much for parental rights, right? Something that many of you speak out about time and time again. If passed, Section 5 would be implemented in the 2026-2027 school year. In sum, our children and youth deserve accurate information, not indoctrination. Vote no on S323 if you respect South Carolinians and truly care about life.
Mr. Chairman, next speaker is Matt Brock.
Good morning, Matt Brock, Executive Director at Equal Protection South Carolina, speaking mostly in favor of the bill, but I'm not primarily here to speak for or against this bill, but rather to encourage you, to remind you, and to warn you. I want to encourage you to be bold, to be courageous, and to be consistent, and I would urge you to do that by amending this bill so that it treats every single human in the womb equally, by affording them the same measures of protection and the same measures of justice that each of you and everyone behind me deserves this morning and enjoys this morning. S323 is certainly a step in the right direction, but it still falls short of providing equal protection and equal justice to our preborn neighbors. And so while you're going to hear a lot of people here today tell you that this bill goes too far, I'm here to tell you, according to the Word of God, S323 doesn't go far enough. I also want to remind you today that you are God's chosen ministers of justice, according to Romans 13. And as his ministers of justice, your primary concern should not be what your constituents think of you or whether you can keep your seat in the next election. Your primary concern should be, is God pleased with me in my duties according to what he has revealed to me in Scripture, and am I dealing with child sacrifice in the way that he has ordered me to do? Lastly, I want to warn you. The Bible says in Hebrews 9:27, that it's appointed for every man to die and then to be judged by God. You will hear a lot from people today that are going to do their best to get you to do what they want you to do. But here's the reality, friends. On that day, when you stand before God, not a single person in this room is going to stand with you. No one will be there to vouch for you. You will stand alone and you will give an account for how you dealt with justice regarding these preborn image bearers in the womb legislatively. So I beg you today, as a minister of the gospel of your King and our King Jesus, do what is right, do what is just, and amend this bill accordingly to provide equal protection and equal justice to all preborn children from fertilization. God bless you.
Mr. Chairman, speaking next is Dr. Natalie Gregory with Jamie Henderson.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Natalie Gregory, a board-certified OBGYN, practicing in the Low Country of South Carolina since 2008. I graduated from medical school at MUSC in 2004, and for the past 18 years, I've dedicated my life to providing compassionate, comprehensive, evidence-based care to the women of South Carolina. I'm a preceptor for students at MUSC and at Presbyterian College. I'm also the only OBGYN on the Board of Medical Examiners in the state of South Carolina. And I'm here today to speak in strong opposition of Senate Bill 323. This bill is not only a significant waste of our time and taxpayer dollars, but it constitutes an unconstitutional reach that threatens the very fabric of healthcare in our state. Shame on Senators Cash, Rice, and Garrett for introducing this legislation. First and foremost, let's discuss the standard of care. As a dedicated OBGYN, I am faced with a legal minefield. The standard of care I am obligated to provide is in direct conflict with the law as it stands. Providing contraception, managing pregnancy loss, in vitro fertilization to grow families, or IUDs to prevent them. Discussion of any of these could have me charged with a homicide, 30 years in prison. Am I allowed to teach my students the normal female reproductive physiology and the pharmacokinetics of the medications that we use to manage those? I have a Hippocratic oath. I adhere to my own personal moral and ethical responsibilities, and I will not be able to comply with this law. My medical training does not allow it. We're already facing a shortage of OBGYNs in South Carolina, and it's untenable to expect quality medical professionals to practice in a climate where their careers and their freedom are at stake. What is your plan if we reach a point where there are no OBGYNs left to provide care? Your unconstitutional laws cannot erase my dedication to my patients. Already, access to critical information and care has been impeded. I have a patient standing here with me who was denied the care that she needed, not for an abortion, but for general health care, and abortion access is health care. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, next is Tammy Kale.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Kale, and I am in support of S323 this morning. As some of you may know, some of you may remember my face. I hope you do. I remember yours. I hope you don't forget this day. For those of you that don't know me or my story, my mother was a senior in high school when she found out she was pregnant. My father was just a few years older than her, and though he had quite a future ahead of him, he chose a path to be a rapist and a pedophile. I was conceived as a result of a horrible act of violence. To my knowledge, my father never served a day in jail for committing such a crime or for repeatedly preying on young girls. But because of the path that he chose, by the age of 46, he was found lying face down in a pool of blood, stabbed to death. Now, because I wasn't conceived in an honorable way, does not mean that my life is less honorable than yours or anybody else's. I'm currently a registered nurse. I am a Sunday school teacher. I am a missionary. I've traveled the world to bring health care and the Word of God to different people all around this world. And I'm here today because I've been labeled as a face for exceptions. And I can agree, but I am exceptional today, but not because of man's validation, but because of God's purpose in my life. What I'm about to say is this. It may seem old-fashioned, it may seem outdated, but it is true. These things are eternal. Your life and mine are so valuable that a man came to earth, gave his life, and died on a cross for every one of us today. Every one of us to sit in this room. And we have a job to do in this place. We must stand for life. The senseless killings of our babies, it has to stop. South Carolina, I'm asking you, stand up for our children. No more murders. No more murdering of our young. Save our future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next speaker is Lacey Lane.
My name is Lacey Lane. I'm a mother, educator, and a constituent of Senator Michael Johnson, and I strongly oppose S323. In 2017, I was pregnant with a wanted and planned second child. My pregnancy was going great until my anatomy scan around 18 and a half weeks. My OB had concerns, so he referred me to a maternal fetal medicine practice for a more extensive ultrasound. That night, my then almost 3-year-old son bit into a cupcake, revealing blue icing that announced to him, my husband, and I that we were expecting a boy. We named him Evan, and we hoped for good news at the ultrasound appointment. Unfortunately, we received devastating news. Our baby boy Evan had a rare neural tube defect that caused his brain to grow out through a hole in the back of his skull in a sac of skin, causing multiple brain anomalies. We had 2 heartbreaking options. We could terminate the pregnancy, or we could carry to term, not knowing when he would most likely die in utero or in palliative care shortly after birth. We were informed that we had to make that decision quickly due to the 20-week ban that was in place at the time. After much discussion with additional medical specialists and my husband, I chose to have a second trimester abortion. I chose to end the pregnancy to avoid the possibility of my baby knowing only a short life outside of my body filled with pain. Being forced to carry to term under today's laws would have caused unimaginable emotional harm, rippling out to my family, friends, and the students that I served. I'm grateful that abortion was an option. In 2019, we welcomed our rainbow baby, and he was born strong and healthy. This is my abortion story. I don't believe in a hierarchy of reasons for abortion. Every circumstance is unique, personal, and nobody's business. No one should have this personal medical decision made for them by politicians. Abortion is healthcare, and abortion bans hurt families like mine. I'm a loving mother, not a murderer. I urge you to vote no on S323. And please understand, this isn't about you, your religion, your personal beliefs, and it's especially not about your next election. This is about basic healthcare rights in our state, so please just do better. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mark Baumgartner. Okay. Carrie Gifford.
I'm Carrie Gifford from Greenville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We've all heard the talking points on this issue, so I want to offer something different for my 2 minutes, a powerful solution that neither side has fully embraced, but that I think can bring more healing and unity to all of us than we realize. Names for this are knowledge-based fertility appreciation, natural family planning, restorative reproductive medicine, charting, and various methods such as Creighton, naprotechnology, and Billings. This is a new field of medicine for the healing and health of women's and men's reproductive systems and for natural ways to avoid and achieve pregnancy. It is effective, healthier, cheaper, and easier than currently dominant artificial methods. These artificial methods to avoid and achieve pregnancy result in physical, relational, emotional, and moral problems. For example, hormonal artificial birth control has been shown to increase the risk for breast cancer and blood clots and can be abortifacient. IVF has resulted in millions of destroyed and indefinitely frozen embryos worldwide, and it does not heal men's and women's bodies, as does restorative reproductive medicine. Aren't we all tired of the fake? Don't we all want to be who we really are and be accepted as such by others? Are we not all beautiful the way we are? Do we not all want to be healthy and healed and as free of medicine and surgeries as possible? Do we want to understand and respect the workings of our and our partners' bodies? Why are women willing to alter their hormones and risk their health for men? This is not equitable nor equality. I hope more people will embrace the beautiful opportunity knowledge-based fertility appreciation and restorative reproductive medicine gives us to bring unity and respect to relationships, healing to bodies, and agreement to opposing sides of the abortion issue. I would like to submit these materials and my contact information for the record. I will mail any of these materials to anyone on the committee who requests. Thank you. Who do I give these to?
Mr. Chairman, next speaker is Mayra Rivera Vasquez.
Good morning, buenos días. My name is Mayra Rivera Vasquez. I'm here for the opposition. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mayra Rivera Vasquez, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Latino community in South Carolina about the proposed abortion ban. Latinos make up more than 369,000 people of this state's population, and we are a young, growing part of the workforce and community. But our families face structural disadvantages that leave us especially vulnerable when healthcare is restricted. Latina women face some of the steepest wage gaps in the state, especially because so many work in service jobs without benefits like paid sick leave or flexible schedules. Combined with language barriers, these inequalities already make healthcare harder to reach. Against this backdrop, an abortion ban would inflict severe harm. It would deepen economic strain on families who cannot afford long travel, childcare, or time off work, especially in the 14 counties that have no OBGYN at all. Most dangerously, it would worsen maternal health. South Carolina already faces rising maternal mortality, and Hispanic women here are dying at higher rates than white women. In 2021, pregnancies-related deaths in our state spiked nearly 50% in a single year. Denying or delaying abortion care will only make this crisis worse. The Latino community is part of South Carolina's future. We work hard, raise families, and contribute to every corner of this state. This ban would magnify every disparity we already face, economic, educational, and health, and put more women at risk of preventable harm. I urge you to reject this legislation and instead work toward policies that expand access to care, improve maternal health, and support the dignity and well-being of all South Carolina families. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before I introduce the next speaker, let me say that the speakers list is now on the console that each subcommittee member has. If the print is a bit too small, you can just widen it with the use of your fingers. To list, for and against. Next speaker is Raymond Mulholland.
I am Raymond Mulholland, and I am from Simpsonville, South Carolina. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. Much of the testimony you have heard and will continue to hear is about how difficult life is for the parent, and I am not without compassion for their challenges, as I have had my own. I fought for and won custody of my children. That was not easy. I never got child support from the mother, even though the courts did not see fit to send a deadbeat parent into jail in this particular case. That wasn't easy, but there were those who helped me. Now that my children are grown, I'm repaying this help forward. I spend nearly all my free time working with agencies that provide adoption services, medical care, financial assistance, education, housing and food support, and even abortion regret counseling. I'm also chairman of the Greenville County Republican Party's pro-life committee, and I do all this on my own dime as well as my own time. But I'm not here to compare my problems and challenges with the others. That is a pointless pursuit. I'm here to challenge anyone who thinks that my pro-life stance is wrong and that abortion should be allowed. If I can be convinced that my conviction is wrong, then I will walk away from all of this. Simply put, I am convinced that innocent human life should be protected. If I can be shown that this child has committed a capital offense, then I will walk away from all my pro-life activities. If I can be convinced that a being with human DNA is not a human, then I will walk away from all my pro-life activities. And if I can be convinced that all the biology books ever written are wrong, and that something as small as a single cell is not a form of life, then I will walk away from all my pro-life activities. If you're unable to convince me that I'm wrong, then what option is left but to push S323 forward? Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mallory Dittmer.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mallory Dittmer, and I'm here to urge you to oppose Senate Bill 323. I'm a wife, a mother, a proud Christian, and with a painfully ordinary story and perspective. I have a hormonal IUD, not because I'm reckless or irresponsible, but because without it, I suffer debilitating menstrual migraines that leave me unable to work or care for my family. And I'm not alone. Millions of women use contraceptives for chronic medical conditions. My IUD is not controversial, it's healthcare. But bills like this one turn my medical needs into a moral debate and blur lines that should be very clear. Healthcare decisions belong between a patient and a doctor, not a patient and a legislature. And like millions of women, I have also relied on emergency contraception. In college, I used Plan B, not after a romantic evening, but after a night I did not ask for, where a young man made a reckless decision that could have changed my life forever. I should not have to reveal that trauma, just like so many of the women who have revealed much worse traumas today. But that is what legislation like this forces women to do, justify our privacy, our pain, and our protection. My story is not dramatic or extreme, it is run-of-the-mill. And that is exactly why this bill is so dangerous, because legislation like S323 doesn't just affect a rare handful of people, it affects everyday responsible citizens like me who are doing everything in our power to protect our health, our dignity, and our future. Senate Bill 323 will not stop unplanned pregnancies. It will not stop assault. It will not stop tragedy. What it will do is punish responsible people. For my daughter and all the women and girls across our state, I ask you to please vote no on S323. And as a quick aside, as a proud Christian, I would like to remind the committee and everyone here that our nation practices the separation of church and state because we stand for freedom of religion and we recognize that religion is subjective. There are 45,000 different denominations of Christianity alone because leaders of the faith cannot decide on exactly what the Bible says. Anyone who tells you they know exactly what God means and what God says, I would be careful to listen to. Their ego is bigger than their faith. Thank you.
Next is Heather Scholler.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
My name is Heather. I'm from the upstate. I'm speaking today in favor of Senate Bill 323. I am a Christian, and I appeal to you on the authority of Scripture, which, as Noah Webster declared, ought to form the basis of all our civil constitutions and laws. God's word is clear. You shall not murder. Civil government exists to restrain evil and protect the innocent. And there is no class of people more innocent, more voiceless, and more vulnerable than the preborn. This committee has been entrusted with authority by the people, but you are also accountable to God. Ecclesiastes 12:13 proclaims, "Fear God and keep his commands, for this is the whole duty of man." Advancing this bill is a step toward fulfilling that duty, upholding life, defending the defenseless, and bringing our laws into greater alignment with the justice of God. Roe v. Wade is gone. You no longer have an excuse. The responsibility now rests on you. So I challenge you, will you fear God and defend life? Or will you turn away and answer for innocent blood? History will record your vote, but heaven will judge it. Advance Senate Bill 323.
Next speaker, Katie Rutland.
Good morning, Senators. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Katie Rutland, and I am a mother, a follower of Jesus, and a lifelong South Carolinian. And I need you to understand this bill is an affront to the rights of people in this state. This bill stifles our rights to free speech, privacy, and to make medical decisions that are aligned with our faith and values. This bill does not support families and children. Please vote no on this disastrous, harmful bill S323. This is your chance to be the leaders we need. Don't legislate with an angry, punitive heart. Instead, choose courage and be known for how well you love your neighbors, rather than how you persecute them and their doctors. If you want to reduce abortions and support families, there are proven strategies on how to do that. Offer comprehensive, age-appropriate sex and health education that isn't just taught once in 12 years, but is an ongoing conversation with students and young people. Offer free, all-option birth control for all people in the state. Expand Medicaid so more women can access the gynecological health care they need. Offer incentives for OBGYNs to practice medicine in one of our 14 counties that don't have one. Offer paid parental leave for all workers within our state who welcome new children into their homes. Provide free school lunches for all public school students. Offer free or reduced price childcare for all families until their children can enter free universal preschool. Please do what Jesus asked and love your neighbors who don't want to have their rapist baby, your neighbors whose bodies are too small or sick to safely carry and deliver a child, your neighbors who don't want their very desired child to only know a short, painful life, your neighbors who believe life begins at first breath and whose religion puts the life of the pregnant mother above all else, your neighbors who want to treat their patients and their pregnancies without fear of jail time if they make a call that a bunch of lawmakers without medical training don't like or understand. Please legislate with love for your neighbors or put it on the ballot and let the people of this state decide. Thank you.
Next is Millie Lanes.
Good morning. I'm Latina. I'm on support S323. My name is Millie. I was born in Cuba. I grew up watching the government rewrite reality, calling injustice freedom, and labeling people less than human whenever it served their purpose. In Cuba, abortion is treated as normal. The law there doesn't protect life or moral values. It protects power. I never imagined that I could face the same kind of dissection here in America, especially in a moment as sacred as motherhood. I had 2 abortions there. I didn't question it. I was deeply ignorant. I was deceived by the idea that the unborn children are no person. I believe it was my right, my choice, my freedom. But no one told me the truth. No one told me my children has brain activity. No one told me their heart were beating. Even though I was misled, I take full responsibility for what I did. To this day, I live with the consequences. The depression, anxiety, that follow those abortions are still heavy. But even deeper than that, I carry a profound emptiness, a silent, a missing part of me that I still have to face it and live it with. I carry my children's memory with me, with love and sorrow. They were mine. They were alive. And I believe each of them has a life designed by God, a mission that was never fulfilled. S323 matters because it draws a line. This is not just about a law. It's about dignity. It's about truth. It's about protecting the most vulnerable among us. I don't speak to shame anyone. I speak because I know the pain of believing in a lie. And I speak because I believe South Carolina could do better. We can protect women with truth, and we can protect children with love. And we can honor God by defending life and families. I forgave myself. I believe God forgave me. And I believe my children forgave me too. But I will never forget. And I will never stop speaking for those who cannot speak. Thank you.
Next is Kelly Sharkey.
Hello. My name is Kelly Sharkey, and I am opposed to Bill 323. This is my daughter, Sienna. She is 8 months old. She's a joy. She has completed our family, and I'm asking you, is her life important to you? Because she's here today because I was able to access an abortion during a doomed pregnancy over 2 years ago. And I was only able to find that care because of other women. In 2023, when I was 13 weeks pregnant, I learned that the baby I was carrying had severe abnormalities and would not survive. My doctors scheduled a procedure, but just 2 days before that operation, South Carolina passed a 6-week abortion ban. Suddenly, my doctor could no longer help me. I felt completely abandoned until I turned to a virtual postpartum support group that I had joined during COVID when I had my first son, Michael. The women in that group, many from outside South Carolina, connected me with a clinic in Maryland. Because of them, I found care. Because of them, I was able to move forward. And because of them, my daughter, Sienna, is alive today. Ever since sharing my story, women across South Carolina have reached out to me with their own pregnancy losses. I've supported them in ways that women once supported me. Talking openly, connecting, and helping one another has been essential to our healing. But Senate Bill 323 threatens to make even that a crime. This bill says that it would be illegal to help a woman by telephone, internet, or any other mode of communication access abortion care. This law doesn't just ban abortion, it silences women, criminalizes support, and isolates us in our darkest moments. No one plans to be in my position. Nobody wants this. But when tragedy strikes, women deserve compassion, community, and dignity, not criminalization. I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 323. Thank you.
Next is Mrs. J.H. Hartnett.
Good morning. I'm here to speak, and I'm for this bill. This is a good bill. We need boundaries. We've lost our way if we don't have boundaries. The state has boundaries. Our property has boundaries. If we don't have boundaries, people encroach, come take over. We have to live with North Carolina, taking over South Carolina. This bill provides boundaries, draws a line in the sand, helps people to know the difference between what is acceptable and unacceptable. If you've read this, which I don't think a lot of these folks have, it covers taking care of people that are in situations that can be horrific. The psychological, it does not cover. The drug abuse, it doesn't cover. There's certain things this bill does cover. It's a good bill. We need strong boundaries so people know the law. Problem with law has too many words, nobody understands it. How can I understand something if it's not cut and dry, simplified? Like, there is a life in the womb. There is a life in the womb. Our Constitution states plainly and clearly, and always has, right to life. And anyone that wants to take and twist that is confused and bedamned. That's all I have to say. Cover the laws we already have. Stand behind what is right and just. And it's just to protect the innocent, the life in the womb. Thank you.
Next speaker, Danny Basin.
My name is Danny Basin, and I am in mortal opposition to S323. While I am not a woman, I was once capable of pregnancy. When my now spouse and I started dating, we agreed we never wanted children. One night, I started bleeding profusely. My spouse carried me into the emergency room as I screamed in pain. Unfortunately, we were informed that I was one of the 0.9% of people whose IUD fails. My now ex-gynecologist told me that I was having a threatened spontaneous abortion, which is colloquially known as being at medical risk of a miscarriage. By the time I got to my dilation and curettage, my uterus was so distended with blood that the Planned Parenthood doctor thought I was a full week ahead of where I was. The embryo was a small dot in a sea of fluid on the legally mandated ultrasound. The nurses were shocked when the abortion revealed that the majority of this blood was dead. This pregnancy probably would have caused a uterine infection, and given how challenging uterine infections are to treat, my originally elective abortion became life-saving. None of us knew this until after the abortion was done. An elective abortion that is now illegal is the reason I am standing here today. The same people pushing this sort of legislation go on and on about life, but they don't put the same energy into free prenatal care. They don't put the same energy into free postpartum care. They don't put the same energy into access to food, healthcare, or safe schools. No, all they care about is that every single pregnancy goes on as long as it can. The pregnant person be damned. Abortion is not only women's rights, it is men's rights, children's rights, people's rights, human rights. We are not your broodmares. We are not your incubators. We are lives. Vote no on S323 in favor of our lives. And a reminder that this is not a theocratic country.
Next speaker is Tiffany Matthews.
Thank you, Honorable Committee. I'm Tiffany Matthews in favor of amending the bill. Over 50 years of desensitizing mothers into willingly sacrificing their babies on the altar of lust and selfishness increases remorseless post-abortion parties shouting their abortions and satanic rituals. Unjust laws desensitize others into having biological children through the eugenic lab rat destruction of 93% of their children. Because there are plenty of testimonies of preborn human babies communicating with their mothers, which confirms their personhood from fertilization, And because the grief work of families of miscarried and stillborn babies is hindered by laws that desensitize society to the life of the preborn, join me and repent of supporting 3 years of post-Roe compromise bills. I can support this bill if it is amended to restore impartial judgment and treat the murder of preborn human persons like the homicide of born persons are treated, and if it restores equal protection to all preborn human persons from beginning from at fertilization. If Susan Smith's punishment was justified, how can you still deny the same type of justice for the innocent preborn children of too many remorseless women? I pray that you overcome your fear of the abortion lobby, IVF lobby, and established pro-life lobby with a greater fear of God and obey Him more than man. Yom Kippur, the Day of Judgment, starts tonight. I beg of you to remember that the clear instruction from the Creator to choose life and blessings far outweighs all of the opinions you'll hear today. Please amend the bill and seal for yourselves a good year. Thank you. I have handouts.
Next speaker is Cora Webb.
Cora Webb, and I am against the boundary, quote unquote, of S323. I am against the banning of routine and medically necessary procedures, such as abortions. I'm mostly against the begging and groveling for access to health care. To Senators Cash, Wright, and Garrett, fuck you. You bitches are demonic and ruining lives and sentencing folks to bleed out on a cold table.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye. Yeah, jeez.
Mr. Chairman, the next person on the opposition list would be Chambers Austell. Okay. Next person after that would be Megan Provost.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Megan Provost. I'm a licensed professional counselor here in South Carolina, and I am a mother to 3 living children. I'm coming to you today not only as a professional whom women trust with their most painful and private stories, but also as a woman who has lived through the heartbreak and total devastation of miscarriage. In my career, I have worked with hundreds of women in their childbearing years. For both of my miscarriages, my doctors prescribed medication that is safe, effective, and recommended by ACOG and the World Health Organization. That medication protected me. It spared me infection, invasive surgeries, and death. Without it, I might not be here raising the children I love today. The consequences of some miscarriage is death. This bill would strip families of the same care I received. I want to be clear. Women are not making these decisions lightly. They are not seeking late-term abortions. These women are mothers, daughters, wives, and sisters facing devastating pregnancy losses or life-threatening complications. Often they are choosing this path because they want to survive, to mother the children that they already have, or to preserve their chance of having children in the future. Abortion care saves lives. As a therapist, I have sat with many women grieving miscarriages, and I have seen the relief that comes when safe, evidence-based care is available. My children have a mother today because I had access to safe medical care for an abortion. The women of South Carolina need these very medications that you wish to criminalize to protect their life and dignity. Women will die as a direct result of this bill.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Several.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you.
Next speaker is Reverend Mark Wills. Reverend Wills. Okay. John Asher. John Asher. Linda Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick. David Kuhn. Reverend Dr. Aaron Tripp.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I'm Dr. Aaron Tripp, and I am for S323. I grew up in South Carolina. I'm a graduate of South Carolina Governor School for Science and Math and the College of Charleston. I pastored Edgefield First Baptist Church for 9 years. We have provided hundreds of beds and food and clothing for many needy families in our communities because we believe that all men are created equal. However, we know that many of the men who wrote that document did not live up to it. Many of them held slaves. They reconciled this contradiction by stating that this document was aspirational and that they hoped future generations would live up to the standard. I pray that we are that generation. They had two primary reasons for not recognizing the equality of African Americans they were trading. Number one, they believed they would lose their standard of living, and that was too much of a price to pay for someone else to truly live and enjoy the rights of life, liberty, and happiness. Number two, they believed for arbitrary reasons these people were not possessing of personhood. We find ourselves facing the same horrors today with the same arguments. Number one, some claim as abortion is a right because removing it would subject a young woman to the hardships of raising a child she may not have wanted. However, we know that 98% of abortions are not cases of rape or incest. They are abortions of convenience, as according to the research. A child is not an inconvenience. Number two, opponents of this law claim that the baby is not capable of this or that or the other arbitrary law firm. But we know a 2004 federal law, the Unborn Victims of Violence Act, defines a fetus in any stage of development as a member of the Homo sapiens species and recognizes its personhood. If a pregnant woman is killed, it's double homicide. The woman and the unborn child count as persons. Additionally, if only the fetus is harmed, the attacker can still be charged with the crime of murder. Why would it be any different if the woman chooses to kill the child? The person committing the crime is irrelevant. A crime is a crime and murder is murder. No one is above the law. All those involved should be punished. I pray we do the right thing here today. I pray we honor our Creator and live up to that aspirational reality that all men are created equal. And once fertilization has happened, we have a human being with distinct DNA, and they are our neighbors. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sarah Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Wilson, and I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner specializing in child abuse. Almost every day, I take care of some of our state's most vulnerable children, those who have experienced sexual abuse, incest, and rape. I myself have had multiple patients as young as 12 years old who have become pregnant as a result of rape. My colleagues have had patients as young as 10. The medical risks of pregnancy are significant. Young pregnant children have increased risk of high blood pressure, increased risk of infection, severe bleeding, premature delivery, and C-sections, which is major abdominal surgery. All of these can result in permanent injury or death. The risks here are not theoretical. South Carolina ranks 8th highest in the nation for pregnancy-related deaths. In 2024 alone, life-threatening complications during delivery affected over 1,000 women in South Carolina. And when considering the prevalence of sexual abuse among children in our state, last year, South Carolina's Child Advocacy Centers provided care to over 5,000 patients whose primary trauma was sexual abuse. My patients are not numbers. They are not hypotheticals. These are real children who are sitting in my exam room, scared and hurt, and looking for adults to protect them. As a nurse practitioner, I can treat medical complications, but I cannot undo the trauma of rape or the trauma of being forced to carry a pregnancy that their bodies are too young and too small to endure. These children did not choose what happened to them, but you have the choice, and you have the ability to choose to protect them. For my patients and for the children of South Carolina, I respectfully urge you to vote against S323. Thank you.
Next speaker is Annette Burgess. Annette Burgess.
Oh, she's not there.
Crystal Reed. Crystal Reed?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, she's coming.
Crystal Reed, speaking for S323.
Excuse me. Can you step a little closer? We can't hear you.
Crystal Reed, speaking for S323. Today is October 1st, which begins Respect Life Month. Thank you for bringing this before us and the opportunity to speak. My name is Crystal Reed, and I am a resident of Sumter County, South Carolina. I am a Christian, wife, mother, homeschool teacher, and sidewalk counselor. I am here to exhort you to put forward S323. My husband and I have 6 children, but to be more specific, we have 2 living children. Our other 4 children died during the first trimester, one of which was an ectopic pregnancy, which is provided for in this bill. All 6 of our children were created in the image of God, were prayed for, and all of them have names. Years later, I still carry stem cells from each of these children in my body, but I still carry the grief of those losses of the children. But ultimately, the great physician is healing me. God's law prohibits the premeditated, unlawful, and unjust taking of human life. Exodus 20. God appoints governing authorities to carry out his wrath on wrongdoers. Romans 13. Abortion is murder, and our governments must seek justice and correct oppression. Isaiah 1. Opponents say we must not prosecute pregnant women who get an abortion, but this is an injustice to the mother as well as the child. The law is a tutor intended to drive us to the Lord. Galatians 3. If the mother remains ignorant of the eternal consequences of taking a human life, then she will not flee to the salvation found in Christ alone. We are currently denying these women the gospel. Opponents also say we must not remove the exceptions for rape and incest. However, we must not punish children for the sins of their fathers. Rapists should be executed. Deuteronomy 22. Abortion, even in this context, is still the unjust taking of human life. People will claim that I am just pro-birth and charge that I would not adopt these children from these unholy unions. To that, I testify that my husband and I are, in fact, approved to adopt, and our home is open to any child threatened with abortion.
Your time is up. Thank you.
May I close with South Carolina's motto, Doom, Spiro Sparrow. While I breathe, I hope. Please make today a moment of hope for all South Carolina.
is Chris Allison.
Good morning. I'm Chris Allison, and I'm from Simpsonville. And today I've taken a day off from work to do something I've never done before, and that's to come down here to Columbia and to give my testimony against this bill. I do so because I feel it's unconstitutional and un-American. I can't believe that this committee would suggest that they consider a bill that would ban talking about a subject like abortion. I can't believe that this committee would study and consider a bill that would force a rape victim to continue a pregnancy that she does not want. I can't believe that this committee would also consider a bill that would threaten infertile couples with not being able to use IVF. This bill is just horrible on so many levels. It's almost unfathomable. So I can encourage you all to put this thing in the nearest paper shredder immediately, to be honest with you. You can do so much better. This state has a lot of problems when it comes to maternal and infant mortality. Why aren't we doing something about that? Why aren't you guys doing something about that instead? Please, again, I encourage you to dismiss this bill, do away with it, do something more productive for our citizens in this state. Thank you. I hope you have a great day.
Next is Jeff Reed.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Chairman and distinguished members of the subcommittee, for the opportunity to speak in strong support of S323. My name is Jeff Reed Jr. As a follower of Christ, husband, father, IT geek from Sumter, I urge you to pass this vital legislation, which recognizes the inherent dignity of every human life from conception. From a Christian perspective, Scripture is clear on the sanctity of life. Psalm 139, that God knit us together in our mother's womb, fearfully and wonderfully made. Jeremiah 1:5 affirms, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, emphasizing that life begins with a divine purpose, not human convenience. These verses compel us to protect the unborn as image bearers of God, without exception. Secular evidence aligns with this truth. Biologically, life begins at fertilization, when a unique human DNA blueprint is formed, distinct from the mother's. A 2021 survey of over 5,500 biologists found 96% affirmed this. By week 3, a heartbeat emerges. By week 8, brainwaves are detectable. Organizations like the American College of Pediatricians affirm that human life is a continuum from conception, grounded in embryology and genetics, not politics. Opponents claim bodily autonomy justifies abortion, but this ignores the science. The unborn child is a separate human with their own body and rights. The right to life is foundational. Without it, no other rights exist. Claims of healthcare ring hollow when abortion ends a life, not heals one. And on the economic burdens, pro-life studies show support systems like pregnancy centers reduce hardship far better than elimination of the child. On a personal note, my family has had the pleasure of doing some fundraising for pregnancy centers in Sumter and interacting with some of the mothers. I've seen the centers provide aid that turns hardship into hope. Regarding the removal of rape and incest exceptions, while these harms are horrific and justice for the victims are demanded, the child conceived is innocent. The Guttmacher Institute shows that cases are rare in these situations, under 1%, but even one life matters. Exceptions undermine the bill's core principles. In closing, S323 honors our shared humanity. Pass it to be righteously consistent. Pass it to protect the vulnerable. Pass it for the full gospel of life and God's glory. Thank you again for allowing us to share our voice and for your time.
Next will be Jessica Connett. Jessica Connett. Okay. Christina Eisenhower.
Good morning. My name is Christina Eisenhower, and I'm in opposition to this bill. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm a lifelong South Carolinian and a resident of Lexington County. As I said, I strongly oppose this bill. Before our son Jacob was born, my husband and I were pregnant with twin boys in 2017. When I was 22 weeks pregnant, we discovered medical complications that required me to be hospitalized to prevent early labor, as the healthcare professionals understood that they would not likely survive at that early age. While in the hospital, we consulted with many medical professionals, maternal fetal medicine doctors, OBGYNs, and incredible NICU doctors. We were so grateful for the guidance that those medical professionals gave us during that time. And in fact, I don't remember ever having the desire to contact an unqualified politician or an unqualified pastor to tell me how to make healthcare decisions for my body and the life of my boys. These healthcare professionals offered guidance that gave us, the parents of these beautiful boys, the power to choose their care. This gave us, in essence, for our situation, the power to choose how our sons would experience the very last moments, the very last breaths of their life. Had this bill been a law at that time, it would have required doctors to subject me and those two boys, who, mind you, were only 1 pound each at the time, to torturous procedures that likely would have still resulted in their deaths. Instead of being able to say goodbye to them in the peaceful, pain-free manner that we were allowed to, their deaths could have been traumatic and painful. This bill is an abomination, written by legislators with no medical qualifications. And it is a peak of hypocrisy because it is written and provided by legislators who claim to be for personal choice. And yet it strips parents of the most important, precious choice that they have. It is a lie that this bill is about the protection of life. It is about controlling the most private moments of our lives. I implore you to oppose this bill.
Next speaker, Katrina Lopez.
Hello, I'm Katrina Lopez from Easley, South Carolina, and I am for this bill. A few years ago, I became pregnant with my third child. The first ultrasound showed that all was normal and the pregnancy proceeded happily until I was 7 months along. At that checkup, I was sent to the hospital because they feared something was wrong with the baby. After a flurry of tests and scans, a group of doctors and nurses came into my room. With the solemn air of bringing a sentence of death, they told me that the baby had a heart condition and would be disabled. This was news, but not as bad as they portrayed. I would love my little girl no matter what condition she had. What did surprise me was how they wanted to know who did the ultrasound and wanted to get a hold of them. Why didn't they catch her condition then? This could have been avoided. You would have had more choices if you'd known. I could have made the choice to end the child's life, is what they meant. This made me realize that whether knowingly or unknowingly, women were getting scared and pressured to kill their disabled children before they even had a chance to live. It broke my heart, and it still does. The Declaration of Independence states that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these is life. It is a scientific fact that life begins at conception. At this point in time, we can even go on YouTube and watch a sperm fertilize the egg. When it does, there's a flash of light and life begins. That life has its own unique set of DNA. It's not part of the mother, though it is dependent on her. No mother should be allowed to murder her child at any stage in South Carolina. No mother should be allowed to murder her disabled child in South Carolina. And no mother should be allowed to murder the child for the sins of the father. As a South Carolinian, I ask that you put an end to the murder of innocent children.
Next is Kelly Waldron. Kelly Waldron, okay. Lauren Williams. Lauren Williams, okay. Emily Mayer. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that Ms. Mayer had deferred to Senator Shealy to speak in this spot.
Thank you, committee, for allowing me to speak. I'm here in opposition of S323, the Unborn Child Protection Act. Senate Bill S323 is a dangerous piece of legislation that threatens the health and safety and fundamental rights of South Carolina's women, girls, and families. This bill is built on punitive measures, not compassion. It promises to unleash a wave of negative consequences that will ripple through our communities for generations. For rape and incest. It sends a chilling message to victims and their trauma and bodily autonomy are irrelevant. By forcing a survivor to carry a pregnancy to term from a heinous crime, the state inflicts further trauma and strips them of their fundamental right to control their own bodies and futures. This provision stands in stark opposition to the principles of justice and human dignity. This bill's provisions threatens to criminalize health care itself by redefining terms and removing protections. It puts doctors in an impossible position, forcing them to choose between their medical oath and their new criminal penalties. A chilling effect will be created where doctors may hesitate to provide standard care out of a fear of prosecution for the accidental or unintentional death of an unborn child. This will drive talented medical professionals away from our state and endanger the health of pregnant women and their children. The repeal of the judicial bypass process is a direct assault on the safety of minors. The vital process currently allows viable young persons to seek a judge's permission for an abortion if they cannot safely involve their parents, who may be their perpetrator. Removing this option forces a minor to seek either a dangerous back alley procedure or carry a pregnancy to term against her will, potentially causing her to remain in a perilous environment. This policy, I'm going to take my senatorial privilege here. This policy prioritizes a political agenda over a child's well-being and safety. The bill introduces...
Excuse me. Your time is up.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say something because my name was invoked earlier, and I'm going to go over here, and I want to remind each of you that y'all were elected to do what is right, not what will get you reelected. And since these gentlemen reminded me that I was not reelected, I want to remind y'all that I did the right thing on a legislation just like this, and I see security coming to get me, but I'm going to sit down. But thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Next speaker is Becca Wise.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Becca Wise, and I am in support of the S323 bill. My name is Becca, and I serve as the Outreach Coordinator for Flourish Adoption Ministries in Greenville. I'm here today in support of Bill 323. Today you have heard and will continue to hear testimonies emphasizing the right to choose. I am not here to argue against that right. I too believe women facing unwanted or unplanned pregnancies should have an alternative choice to parenting. However, I support this bill in full because maintaining the right to choose is not dependent upon maintaining the right or the access to abortion. Private open adoption provides women who cannot or do not wish to parent the same choice not to, without elevating the right of one human life over another. Private adoption is not foster care. With our agency, it is a process that meets the physical, financial, and emotional needs of mothers, emphasizing and supporting their voice throughout. It allows the mother to choose the family her child will grow up in, the level of openness she desires, and the relationship she hopes to maintain in the future, if any. Our agency has walked with women through cases of rape and teen pregnancy. Time and again, I have witnessed healing and hope take root where despair seemed permanent. Adoption is a path that provides the same right to choose, but does so in a way by meeting the needs of the mother and then paving a way for an innocent life, creating a lifetime of opportunity versus a lifetime of possible regret. I ask you today to recognize that passing this bill does not limit a woman's right to choose, but actually supports the exact same right in a life-affirming way. I urge you to pass Bill 323 and in doing so, influence a stronger, more life-giving future for South Carolina women, children, and families. Thank you.
She leaving us.
We're sitting next to him.
Next is Katie McCravey. Katie McCravey. Okay. Meg Southern Sims.
Good morning. I'm Meg Southern Sims. I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 323. I'm a resident of Columbia, South Carolina, and I'm a new mom to a 5-year-old baby girl. I spent the entire 9 months of my pregnancy terrified that something would go wrong and I would not be able to get life-saving treatment in South Carolina. I'm very lucky that my pregnancy and delivery were healthy and very normal, but my experience certainly wasn't typical. For most of my friends in South Carolina, all registered voters, pregnancy and childbirth have posed significant physical and financial challenges. For my friend Lauren, a very wanted, long-anticipated pregnancy ended in a miscarriage that required an abortion. For my friends Lindsay and Roxy and Heather, parenthood has only been possible through IVF. For my friends Kate and Kim, IUDs have been vital. Senate Bill 323 removes access to resources that have saved my friends' lives and made their beautiful families possible. When I think of the impact this bill would have, I imagine my friends' faces disappearing from Christmas cards and Thanksgiving tables. I hear myself telling friends in other states, don't move here, it's too dangerous. I hear myself telling my husband, you'd better schedule a vasectomy, it's too risky to get pregnant again. I hear myself telling my daughter, you can't stay in South Carolina. It's not safe to be a girl here. Senate Bill 323 would be more accurately titled the Female Endangerment Act. Rather than protecting life, all this bill actually does is endanger the lives of women and girls who have already been born, who have memories and favorite colors and ambitions and best friends and families who love them. Senate Bill 323 endangers the lives of women and girls like me, like my friends, like my daughter, and also the lives of your friends and wives and daughters and sisters. You must reject this bill. Thank you.
Next is Angela Eustace.
Good morning. My name is Angela Eustace, and I am here in support of S323. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you so much for your time today. I have come today in support of Senate Bill 323. In our great state of South Carolina, we have been given the opportunity to protect life. We have shown that we do value life with legislation, but that we can do better. Women and babies are not enemies. Women are the only way new people come into the world, which is biologically true and a great responsibility. Unfortunately, in our country, we have led mothers to think that she has a choice to make when she becomes pregnant. We have endorsed abandoning her by legislation to make abortion an option. Abortion is the intentional killing of a baby in her mother's womb. Without the right to life, we have no rights. Where do our rights come from? In our Constitution, we declare that our rights come from God. We say in our Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. And a prayer is also said when the Senate begins the session. What does this mean? It means that we believe that our rights come from God. Since our rights come from God, we have written laws that are in accord with the law. Sorry, I have sticky fingers. In accordance with the law that He has written on our hearts. Laws are made to protect life, liberty, and property. We can clearly see when life begins. We have the responsibility to protect all life, especially in the womb. We must not discriminate against babies because of their age, size, location, or level of dependency. This is a matter of civil and moral importance. I have been told by a former senator that you cannot legislate morality. However, every law does just that. In fact, laws that are broken.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Next is Christine DeVries.
Hi, my name's Christine DeVries, and I'm speaking against the bill. Thank you, members of the committee. I've spent over 40 years working on women's health policy, focusing on maternal health, reproductive health, older adult health, mental illness, reducing disparities in the healthcare system. I urge you to reject S323 because it would worsen health outcomes for the women and families across the state. Let me share the reality in our state. In 2021, South Carolina's pregnancy-related mortality rate jumped to 47 deaths per 10,000 lives, up from 32 the year before. Black women in our state are nearly twice as likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause as white women, and rural mothers face even greater risk, and more than 1 in 5 women in South Carolina receive inadequate prenatal care. Over half of our counties are medically underserved, and nearly 40% are maternity care deserts. The evidence is clear. Abortion bans make these problems worse. States with bans of higher maternal mortality rates, women of color suffer the greatest harm. For women in South Carolina counties with no OBGYNs, deaths caused by the ban can mean the difference between life and death in emergencies like hemorrhage, ectopic pregnancy, or preeclampsia. The bill will increase delays in care, limit treatment for medical emergencies, and deepen the disparities we see, especially for Black, rural women, and low-income women. Instead of adding new risks, South Carolina should strengthen our maternal health care, expand prenatal and postpartum coverage, invest in obstetric services in underserved counties, and increase access to affordable contraception and support programs that reduce racial disparities in our care. South Carolina's maternal death rate is already unacceptably high. We should take steps to save lives, not pass laws that will cost them. Thank you for your time today.
Next is Michael Butrin.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Michael Butrin. I'm with the American Conservative Voices. Let me preface by stating the American Conservative Voices applaud you for having the fortitude to create a bill eliminating the killing of innocent babies. We believe this bill is essential and moral. We will not bore you with unsupported dialogue. You've heard all of the excellent reasons why you should approve this bill, and yet the best reason is for your creator. Instead, I will hand out information, I will submit information and which will give purpose to this bill. When I knew I was going to speak, I looked at both sides of the coin here. I looked at what was being said and what was being followed up by it. And what I did find is that independent sources always went against whatever abortion advocates would say. There's one report about pro-abortion interpretation, which researchers by an independent group and with more than 50 references reinforcing their findings. In summary, the report said that the study that was presented by an abortion group was unethically, violated participants' privacy, and misleads public with a non-representative sample, selective reporting, and overstated conclusions. In closing, it's perilous to accept material submitted by abortion advocates. I shared documentation of a young woman, Jessie, who is pro-life and was a student at a South Carolina university.
Excuse me, sir, your time's up. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Roderow. Sarah, you here? Okay. Courtney McLean. Oh, okay. Yes.
Hello. I just wanted to talk a little bit about my experience with.
Could you please state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sarah Brooks.
Sarah Brooks?
Yes.
Hold on just a minute. Is that the name you called? Sarah Roderow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're not up to speak
Oh, okay.
right now, ma'am.
Sorry.
Courtney McLean.
I think so.
Good morning. My name is Courtney McLean, and I am here speaking in opposition in my personal capacity. At this very moment, nearly 200,000 children in our state are suffering from hunger. Nearly 4,000 are in foster care. We have the 8th highest maternal mortality rate and consistently rank in the bottom 10 of education systems in the U.S. And gun violence remains the #1 cause of death for children ages 1 to 19. These are not just statistics. These are lives, these are families, and these are futures. So let me be clear. S323 is not about protecting life. It's about preserving control. If the sponsors of this bill truly cared about children or the women who risked their lives to bring them into this world, they would be fighting to fix these issues. Instead, these same leaders who defend life are removing exceptions for adult and child victims of rape and incest, attempting to criminalize women and the doctors who care for them, and has the potential to give more jail time to rape survivors who seek an abortion than the man who raped her, as less than 1% of cases lead to convictions. Some supporters of this bill have falsely claimed that women are using abortion as birth control while ignoring that this bill simultaneously decreases access to true contraceptives. Women are not using abortion as birth control. They are navigating the hardest decisions of their lives in a system designed to punish them at every turn. And now with this bill, that punishment will become law. We are watching an all-out assault on freedom, dignity, and medical care. So let me say it plainly. Women deserve the right to choose control over their bodies. Doctors should not be punished for doing their jobs. In 2021, I opposed S0001, and in 2025, I opposed S232. And the sister senators may have lost their seats, but they gained a backbone that many in this room do not have. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kaya Jackson. Kaya Jackson. Okay. Dr. Tom Kendall. I believe this is after me. Right. Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. Cheryl Wigfall would be next.
Good morning. I'm Sherelle Wigfall. South Carolina mothers are dying at alarming rates.
Excuse me, ma'am. Are you speaking for or against the bill?
I'm speaking against.
Well, you signed up to speak for,
Okay.
but you're not going to be allowed to speak now.
I mean, I think I have two. Are you?
You signed up to speak against the bill. You signed up to speak for the bill, and you're against the bill.
Okay.
So you signed up in the wrong place. I'm sorry.
Well, I had two numbers, so you might be looking at me.
I'm not looking at it. I'm following what staff is telling me.
Or are you talking about Cheryl or Sherelle? It's two different people.
Sherelle Wigfall.
Yeah.
Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, but we have a Cheryl Wigfall as well.
I'll check by email. What's your email address?
They're both signed up under the same email.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. Then we'll take two testimonies for. Go ahead.
South Carolina mothers are dying at alarming rates, 32.3 per 100 live births, above the nation's average rate of 23.2 fates. And isn't it ironic, as clear as can be, that the bill before us is numbered S323? Instead of saving lives, it would put more at stake, adding chaos to a system already stretched to break. With 2/3 of our state considered rural land, access to care slips right through our hands. Rural mothers face a 62% higher chance to die, and S323 will only multiply why. In some counties, not a birthing ward in sight. Tell me, how is denying care ever right? Hospitals are closing and deserts of care expand. Women drive for hours just to find a healing hand. Since 2010, 182 rural hospitals in this nation have closed. 7 more here in South Carolina stand at risk, doors nearly closed. We rank in the top 10 worst for mothers and infants to survive. I was just 10 then, now I'm 25. In 15 years, the crisis has only grown, and S323 will cut deeper into harm already shown. I am a survivor, I know this pain. Assault took my power, and I fought to reclaim. I choose abortion, I choose my life. That choice gave me freedom, not chaos or strife. My 96-year-old granny had no choice at all, her cries unheard, her options small. Generations later, must we repeat the past, or will we lead with courage that lasts? So I ask you today, as you cast your projection, whose lives are you protecting, or are you just projecting? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next speaker on the in favor list would be Christy Swartzendrew.
Excuse me. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to share. I'm in favor of S323. I serve with Restored Life Abortion Recovery Ministry, and we see the faces of women and even men every day who are devastated by the aftermath of abortion and who seek us out for counseling. I am personally familiar with this devastation. When I was 12, my neighbor took me without parental consent to a hospital for an abortion in hopes of protecting her nephew from the consequences of his actions. Because I was afraid to speak and because of a corrupt system, they got away with it. Who was my advocate? No one. Over 60% of women surveyed who have experienced abortion shared they were coerced into doing so. This is prevalent also among women who are involved in prostitution or trafficking. Can you imagine how many women that want their child will experience loss because of coercion and easy access to the abortion pills by those opposed to her unplanned pregnancy? What about the woman who believed the lie that is just a clump of cells, a glob of tissue? Can you envision the horror? Pill abortions make the woman the abortionist and her bathroom the abortion center. Imagine coming face to face with their baby. Women are calling pregnancy care centers in tears, asking, what do I do with my baby? I have it in a jar in my refrigerator and I don't know what to do with it. They're in shock and the depths of pain are unimaginable knowing that she killed her own baby. If you say you care about women, then please approve S323, the Unborn Child Protection Act. Better yet, abolish abortion altogether. As long as we allow abortion in South Carolina, death, devastation, and mental illness will continue. Please make South Carolina a safe place for all stages of life. God ultimately will hold each of us responsible for what we did with this gift of life and this opportunity to pass legislation to protect it. Thank you. I have some pamphlets here.
Right. Mr. Chairman, next would be J.R. Slack. J.R., are you here? Okay. Lisa Comerford.
An interesting fact, Tina Belch was recognized yesterday at some event.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Comerford, and I am from Williamson, South Carolina, and I am for this bill. And I can only just give my testimony of being a mother of 10. When I was just before my 16th birthday, I gave birth to a son and married his dad and was divorced by the age of 20. and dove into a promiscuous lifestyle and became pregnant 3 more times and chose abortion 3 times for those babies. Many years later, I remarried and now have 5 children at home with my husband. I also had a miscarriage in between those 5 children, and during that marriage, I should say, and I had a miscarriage. It was in that miscarriage that I began to see how my perspective decided whether or not I saw the humanity of my children. And that was a big growing up point for me. I wasn't coerced or, it was my decision to abort my babies, though I didn't fully understand the rights that they had and how God loved them as much as He loved me. I didn't know God at that time. Thankfully, I do now. And that's why I bring my testimony, because I know there are heartbreaking stories here. Mine is one perspective, and it's why I support this, because we have to have God as our base to begin to see what to do with these problems that arise. And when we look to Him and what He thinks of human life and how He loves us and wants life for us, we can then make decisions like adoption that support all the people involved. Thank you.
Next is Miriam Gwynn.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Nguyen. I am the student body president of Furman University, and I stand in firm opposition to S323. This bill is not just an abortion ban, it is an attack on our very foundation of healthcare in South Carolina. Our state already has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the nation, and this bill will make that crisis far worse. By criminalizing physicians, you will drive doctors out of South Carolina. Rural mothers will be left without OBGYNs, without maternity wards, without emergency care. Women will die, not because of their choice, but because they have no access to care. This bill claims to be protecting life, but South Carolina ranks 40th in the nation on infant mortality, 38th in overall child well-being, and among the bottom in access to health care. Where is the protection for the children who are already here? Where is the protection for the mothers who are dying? Where is the investment in the students who are supposed to carry the state forward? You cannot build a 21st century economy while driving out doctors, while silencing speech, while telling an entire generation that freedom ends where pregnancy begins. And I come here today not just as an individual, but as someone who hears the voices of students every single day. We want to learn, we want to lead, and we want to build our futures here. But we cannot do that in a state where our government seizes control over our bodies. Senators, your duty is not only to protect life, it is to protect our liberty. And this bill does neither of that. It undermines healthcare, it endangers mothers, and it shackles my generation to futures we did not choose. For the sake of liberty, health, and the future of South Carolina, I urge you to reject this bill in its entirety. Thank you.
Next is Caroline Barber. Caroline Barber. Linda Carupis.
Linda Carupis from Greenville, speaking in favor of the bill. Current law prohibits abortion after heartbeat detection. Does this make sense? Why the arbitrary heartbeat date? Why is it okay to kill a baby a minute before a heartbeat is detected, but not a minute afterward? At 5 weeks, but not 6. Protection should begin at conception, when life begins. A spark happens at conception. creating a new genetically distinct, living and growing human being. This is not even under debate. Regarding life starting at conception, even former Planned Parenthood President Dr. Guttmacher wrote, quote, "This all seems so simple and evident, it is difficult to picture a time when it wasn't part of the common knowledge," end quote. Babies are innocent, not threats to mothers. A baby is not a usurper, not a parasite, not an intruder stealing life from a woman. It is natural and healthy for the baby and the mother, for the baby to be in the womb. Unlike a kidney or other organ designed to benefit her, a woman's womb is designed to shelter and nourish a separate human being. Our wombs are not for us, but for our babies. The unborn should be protected without exception. Currently, babies conceived in rape can be killed beyond the heartbeat date. Does this make sense? Does a baby conceived in rape have less value than a baby conceived in love? Are you legislators playing God and choosing which babies should live? Babies conceived in rape are not freaks of nature, but ordinary, beautiful babies. Killing the baby punishes the baby for the crime. Killing the baby cannot erase the trauma. It cannot make the mother forget the rape. Instead, the violence of rape is followed by violence of abortion. As many moms attest, giving birth can bring something good out of something evil, and the baby given up for adoption if desired. Currently, babies can be killed to protect the life of the mother, but it's never necessary to intentionally kill a baby to save the life of the mother. 323 allows medical interventions for the mother. If the baby dies as a result, that's sad but not illegal. Do the just thing. Protect babies from conception without exception. Thank you.
Next is Reverend Alston Lippert.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Alston Lippert speaking in opposition to 323. I'm here as a pastor and a person of faith to strongly urge you to vote against this bill. I serve a God of love, and this bill is not loving. It does not protect life. There is substantial evidence that restrictive abortion bills increase maternal mortality as well as infant mortality. And there was a peer-reviewed article in the American Journal of Public Health that said that for restrictive abortion bans, the infant mortality in those states rises by 7%. We had in 2023 over 57,000 births in South Carolina. That means that passing this very restrictive bill will cause an additional 4,000 infant deaths every year in South Carolina because of lack of good medical care. So you're doing actually the opposite of what you're trying to avoid. So we will harm infants and mothers. We will also harm all women in South Carolina because this will drive women's health care providers out of the state because they will have to choose between offering good medical care and trying to navigate whether they're going to be up for a felony charge in a split-second decision. That's very hard. So why would you practice here? Which means all women, even women like me who are past childbearing age, will suffer because we can't get good medical care. And I don't think y'all want that for anybody. So please do what is right and vote against 323.
Next is Sharon Cooper. Sharon Cooper, okay. It says Sharon.
He's down two more.
Okay, okay. Susan Swanson. Susan? Okay. Mr. Cooper, then you'd be next.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Cooper. I'm from North Augusta. I'm a husband for 36 years. I'm a father of 2 adult sons, including 1 disabled son, and I'm the grandfather of 3, including a granddaughter. I'm here to support the intent of S323. Rather than give more statistics, I want to share a quote and then a personal comment. Knowledge must lead to wisdom, and wisdom must be guided by love. That was stated last week by Tony Perkins, who is the president of the Family Research Council in Washington. I do believe the intent of this bill is executed out of love. Love for the most defenseless among us, both males and females who are not yet born. I believe these lives deserve equal protection that all of us who have been born enjoy. I also believe it is being executed, this bill is being executed out of love for those who might live through the trauma of abortion, both the mother and the father. I believe it is a good thing that these discussions are taking place at the state level, and I appreciate your service at this time in history. There's no question that we are living in challenging times. I'm praying for you who serve on this committee to have an honest discussion about the issue of life. How we now, through technology, know more about how rapidly life grows once conception takes place than at any other time in history. We should have that honest discussion about the implications on the numerous individuals involved when the taking of human life happens unnaturally. Thank you for providing this time for our citizens to speak with you today.
Next is Meredith Duke.
I'm going to allow the senator to speak in my stead today.
Thank you so much, kind lady. I'm Senator Penry Gustafson. I'm here in opposition to S323. And I know for a fact there are many senators who privately agree that an abortion ban in totality with no exceptions is unacceptable. And so my question is, will any of you vote your conscience rather than relying on party allegiance? Do you have the personal fortitude to do the right thing no matter the political consequences? We as a state cannot go through this again, and we shouldn't. And I'm counting on y'all to challenging you to stop this right now and today. I cannot comprehend how any of you truly believe that if an 11-year-old girl gets raped and impregnated by her grandfather, that she should be forced to have a baby and to carry it. This is rare, and that's why it's called an exception. And that's why those exceptions need to be kept, and without them will create a crushing effect in the medical community and women. Now, it's really hard for me to comprehend how so many people can appear to be so unsympathetic and unreasonable. But unfortunately, I understand how things work from the inside now. And I know how deals are made every year to trade support for this bill or that. And I know the games are played with personal agendas while real people get hurt, real issues get forgotten, and placed lower on the partisan priority list. Everybody wants to hold on to that precious Senate seat. Well, I'm here to remind you that there is life beyond politics, and it is beautiful. So going along to get along, staying under the radar, making sure that some GOP group doesn't target you, these should not be your standing principles for leadership. And where is the fiscal statement? Where are the missing required fiscal impact statements that have been requested since S1? during floor debate,
Thank you.
lawfully
Your
and
time is
repeatedly.
up.
And where are the women on this committee?
Your time is up.
Is it because senators like y'all got us
Time
pushed
is up.
out?
Please sit down, or you will be escorted out. Your time is up.
You got us pushed out so you could do this and move
Your
forward.
time is up.
It is despicable,
Security, would you please escort Ms. Gustafson away?
and you should all be ashamed.
Turn the microphone off, please.
Vote no.
Wow. She is so changed.
Mr. Chairman, next speaker is Valerie Berry. Valerie, are you?
Good morning. My name is Valerie Berry. I support this bill. I work with A Moment of Hope, which is an outreach to women in unplanned pregnancies. This gives me an opportunity to see the wide variety of difficult circumstances that women face. Many of those you have already heard this morning. But it also gives me the opportunity to see what the preborn really are, that a clinically diagnosable pregnancy is a human person developing in the womb. Our organization does ultrasounds, so I've seen many of them from 6 weeks or even earlier when that baby is a grain of rice and that heartbeat is just flickering on the screen, to when they're much bigger and they can wave, jump, and somersault, to when they're born and placed in my arms, often with tears. So many women are grateful that they made that decision to give life to their child. The first mother that I got to know gave birth to her daughter, and she's now 7. She's smart, beautiful, excelling in school. Giving babies like her a future does not mean that mothers won't have one either. It's not an either or, and there is great support for mothers. We work with hundreds of organizations, hundreds of individuals all across our state who volunteer, who walk alongside them through that pregnancy and for years afterwards. And so consequently, we regularly hear from mothers that their baby was the best thing that happened to them because it led to life change and real support. But circumstances and whether that mother is supported, whether that baby is wanted, does not determine the dignity or personhood of that child. Parents shouldn't have the power to determine the last moments of their children's lives, whether it's 6 weeks gestation, 6 months from birth, or 6 years old. At any age, the intentional killing of a child is murder. Abortion is the #1 cause of death of our children, and it should be a crime. Our state protects developing, not yet hatched turtles, and now we have an opportunity to protect developing, not yet born humans. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Meredith Mitchell.
Meredith Mitchell, against. My name is Dr. Meredith Mitchell, and I'm an OBGYN in Beaufort and Jasper counties. I was born and grew up in Beaufort, where I still have a large family. I'm a success story of education in South Carolina. I graduated back home, where I've been taking care of women for 17 years. There are few OBs here that have as much incentive to stay in South Carolina as I do. However, if Senate Bill 323 is passed, I can no longer safely practice medicine in this state, and I would leave. Definitions included in this bill put the use of widely used, safe, and effective contraception at risk. Taking these would strip away women of basic health care in this state. As a woman who uses contraception, I could not stay here. It would be illegal to provide information about abortion. The penalty for even discussing abortion would be a felony with up to 30 years in jail. Anyone who is indicted immediately has their medical license suspended and could not practice while court proceedings took place. Being even accused of discussing abortion could completely ruin a physician's life. How could I continue to practice in this environment safely? This bill provides a list of exceptions where an abortion could be performed to save a mother's life. This list is far from exhaustive. Who will help us figure out when we can take care of our patients? We are the ones making these decisions in small hospitals, on holidays, in the middle of the night. What if we make a decision that y'all think is not acceptable? 30 years in jail. The decision between the life of a patient and my own freedom is terrifying. Although I believe abortion should be safe and legal, I am not an abortion provider. I'm a small town doc taking care of women and delivering babies, a job I dearly love. There's a shortage of OBGYNs in this country and especially in this state. I get notifications of jobs in other states and countries every day. It would be difficult for for South Carolina to recruit new OBs to our state, and it would be difficult for us to stay here. There will not be enough doctors taking care of women in this state, and if you hear nothing else I've said today, hear that.
Next is Darren Schwartzendruber.
Oh, Darren.
Good morning. My name is Darren Schwartzendruber. I'm here to speak in favor of S323. I'm a husband, a father of 6, 2 of which are adopted, a grandfather of 6, and I have been active in the Greenville pro-life community for the last 15 years. I'm currently a volunteer with Love Life Greenville. Life begins at conception. At that moment, a brand new, unique, never to be formed again life is created with its own unique DNA, a DNA that is different from the mother's and the father's, a unique person who deserves to have its life protected. In our society, if a person knowingly takes the life of an innocent person, they have committed murder. In our society, we also punish murder. Abortion takes the life of an unborn person, therefore, it is murder. We have federal laws, such as the Unborn Victims of Violence Act of 2004, and state laws like the California Penal Code 187A that make it a double homicide if both mother and child are murdered while committing a violent act. So obviously, as a society, we recognize that the baby in the mother's womb is a life. So why is it that if a little baby is gifted to someone who wants that little boy or girl, we hold baby showers, buy baby clothes, celebrate that life? Why is this baby celebrated, protected, and the child targeted for murder not? Circumstances. I've yet to meet any pro-life advocate that doesn't want to help these moms in need, and I believe that will continue. So I ask you to please support S323. Thank you.
Next is Sarah Peckus.
I'm Sarah Petkus. I'm opposed to S323. I'm a mom of 2, former public school teacher from Charleston, and I currently work in literacy programs. My day-to-day doesn't usually involve driving up to the State House. But this bill before you is extreme and dangerous in many ways, so I felt compelled to speak up. We know from other states that women's health can be jeopardized when laws like these are passed. Yet lawmakers continue to pursue more and more extreme measures that very few of your constituents seem to be asking for. OBGYNs are already in short supply in our state. Last year, 14 out of 46 counties lacked a practicing OBGYN. If we criminalize medical procedures that are often needed to save lives and threaten doctors with prosecution, many will simply leave. We just heard it. Medical students will decide not to train here. Recruitment of new specialists will become nearly impossible. The result? Fewer doctors, longer waits for care, and riskier pregnancies for everyone. In my own experience with my first pregnancy, I relied on the quick actions of a team of doctors and specialists at MUSC to save my life in a rare and potentially fatal situation. If there had been fewer doctors available that day, if there were fewer highly trained specialists recruited to South Carolina, if my doctors had needed to consider every decision through a lens of possible prosecution or wait to consult the hospital's legal counsel, I might not still be here to raise my 2 kids with my husband. I'm eternally grateful to all of them. I want them to be able to stay and practice medicine in South Carolina. I want doctors like them to want to come here.
This bill does not just affect those seeking abortion. Redefining embryos would throw into question contraception, IVF, miscarriage care. This will make it much harder for couples struggling with infertility to use reproductive technologies like IVF to build their families. Much like in my own family, IVF is often their only hope. I want the same access that I had to full infertility care for other hopeful parents in our state. The people of South Carolina deserve access to skilled doctors, safe and reliable medicine, and the chance to build families when and how they are able. Thank you.
Next speaker, Julie Shearer. Julie Shearer. Okay. Susie Wedgwood. Okay. Okay, I see her.
Hi there. My name is Susie Wedgwood. Excuse me. I'm from Piedmont, South Carolina, and I am a wife and a mother of 4 kids and 14 grandchildren. I had the opportunity and was blessed to be at the abortion clinic as a sidewalk counselor for about 15 years. I saw many girls during that time were going in, and I had literature to be able to show them what was going to happen to them. I said, this is what an abortion is. They were startled. They had no idea that this was going to happen to them. When I showed them the literature, many of them turned around and went away. Some went in. I had the opportunity to see the girls that went in come out, buried in their seats, weeping and crying and screaming and saying, I wished I'd never done this. But they did have the opportunity to see the material. Basically, I've counseled many girls that have had abortions and are sorry that they had abortions. There's so many repercussions from it. Suicide, drinking, drugs, everything you can imagine traumatize these girls. And then I have girls that have chose life, and they have brought their babies back to me, and I was able to see these babies at 6 and 7 years old. Thank you for being there for me. So I'm in favor of the Bill 323 because it is life, and I stand on what God says in His Word. The scriptures are in Jeremiah, I knew you before when you were created in the womb. And God says that I say that I'll obey God rather than man. And basically, we don't create life. God creates life. It's a sin to murder. The Bible says, do not murder in the 10 Commandments. So we need to stand on that. We're going to face our Creator one day, and we're going to be held accountable for life. And so I stand for Bill 323.
Bonnie Webster is our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Bailey Webster. I'm a 4th-generation South Carolinian and lifelong resident of this state. I'm here to speak in opposition to the bill. The 3 men pushing this bill have deeply held values about the sanctity of life, which I respect. I imagine that at the crux of their belief is that life begins at conception. While that is widely debated among both theologians and scientists, what is undeniable is the vast number of women in South Carolina who are the victims of sexual assault each year. According to the South Carolina Coalition for Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault, there were 3,536 reported cases of sexual assault in South Carolina in 2022. Of those, 1,499 were children under the age of 18. Given this, what is also undeniable is the amount of suffering women and girls facing the most horrific acts of sexual violence and loss could continue to endure should this bill pass. You say that you want to pass a law to protect and honor the sanctity of life. This law does just the opposite when it comes to women who experience sexual violence or miscarriage. These women and girls are also the precious children of a divine creation. Their lives have value and must not be further ripped apart by the perverse acts of rapists and pedophiles. They and their medical care providers must be allowed to make decisions about their well-being following acts of sexual violence. In that same vein, caregivers must be allowed to give women experiencing miscarriage the highest level of care. Chances are you know someone who had a miscarriage that required medical intervention. What would the world look like today without her? Everyone on your committee can think of a country governed by laws that reflect a powerful government's religious beliefs. It is probably a country that you do not want to live in, you do not want to raise a family in, and you certainly do not want to be a woman in. This law would push our state in that direction, and as South Carolinians, we simply cannot let this happen. Please do not support this bill.
Next speaker, Terry Wedgwood. Terry's not here. Okay.
Good morning. My name's Terry Wedgwood. I'm from Piedmont, South Carolina. I'm 76 years old, have 4 children, 14 grandchildren. About 36 years ago, I saw a short 6-minute video called The Hard Truth. It opened my eyes to the truth about abortion and how awful it was and what it did to people. It brought great conviction upon me that I need to take a stand. So for the past 36 years, my wife and I have been heavily involved in pro-life work. We've also been involved in starting a crisis pregnancy center and have always done everything we could possibly do as followers of Christ to save the lives of unborn children. Little did I know that about 20 years after we got involved in this, that one evening one of our daughters would come home to us and sit down with a young Mexican boy that next to her and told us that she was pregnant. We never thought anything like that would happen to us, but we knew the truth that was life that she was carrying, and we weren't going to go the abortion route. And I'm thankful that we had raised our daughter up to know the truth too, and she never considered that. I also believe that this new bill can be a deterrent to some of the outrageous and sex problem that we have in this country, especially among young people. I believe there's a deterrent for that for someone. I believe it can have an effect. So I stand in support of this bill, S323. Thank you.
Oh, I don't think it's been restored yet. They call it?
Next is Ashlyn.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. You did pronounce my name right, so thank you. I come before you not only as a South Carolinian, but as a mother of 3 whose life was saved by urgent, clearly life-saving medical care during and then after childbirth. I'm urging you to vote no on Senate Bill 323 because this bill will put countless more families like mine at risk. In 2020, I gave birth to my twins. What should have been one of the happiest days of my life turned into a terrifying fight for my survival. I had an emergency C-section. I lost a dangerous amount of blood, needing multiple blood transfusions just to stabilize me. I had an extra long hospital stay because of that, and then 2 days after getting out of the hospital, I was sent back to the hospital with postpartum preeclampsia. If you know anything about that, that is a very dangerous, threatening, life-threatening condition that can change in a matter of minutes, hours if you have that. My care team was able to act quickly and decisively without fear of being criminalized from laws like this one. Because of their swift action, I'm still here to talk to you today. My twins still have their mom, and my eldest daughter, Lucy, still has her mom. If that had been in law in 2020, if this bill S323 had been in law, my story might have ended very differently. The bill does way more than just ban abortion, as y'all know. There's no exceptions for rape, incest, or fatal fetal diagnoses. It grants legal personhood to embryos and to fetuses, which could expose doctors and patients to homicide charges. Preeclampsia complications and other complications don't wait for lawmakers. They don't wait for Senate hearings. They don't wait for any of that. It's life or death, and doctors need to be able to act quickly and without threat of prosecution. I have some stuff to leave with y'all. A petition of over 6,000 South Carolinians who have signed their names to stand against this bill. Senator Hutto, I'd like to give it to you if that's okay. And then also testimonies, personal stories from conservative commentator Andrew Sullivan, who compiled these things to explain that it's more nuanced than what we are being told here today. Thank you.
Next is Patsy Storia. Storla, yes. I'm sorry, ma'am, Storla.
Not a problem. Thank you, sir. The rest of the Storlas own dairy farms in Iowa. But I am a South Carolinian, a wife, and the mother of an adult daughter. Thank you for your opportunity today to speak. Thank you, Senator Cash, for bringing this bill to us. As you can see by the color of my hair, I am perhaps more of a contemporary for those of you on this panel than the lady sitting in the audience. So I can speak as someone who lived Roe v. Wade in the 70s. In my 20s, in the 1970s, I went to New York to obtain an abortion. You've heard two prior speakers speak of the fallout from that, emotionally, physically, and morally. I will not reiterate that because we all have our own moral compass. But I do think you might agree with me that generationally we understand that what we believe is true and right and the best for us in our 20s may not be what is true and right and best for us in our 70s. I have come to believe that life is sacred from inception forward. I therefore support this bill in that respect. I also am very supportive of the educational end of this bill. As we all know, when we think we know everything when we're younger, we find out later that perhaps there are life lessons that can be learned later on. Thank you for the thought you have given this bill. I ask you to continue to consider it. And I am particularly glad that we have an educational end because as a supporter of a moment of hope, I have seen the difference that an ultrasound can make when a woman has an opportunity to actually see the life she carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the final speaker this morning will be the Reverend Karen Romastan.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Karen Romastan, and I'm a mother and grandmother, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. What I believed in my 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, I continue to believe in my 70s. Before this caller came, there was another call in my life, and for many years I worked as a clinical director for Planned Parenthood. I saw and heard many things, thus I am compelled to be here today. We could discuss the many aspects and perspectives and opinions about abortion, and we could discuss when there might be an exception to the law to allow a woman to choose an abortion. But I don't believe that that is really the issue at hand. For me, the real issue is the government does not belong in the uteri of women. The government has no business in the private decisions of women, their partners, and their medical care teams, their doctors. The government has no right to infringe on a person's sovereignty. And of course, we're speaking of the sovereignty of persons with a uterus. This story comes with a trigger, and yet it is still a lived story. On a rainy Monday morning, I saw a woman emerge from a bus, and in her left arm was a toddler, and in her right hand was another child. She proceeded to tell me of the massive amount of abuse that she received at home. All the marks on her body proved it true. She was forbidden from working outside of her home. She was forbidden from using birth control, but was compelled to be available to her husband's pleasure on command. She was fearful that she was pregnant again. How many pregnancies? And may I make just one sentence?
Go ahead.
With respect to all of the men who spoke and to the men on this committee, I ask you to please not advance this bill. Men have always had and exercised the right to choose to parent. Please allow women that same right. And as Margaret Sanger said, no woman can call herself free who doesn't own and control her own body. And what my Bible tells me is, yes, we are to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly.
All right, that concludes the morning part of this committee meeting. We are going to take a recess, and we will return to this room at 1 p.m. For expert testimony that's been arranged both for and against the bill at that time. You make a motion, Motion to receive bill 1. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, it appears they're going to go into recess and a little quick lunch till 1 o'clock. So we're going to take a break here as well. I'm going to put some a note down here that they're in recess until 1 p.m. So people will hopefully see that. And we got a clock that'll give us a countdown, and we'll be back at 1.
and look forward to its eventual passage. First on the legal agenda is the constitutionality of what this committee is undertaking.
Can they turn it down in there?
Jackson Women's Health Organization decision in 2022, which, as y'all know, overturned Roe against Wade. There is no impediment whatsoever.
Shut the door.
Really opened the way for states like South Carolina to do so, virtually inviting legislation like Senate Bill 323. And as we sit here today, several other states have recognized the personhood of the unborn in one form or another. Perhaps as many as 17 have established rights for the unborn either by statute or by judicial decree, and some 24 different states contain personhood language protecting the life of the unborn in their abortion laws, as SB 323 will do. And this is, in fact, as it should be. Historically, our laws did provide protection for the unborn to the same extent as to born children. It was only really with the advent of the abortion industry that courts began to reconsider and efforts were made to render the unborn non-persons under the law. In fact, as recently as 1968, only 5 years before the decision of the court in Roe against Wade, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the Equal Protection Clause applied to illegitimate children because, listen to the language of the court, they are not non-persons. After all, they are humans, alive, and have their being. Those criteria apply equally to the unborn here today. So, Senate Bill 323 is not some far out extension of the law that's never been undertaken before. In fact, it is a restoration of the common sense undertaking that extends the protection of the law to children in the womb, unborn. They happen to be, to this day, in most states, still the only class of human beings the law has failed to protect. Moreover, South Carolina, like many other states, have long recognized the unborn as persons in other areas of the law. Consider inheritance laws, for example, fetal homicide laws, child endangerment, and so on. So again, SB 323 is not some new radical undertaking. Now, I want to address in particular some of the criticisms and concerns that have been raised, and note for the record that many of the comments this morning, as we sat through the public comment time, seemed to suggest a great deal of misunderstanding about what this bill does and doesn't do. In particular, there is some concern raised by even other pro-life groups that holding mothers accountable for their part in aborting their own unborn children is somehow an egregious wrong. I would respectfully suggest that it is in fact just and logical to extend the full protection of the law to the unborn, especially in a day like we find ourselves today, where abortion is no longer only rendered in an abortion clinic or facility. In fact, mothers all over the land now have access to chemical abortions, abortifacients, and can conduct abortions in their own home. If we fail to extend the protection of the law to the unborn as it pertains to mothers, then you really have an unequal protection of the unborn across the board. Only those who are taken to an abortion clinic are protected. Those who remain at home and let the mother proceed are. There are many mothers who end up aborting their children as a result of being coerced, being perhaps even lied to, being threatened physically with harm, and have then no choice. to impose a blanket immunity to all mothers because some are coerced is itself illogical and, again, unprincipled here. So our position here, and this bill, I think, advances this cause in the following way. Mothers are rendered culpable for their own acts. However, there is immunity granted when they cooperate with the prosecution. And of course, extenuating circumstances, such as coercion, can always be addressed both with the solicitors and in a court of law. Furthermore, the bill explicitly allows the defense in the event they suffer threats of physical harm. So there is abundant provision for the due process, really, to play out for mothers who are accused in the context of aborting their own children. And I would suggest to this committee that to treat the mothers as always vulnerable, always coerced, or really unable to resist the participation in the abortion is really a throwback to the time when women were denied citizenship almost altogether. They were entirely dependent on their parents. There is a paternalistic quality to the notion that all women should be immunized from this bill that is simply outdated. It should not be the law. I think SB 323 does a very fine job of striking the balance and allowing defenses while not granting immunity forever. Moreover, there is I think, a gross misrepresentation, gross misunderstanding in this bill with respect to the accusation that mothers would somehow face the death penalty. Nothing could be further from the truth. This bill explicitly provides that the maximum penalty is 30 years imprisonment. Moreover, the section right before that section in this bill states that in the event of inconsistencies, contradictions between this bill and any other legislation, the provisions of this law shall prevail. So to the extent anyone attempts to prosecute a mother for capital murder, they would be immediately stopped under that provision. SB 323 prevails. And remember that that's only up to 30 years. The fact is there is no minimum penalty imposed here. So it could be, in many cases, mothers face no jail time whatsoever. Again, there is much testimony and concern with respect to this bill's failure to provide a rape and incest exception. And I would refer this committee back to first principles. The job of the state is to protect life, to treat that innocent life with the same respect and dignity that born children and adults enjoy is the fundamental premise here. Consequently, that a woman suffers an egregious harm at the hands of a relative or at a stranger who perhaps has raped her is a terrible wrong, no question about it, and that should be addressed. But you do not punish the child for the sins of the parent. The father is the wrongdoer, not the child. You do not execute the child for the rape committed by the father. So this bill, again, I think rightly divides the situation and sets forth the law that applies across the board. We honor life. We protect life in the womb. Another objection has been raised with regard to when the woman's life is in danger. In fact, this bill incorporates pretty much the exact language that is already in law in South Carolina with regard to medical emergency language. So gross misunderstandings have been exhibited in the testimony this morning. The fact is, we respect, and again, under this bill, that medical emergencies occur. You can't identify every single medical situation, but the doctors are protected when they render emergency assistance. Another point raised by some of the commentators is the lack of confidentiality, the breach of confidentiality. For instance, between the patient and the physician, or perhaps between the counselor and the client. While it is true that the law in this case, as in many other cases, does sometimes pierce that veil, if you will, I would refer this committee to the existing mandatory reporter laws in South Carolina. As it stands here today, without regard to the passage of SB 323, mandatory reporting is required.
It's on their end. Pay all these guys big money.
They can't keep us.
They can't keep it going.
How you loving this government shutdown?
That's the feds.
I woke up this morning and I said, it's a great day in America.
They're all going to get paid at the end of the day. I don't know what
Unfortunately, that's the bad thing about it. We're still going to get paid at the end.
Okay, looks like the State House website has gone down.
Oh, lovely.
The video is not playing. We can.
Well, that does a whole lot of good.
Doesn't do us any good.
You hear about the meeting with the Secretary of War and all the admirals and generals?
Yes.
That was. There were parts of that meeting and you could hear a pin drop. Especially when they told them that they're fat and they need to get in shape.
There's a lot of Obama flag officers that need to go.
They are. Yes. A lot of them were basically shown the door yesterday during that meeting.
Maybe on the
Because they said that we're way too top heavy.
Okay.
There's too many flag officers.
In vitro fertilization. Once again, I would argue.
Yeah, sort of.
Unless the pregnancy is clinically diagnosable. That is after most. Others. I would urge this committee to move forward on this bill. It is indeed groundbreaking in some respects, but only in the respect of affording due respect and dignity to the unborn. Let me close with this. Martin Luther King Jr., in his letter to a Birmingham jail, noted that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. He says, I have yet to engage in a direct action campaign that was well-timed in the view of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease. For years, he heard the words, wait. That's what folks are telling this committee, wait. But he closes with the famous line, justice too long delayed is justice denied. Justice for the unborn has been too long delayed. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
And by rule, we're going to turn the clock off for
Define
clock
them for
pauses.
Thank
you for being here. You said you were licensed to practice in 3 states, or is South Carolina one of those?
It is not, sir.
Excuse me.
Outbursts will not be tolerated. No clapping, no laughing. You will be addressed by security if you continue. Thank you.
Would a woman who takes the morning after pill be subjected to a 30-year felony?
And then I looked at the evaluator's report.
If she intentionally undertakes to kill her unborn child, she may be exposed to punishment under this bill.
So the answer is yes. I mean, that's not minced words. If she takes the morning after pill, she's subject to a 30-year felony.
Well, when you say the morning after pill, let me clarify.
Okay.
Literally, the morning after would be before clinically diagnosable pregnancy, in which case she would not be subject. The term is loosely applied sometimes when she's 7 weeks along as well. So there's a timing issue in that question.
All right, so you're opposed to us changing it from diagnosable pregnancy to fertilization?
I didn't say that.
Well, okay, let's say that amendment comes up. Would then the woman who takes the morning after pill be subject to a 30-year felony?
In all likelihood, yes.
Okay. And are IUDs outlawed by this bill?
I do not believe so.
If we changed it to fertilization, would IUDs be outlawed by this bill?
Perhaps.
Okay. You talked about the aiding and abetting, and it says specifically in here that if you give information to a woman, knowing that the information will be used or is reasonably likely to be used, you could be charged with aiding and abetting, right?
Correct.
Would there be any reason to give somebody information if you didn't intend them to use it?
About abortion practices. A teaching sort of undertaking in that academic sense would not be one that would be reasonably likely to result in an imminent abortion, I would suggest.
All right. So are you aware that my wife is a doctor?
No, sir.
All right. You know that when pregnant young girls come to her, she tries to counsel them and say, young lady, you've got several options, and I urge you to talk to your family about this, but right now you're talking to me. And one option would be you can have this child and you can raise this child, or your family can raise this child. And another option would be that you could put this child up for adoption. And another option might be that
That she really does it?
No. Yes, he's a Democrat.
Yes. Orangeburg.
Oh, God.
Ran for
Investigation by a prosecutor. I would suggest no. Under my read of this bill, no.
all right, but you just said to me that if my wife tells her that the third option might be an abortion, that some law enforcement officer could come storming in her office and put her in handcuffs and start questioning her?
No, that's not at all what I said, sir.
Okay, well, skip the handcuffs part. Can they come in and start questioning her?
It's conceivable.
You think they would and should?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Okay. You didn't say that at all. I didn't ask you if you said that. I asked you if you think that.
Well, I would actually probably say no. I do not think so.
Okay. So do you agree that this bill criminalizes the practice of medicine?
No.
The pharmacist left with some blanket protection here in the drug companies. How come we more concerned about drug companies and pharmacists than we are about women?
I think you're mistaken in that assumption.
Gosh.
Come out, call him an idiot. That would be me.
You know they can hear you.
And where the drug is not intentionally and solely for use in abortion.
All right, so you're saying that this bill will criminalize manufacturers of the morning after pill?
I don't know that that's the case.
Well, is there any other reason to be promoting the sale of that bill other than you are offering women an option of how to end their pregnancy?
Well, we just discussed, sir, that morning after, if it's literally the morning after, this bill would not criminalize that behavior, and therefore there's a legitimate use for that manufacturer.
So if it's taken after, literally after the morning after, then the manufacturers and the farm.
The morning after was not used for morning after.
What's it used for?
That's wrong.
Thanks for being here.
Weeks later?
Are there other questions from any member of the committee? Senator from, sorry, where are you from? Berkeley.
Just a real simple question. You mentioned a 1968 case that you says extends to the children in the womb.
Yes, sir.
What case is that?
That's not actually to the children in the womb. I was quoting that case for the proposition that the Supreme Court recognized the notion. Louisiana, 1968. Levy, L-E-V-Y.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I have a question.
Can we ask one more?
Well, I'm going to ask one. Doctor, I know that there's a lot that's been thrown at you, but getting back to the definition in the bill of what abortion is, it's your understanding, in fact, the bill says that it's that which is intended to terminate the pregnancy after it is clinically diagnosable. Is that not what it reads? And so
it's exactly what it reads.
There are no birth control methods that terminate after clinically diagnosable pregnancy. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Isn't it the case that the ones that terminate after clinically diagnosable pregnancy are what we refer to as RU486?
Correct.
Mifepristone, misoprostol?
Correct.
Is that the way you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
How does this bill affect in vitro fertilization?
I would argue that it does not, for the very same reason, because it only applies once a clinically diagnosable pregnancy has been diagnosed.
All right, so if a woman chooses to pursue in vitro fertilization and at the clinic they fertilize 10 eggs with the expectation, not knowing how many it may take before she actually has children, then the ones that remain in the care of the clinician, if the family decides they've had 2 children, they don't need to use the other eggs, then there's no problem with that within the doctor's office?
That's my read of this bill, yes, sir.
Are there any other questions? Senator from Sumter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just to follow up to Senator from Orangeburg. So just on the IVF question, so the line of questioning is, does it apply to in vitro fertilization? If there's, on that scenario, say there's 10 eggs that are fertilized, 4 of them are being suspended and cryogenically, and so what happens to the fertilized eggs if they are not destroyed? If they are destroyed, is that a violation of this law?
I do not think it is under this bill as drafted.
But isn't it not a fertilized egg, and is that not conception?
It may be conception, it's not a...
Thank you, Mr. Crampton. All right, the next witness will be Dr. Tom Kendall.
I'm Tom Kendall, the husband of Jan Kendall after 52 years of marriage. She has had 11 pregnancies, and we have 7 living children, and at this time 40 grandchildren. I am a practicing physician, family practice in Greenville, South Carolina. With thanks to Senator Verdon and Cash for this opportunity to engage in this intense controversy, I do so with the intention to highlight 3 things. The first, the nature and cause of this debate. Secondly, my perspective and motivation for changing my medical schedule today to be here. And thirdly, to provide an ultimate resolution to influence the advance of this bill. First, the nature and cause of this debate. Why are we here? This is a challenge to a contemporary cultural conclusion that the conceptus, the being, the material, the thing, the baby, present in the uterus is not a human and can be disposed of by surgical or medical means, or that it is a human and it can still be disposed of. The reason for this conclusion is summed up by the maxim by Cornelius Van Til, who states, culture is religion externalized. I'm here today to defend the reality that we are indeed proposing protection for humankind, for personhood. Secondly, my perspective and motivation for being here. I'm a Christian by faith, embracing the historical doctrines of the Holy Scripture, whereby the being, nature, character, and works of the eternal triune God are revealed. These works include the creation of time, space, matter, and energy. Upon completion of the cosmos, with plant and animal life in place, the Creator said, "Let us make man in our image." And he did. Male and female, with the capability to be fruitful and multiply. In that magnificent design of creative wonder, we have cause to understand the biology of the genetic framework of living things. Each distinct union of unique DNA underscores the masterpiece of supernatural divine wisdom. Why am I here? To give witness to the reality of this truth. 50 years ago, I was given the privilege to enter medical school. 1 year later, 1973, Roe versus Wade became a federal law. Now the states have jurisdiction. It's up to us now. After my residency, I went to one of the surgical abortion clinics in Greenville, South Carolina, and spoke with the doctor, one with whom I trained. I asked him to consider changing his attitude and to stop performing abortion. He said to me, "My God has not told me it's wrong." I conclude therein is the reason we are here today. I'm on the board of the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, origin in 1943, now in its 83rd year. And a board member, friend, anesthesiologist, and mentor, died at 92, taught me a significant.
You have an iPhone or an Android? Yes.
Don't fall for the argument that life begins at conception. No, life began in Eden. When he said that, I began to realize that this is the very essence of the battle. It's about God. My motivation, therefore, is to defend the truth about life, who gives it, and do what is necessary to defend and preserve creatures made in the image of God. Third, and finally, how to resolve this debate, this controversy. The look of things is not always the truth of things, but the truth of things changes the look of things. My once noble profession embraced the Hippocratic notion, do no harm. And the thought of a medical doctor performing an abortion was unconscionable. Now the winds of modern philosophy and cultural morality have shifted. It is well known in medicine today that a correct diagnosis is essential for proper management of disease and prognosis. How does that apply to this dilemma that we're facing today? This bill harms no one. It provides the limitation of malicious human reaction toward a living human being who is an image bearer of the sovereign creator of all things. We cannot change the terms. Life, law, love, all come together, standing in opposition to a culture of death, lawlessness, and hate. I'm thankful for this platform and ask with serious regard for the consequences that each of you support the advance of this bill. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Kendall? Senator from Martinsburg.
So, Doctor, this bill refers to diagnosable pregnancy, but I took it maybe from your testimony that you actually believe that life begins with the fertilization of the egg.
I know what an ovum and a sperm are.
I do too, but I asked you a question.
And I believe that you know the answer.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
I believe that biologic life, as we measure it today, occurs when those
You want help?
two entities come together.
Right. So Do you believe then that a pregnant woman or a woman who's become pregnant and takes the morning after pill should be subjected to a 30-year felony?
Senator Hutto, if the pregnancy has been determined, in other words, I'm the medical opinion.
Right. But what I hear you saying is ignorance is bliss. As long as the woman says, I didn't know, it's okay.
Truth sets us free.
Okay. Okay.
In regard to the wrong use of medicine, yes.
What is your opinion on what this bill does for in vitro fertilization?
I don't think it addresses that. I don't think that's included.
So what the senator from Sumter and I were talking about, if 10 eggs are fertilized and the family only uses 4 of them, then the clinic that retains the other 6 does not violate this law by doing whatever they do to dispose of those.
Violating that law by terminating a pregnancy, I don't think it involves that.
Refrigerator or freezer.
That's not what this bill addresses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Dr. Kendall? All right. Thank you very much. The next presenter will be Dr. Faith Daggs.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for asking me to come to testify, Mr. Chairman. And to tell you a little about myself, my name is Faith Daggs. I am a board certified OBGYN and have been in practice since graduating from my residency program at Georgetown University. I also trained in medicine and received my medical degree from Georgetown University, where I was honored to be inducted to Alpha Omega Alpha, which is Medical Honor Society, and to receive the American Medical Women's Award as highest female in my graduating class, or that honor. I practice medicine in both North Carolina and South Carolina, and am licensed in both states. I've been previously licensed in the state of Pennsylvania and practiced there for 18 years. I currently, I worked in full scope OBGYN for over 20 years. And in the last 5 years, I've served as an OBGYN hospitalist, also known as an OB laborist, in hospitals both in North and South Carolina. Through the course of my practice, I've taken care of thousands of women at all stages of life and at all stages of pregnancy. I have always, since the start of my medical practice with an approach that would be considered pro-life. I do not provide or perform abortions. However, I have taken care of and counseled women about the risks and benefits at wherever when they find themselves pregnant and what their options may be. If I cannot provide that service, I would recommend they transfer to another physician. That being said, when I encounter a patient who is in need of any type of emergent medical care, whether in pregnancy or not pregnancy, I am there to take care of that patient regardless. I am here to testify with respect to SB 323 and the particular provision regarding medical emergencies, those states where a woman in a pregnancy is in a situation that is threatening to her current health, whether a direct threat of life-threatening and or threatening a future disability or morbidity in the long term, I am there to take care of her in that situation. And I've encountered that situation on many occasions. Unfortunately, not every pregnancy is going to go well, although the majority of them do. some pregnancies will never make it in terms of a miscarriage at various stages of pregnancy. Generally, that's considered prior to 20 weeks. Ectopic pregnancies, pregnancies on the wrong location where they could never survive outside. They could never, they're just not going to be an ongoing normal pregnancy, except in very rare circumstances. Pregnancies that seem to be going well and then meet unexpected complications where the baby is clearly living, but what we would call pre-viable, meaning we just don't have the resources to care for that baby outside the womb. And because of that, the woman is bleeding, there's a concern for infection, she's dilating prematurely, she has a severe medical disorder. There's, various medical situations where that pregnancy needs to be discontinued. And by virtue of treating the medical condition, that baby is going to die and not be able to survive, outside the womb, because we're just in a condition where we don't have the resources for that. Sometimes that danger is not imminent, but we know because of all the circumstances around, we don't want our patient to get to a place where she's going to be in scenario that pregnant person encounters, as well as the physician to be like, this is what we got to do. But that's how it is, because we take care of our patients in all circumstances. I feel that and since the advent of the previous law here in South Carolina and then this current bill, I do not feel it would impede my ability to care for life-disabling potential situation for that pregnant person should the pregnancy continue. The provision without consideration for legal ramifications. If that's you have to take care of the patient in front of you. Because I've always practiced from a pro-life perspective, I knew there were going to be difficult situations, as there always are. Everything is not totally black and white in medicine, and that there's going to be times where, although my goal is always to care for those two patients in front of me, that unborn child and that mother, that pregnant woman, that there's just going to be scenarios where the safest condition is to discontinue the pregnancy. Sometimes that's at a point where that baby can be assisted outside the womb, and we do for very good reasons, and we do it all the time. High blood pressure, it's very difficult when it's a pregnancy that's around the edge where maybe there can be help, or when we know there's just no help for this baby, but it's what we have to do. It's the necessary consequence of saving that woman's life or preventing major injury or impairing her health in the future or in the present. And I feel that this bill does not impede my ability to do that. In particular, as an OB hospitalist, that's my job. I meet patients in the hospital. I work at this time primarily in the hospital. I see them on labor and delivery. I see them in the emergency room. So I'm meeting them when they're having a miscarriage, when they're having, I'm having pain. Do I have an ectopic pregnancy? I'm having high blood pressure. Whatever the scenario is, I'm contracting too early. That's a good part of what I do, is I meet them in the emergent situation. And because of how I've been trained, I'm there to take the medical facts and recognize these are the potential consequences. This is what can happen in the short term. This is what can happen in the long term. This is the situation we have in front of me. I meet my patient with that, and then together, we proceed with I make my best medical recommendation, and my goal is always to do no harm.
Thank you, Dr. Daggs. At this time, is there anyone who has a question? Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Daggs. I really think that I sense the physicians' struggle in what you've shared with us. Concluded, based on your analysis, that the bill does not impede your ability to practice your craft. I'm curious, as relates to other professionals, your friends and neighbors who you interact with. Could you share with me whether or not there is unanimous consent of your fellow
it's hard to speak for others and to know how they would respond to that. It's been my sense that, because as physicians, we seek each other's opinion. Seek counsel, and that in the times I've encountered this, and most recently in the state of South Carolina, because I practice in both states. The reality of the situation, which sometimes is very grim, and we're frustrated because as physicians we can't make it better. We just have to do what's best, and that often we then talk to each other. This is what I think we should do, and so I think my sense is that most physicians know what to do. There is some concern that because they're not trained as attorneys, and that's not what they do primarily, and that they haven't read the legislation themselves, that they may not understand that perspective. But I have not worked in any hospital or healthcare institution that doesn't have attorneys and risk management folks where you can say, literally, you can call them, right there and say, this is how I want to proceed. Is this appropriate? And generally, there's not a concern.
And Dr. Daggs, that's a part of what troubles me. What troubles me is that you all are in emergency situations where oftentimes time is of the essence. And so for you to have to worry about the prosecutorial end of what you're involved in, candidly, doctor, that's one of the things that bothers me about this bill.
Right. I think that when situations are emergent, we know exactly what to do, and we do exactly what we need to do immediately. It's more maybe when there's a situation where we are concerned that it could become emergent, then I think those physicians might have that question. When there's an emergency, when there's clearly a risk, like we're gonna act and we almost instinctually, in terms of our medical training, in terms of ectopic pregnancy, hemorrhage, infection, we're we're gonna act immediately, and then in those cases we know, and there's not a concern for that part of it. We can move, and that's easily recognizable from a medical point of view.
But I would submit, doctor, that a lot of the circumstances are not as clear as the ones you described. That when you describe ectopic pregnancy and the other list that you've shared with me, that are what I considered, based on listening to you, reasonably clear, I would submit that there are other situations that are not as clear.
I would submit that those would be situations that probably may not be as immediately life-threatening, or as, that there may be a question of where they're truly imminent in terms of the patient's health and well-being.
All right, let me trouble you with a few more, if you don't mind, please. One would be the fact that persons reviewing what you've done may be law enforcement, right? They're the ones that will determine whether or not you and or your patient is prosecuted. And they don't even have the requisite knowledge that you've got. How do you feel about the idea of having them to be the judge of whether or not what you've done is consistent with the oath that you've taken and your commitment to your patient to do the best you can to help them and, in some instances, their unborn child?
My ultimate duty is to the patient and to the oath that I took to take care of patients. And that I really, I wouldn't take that into consideration. Like if someone is going,
In terms of what you all have to now think about and consider as you do your job?
I don't believe so. I am going to take care of patients the exact same way, regardless. And I've been taking care of patients, if I include my training period, 30 years now.
Well, I for one, have an appreciation for you and others like you in terms of what you do. Last question, if you don't mind, please, ma'am. You indicated earlier that in a number of situations, where you counsel. And if you conclude in your counseling that the option that the person might want to proceed under when you said that.
Yeah, I would transfer care.
Yes, ma'am. Does it disturb you that there is an element in this bill that may very well criminalize that kind of conduct, in my humble opinion? And I know lawyers might differ on this issue. The gentleman that spoke earlier might differ from me on this, but I practice law too. And I think as I listened to you, and again, I have nothing but an appreciation for what you've shared, it just appears to me as if that may very well meet the criteria, if you will, for aiding and abetting, because you are in effect sending somebody someplace where they can get care, and then if it's concluded on the other end that the care that they received is inconsistent with this bill, then suddenly you find yourself in a situation and all you were doing was passing along information because you didn't feel as if you could care for the patient in the manner in which the patient needed the care. Don't you think that's problematic?
I would say, certainly I read the bill. I'm not an attorney. And so my ability to draw conclusions like that, I did not draw that conclusion when I read through the legislation, but I'm not an attorney or a legislator. My ability, and it was not my understanding from the reading of the bill that that would be a consequence of counseling of patients, of counseling patients, telling the risks and benefits of all their options. So it's not my understanding of the reading of the bill, but
Let me do one more.
So I would not be concerned about that if I felt I was practicing medicine in the best way that I could for that patient. But, certainly there are things that there's especially, if a patient's in an emergency situation, I'm going to provide them the care that they need to restore them to health. And in some cases, that might involve a pregnancy ending with a baby who can't live.
Let me try a hypothetical on you if I might. Assume hypothetically that counseling in the manner in which you did, and that is having the conversation with the patient, concluding that the care the patient needs needs to be referred to some other provider. Assume hypothetically that that's violative of the law. Would you then refrain from that counseling, or do you believe that your job requires you to counsel?
As a physician,
Yes, ma'am.
I tell the patients the treatment options that are available and I tell them the risks and benefits. I don't, there are services that I don't perform or refer for, and I would say you need to, seek another person to provide those services. I realize I'm in the minority of OBGYNs, and many of my colleagues decide to provide those services, and that's absolutely their prerogative. I would provide the patient with the medical information about what's available for their care, and from my reading of this, I didn't get that at all. But I don't have a JD. I have an MD.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think I had Senator from Charleston next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple follow-up questions, Doctor. Based on the Senator Sapp's questioning, you mentioned, going back to the concern for some of your colleagues that may put them in a position to be prosecuted for what you describe as upholding your oath, the oath that you took to practice medicine. Regardless, that's what you're going to do based on the way you practice medicine. So my question is it not a concern that there are other colleagues and professionals with the same credentials as you that may not agree on every procedure? For example, if by your oath and your training, you truly believe that something was an emergency, to do an operation that would perhaps violate this statute, but there are some colleagues that have they opine that it was not an emergency, it was not medically necessary. And so now we're down, which is another concern I have, to basically interpretation of expert witnesses. So who you believe this based on your oath and your training that it was medically necessary. Another colleague doesn't. For whatever reason, you get reported, and I understand you're not an attorney, but so forget whether you're guilty or not. If you are charged just based on the assumption that you violate this law, let me ask, what happens to your medical license if you're charged? You're just charged of a crime. Are you allowed to still practice medicine at that point?
I think in the state of North Carolina, and the Board of Medicine sent me all kinds of stuff when I got licensed, that probably if you're charged, that there might be some restriction on your full practice of medicine. But to be honest, I do not know all the rules and regulations by the Board of Medicine, what happens at that point.
Well, would it surprise you that you would be likely suspended and you would not be able to?
I mean, that would make that wouldn't surprise me, just having been credentialed at several and just going through the licensing process. You always have to report all of those things to the medical board. So that
and this would be a felony. So you charged with a felony, and so would it surprise you that you probably lose your license or
sure.
suspended?
Yeah.
During that interim, do you not think it's a concern to other medical professionals, your colleagues, that at that point, now you can't practice medicine, you can't uphold the oath, you can't save the lives that you were intending to save, you can't provide for your family, pending however long this takes. And in South Carolina, it takes a long time to be for these things to happen. And so, is that not a legitimate concern amongst the medical professionals?
I haven't had colleagues speak to me about that and say that that was their, concern personally. So I don't know what's on the mind of my colleagues. In general, the sense of the physicians that I work with is that we all take care of women. Emergencies happen. We hope that it's not when we're on shift, but it does. And we need to, when a pregnancy needs to be ended, whether it's at 37 weeks or it's 19 weeks, and there's a life-threatening situation for that mom, and baby, or baby. It's kind of either or. To honestly say, I haven't had those conversations with colleagues. But I think most times when there's emergency, you know exactly what you need to do, and everybody kind of hops to it.
We hope so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Still on. Okay, Senator from Orangeburg.
Thank you, Dr. Daggs. Did you know that we share the distinction of going to a fine university? Because I graduated Georgetown as well. If a patient of yours calls your office and you find out they've been raped, is that an emergency situation such that you give them an appointment right away?
Yeah, I would be concerned for her health. Yes.
And do you understand that if you counseled her on the possibility of taking the morning after pill, you might be committing a crime?
That's not my understanding from the reading of this bill, because at that point you don't know if the patient is pregnant yet, and there hasn't been a pregnancy identifiable. The morning after pill, the goal of the morning after pill, is to disrupt ovulation, and so and really that's even a challenging thing to know unless you can get some pretty good turnaround on hormone tests, where the woman is in her cycle. So it's the intent of the morning after pill is to be a contraceptive in that to prevent conception, by preventing ovulation, by disrupting that hormonal process.
Is it a standard medical practice in South Carolina that rape victims are counseled about the possibility of taking the morning after pill?
I have not myself conducted like a rape kit or a rape evaluation. Just those tend to be at particular designated medical centers. So I have not done that, and I haven't been trained in that process.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah. So that's a good question.
They're to the hospital. They
okay.
Get done.
Okay.
They're calling you in your office a day or two later after things have sort of settled down and go, I want to talk to my doctor about this, being you, okay? And they come in and talk to you.
Right. In that scenario, absolutely, I would see that patient. I would try and determine, to the best of my knowledge, and what's available to us with medical testing. And there are some things you can get pretty quick turnaround. If she's actually even at risk for pregnancy, based on where she is in her cycle, knowing, just there's a short window of time, approximately 5 to 6 days, where a woman is potentially fertile and can conceive, whether pregnancy is likely, whether she would benefit from taking the morning after pill to delay ovulation or to abrupt ovulation within that cycle to mitigate the risk of conceiving in that cycle.
So the benefit of the morning after pill is to prevent the pregnancy.
It's basically to be contraceptive, yes. Yeah.
And so how long is there's a rape victim's ability to decide what to do? How long is that still considered within the emergency situation?
Gosh, I can't say that for certain, and because the other.
Yeah. So she really just didn't have the ability to get to your office until 8 days later. you think at that point in time, if you talk to her about the morning after pill, you'd be committing a crime.
That's not my understanding from how I read this
About
bill.
9 days later. 10 days later. It's some. She wants to have an abortion, and the law says that you can be charged with aiding and abetting for making a referral to an abortion provider. Are you committing a crime?
I don't refer for abortion. I would talk to the woman about the risks and benefits of the medical options out there. I would probably say in the state of North Carolina, that's not something, well, with the current law, it's probably wouldn't be prohibitive, but I guess potentially would be with this law.
Right.
From my understanding, but I can't, yeah, as I said, like I read through the legislature, through the bill, and so my ability to, process all the legal stuff, I was also post-call.
I understand. So basically what you would tell a person if this law passed, come see me in my North Carolina office.
Not necessarily.
If you were in your North Carolina office, you could give her more options than you could in South Carolina.
I don't know if that's my understanding, and probably I would try and find out where she is, and if that was, something that she desired, I would say there's lots of folks out there, and I would try and help her, like you said your wife would.
How about just there's lots of folks out there? Isn't that a referral to somebody who will do this procedure that I won't do?
That's not a referral.
Not.
A referral is arrangement of care from a medical perspective.
All right, so if she asked you, as my trusted doctor, if there a doctor in North Carolina you would recommend?
I would say that I don't recommend or refer for abortion.
Right, but you recommend to other doctors might perform an abortion.
I would say there's many providers who provide that service. I probably wouldn't directly send her. I would not directly send her.
Right, but you would send her to a doctor you knew would send her.
No, I would not.
Okay.
Has never been my practice.
Is it absolutely medically clear when a woman is having a miscarriage or not? Or is that a process by which they might be miscarrying, they might not be miscarrying?
We need to have an assessment over time to see changes in HCG. Sometimes it is clear when she presents for care, in terms of what's happening symptomatically. We have an ultrasound, so it can be medically clear.
And what is the DNC?
A dilation and curettage.
Is that something that is performed when sometimes when women are having miscarriage?
Absolutely.
Is that something you do?
Yes.
All right. And so is that done because you are declaring that an emergency?
In some cases, yes, not in all.
All right. So if you do it in the context when it's not an emergency, are you committing a crime?
No.
Okay.
Because the pregnancy has already stopped growing and it's a miscarriage.
I thought we just said that you didn't know for sure that it was a miscarriage.
That's not what I said. So we can diagnose what we call a missed abortion, which is when the patient hasn't started bleeding yet, but we can see that on ultrasound, and we have accurate dating of pregnancy by serum pregnancy tests, last menstrual period. There's a gestational sac. We can see a fetal pole and there's no heartbeat. There's thresholds where we know we should be seeing those based on the size of the gestational sac, the size of the fetal pole. So I can diagnose what's called a missed miscarriage. Another name for that is a missed abortion. And so that's not the same as an elective abortion where a patient, decides to terminate a pregnancy. Some women, when they've had a missed miscarriage, their body hasn't started to cramp or bleed yet. I will offer her options, expectant management. Let's see if nature takes its course and you spontaneously miscarry. Medical management, if she's under a certain gestational age, using medication to help her body start that process. to miscarry or surgical management, and that would be a DNC. And sometimes we offer that procedure while she's in the midst of
To miscarriage, are the chances of miscarriage? You're saying this bill won't have any? There's no problem with that.
no, no.
And you hear stories of where a woman comes in and they say, you're bleeding, but you're not really bleeding enough. Go sit out in the car. And when it gets worse, come on back in because it's not really an emergency yet, but you're on the verge of an emergency. What do you do in cases like that?
I mean, that's poor medical judgment. And in my case, medical malpractice like that if you can clearly tell this is a miscarriage, then if there's no fetal pull or you have there's no heart, like
I'm talking about just bleeding.
There can be up to 10 to 15% of pregnancies can have what's called a threatened miscarriage, where that woman is having some spotting, is not but if I have a patient who's significantly bleeding, her cervix is open, like that's probably a miscarriage in progress. We can have lots of potential scenarios, but it's generally pretty straightforward to diagnose when a woman is losing a pregnancy.
And is that an emergency?
It can be if she's bleeding excessively. And sometimes someone's bleeding and their body has almost finished the process, and she may be a candidate for medical management and may not require surgery.
I'm just going to try and get at this one.
Sorry.
Do you have to measure the amount of blood? What's excessive bleeding? I mean, it seems to me that if you're bleeding and you're in a doctor's office and you're having problems that...
So if the patient is clinically symptomatic, or there's concern for that, if she has an abnormal hemoglobin level, she's anemic, if she is, on clinical exam, there's significant amount of blood flow there. So there can be degrees of bleeding where if it is a reliable patient, it is safe to allow her to leave your office or leave the hospital with absolutely scheduled close clinical follow-up, whether that's the next day or, strict recommendations that, if XYZ is going on, return to the hospital or return to my office.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Thank you, sir. Just real quick. And thank you for being here. I do apologize. I stepped out for a minute, so I didn't hear all the question and answers from the senator from Orangeburg. I just want to ask a clarifying question. I came back into the conversation. You mentioned, that you don't refer abortion. I respect that position. I just want to also walk through a hypothetical situation here and to find out sort of what your opinion is on what would be considered violation of this law or this bill if it were to pass into law. So to further the senator from Orangeburg's line, if say a young woman comes in pregnant and in a tragic situation, whether it be rape, incest, or whatever, and ask you, obviously you're giving her the care that she needs in that moment, and she asks you, what are my options, and you espouse, here's your menu of options. Would obviously abortion would not be one of those. Is that accurate?
I would let her know that this is what is medically available. These are the services that I provide. This is a service I can't provide. There are many medical professionals who, if you desire that service, can provide that service. If we're in the state of South Carolina, I would say you should know that some of these services are considered illegal, from my understanding from the law in South Carolina, I guess.
Because you get right to the crux of my question here, and that is, at what point would you consider your conversation with her aiding and abetting? Suppose this young lady does seek out an abortion, and you have a colleague that overheard you just simply stating the fact that there are providers available to her to offer that service, and would you consider that an aid or abetment of that particular process?
Not being in law enforcement and not being an attorney, I really wouldn't think about the idea of aiding and abetting. So
Okay.
I would feel that I was giving her medical information just as I would in any other medical condition. You know, you can have antibiotics or you can have an incision and drainage of your abscess. You know, I would say that these are the medical treatments that are available. These are the risks and benefits of those. So she knew, you know, what if she was weighing options, what were the risks and benefits of each of those.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I guess that brings me to another question. Suppose she does seek an abortion, unfortunately, and you know, there is a case, you know, suppose this, because with my understanding of this bill, what it will allow folks to do is it allows anyone to make a claim or an accusation to the like. Would, after that first initial accusation of aiding and abetting, do you believe that would have a chilling effect on your profession and on you?
I can't speak for other physicians. I don't know. I'd have to be in a situation, I guess, for something behind my back. I have to take care of the person in front of me and give them care. And I quite honestly don't think about those things when I'm seeing someone in the ER. It doesn't enter my mind at all, really.
Understood. Well, I appreciate that. Well, I do believe that it would have a chilling effect. I mean, maybe not initially, but there's certainly a lobby that would advocate for would advocate for this in a very dogmatic way. I'm sure of it. That said, likely have some on some folks, some providers. Do you think enough of this? Suppose that there was, you know, that there was lawsuits from incalculable amount of lawsuits that were being devised. Do you believe that at some point that doctors, providers would just not even talk about it whatsoever?
I don't know. I can't speak to the future. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. So I think the threat of lawsuit at whim would definitely have a chilling effect. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
I will let you ask the question, but I'll just remind everyone she's been answering questions for an hour, and what goes for one will go for all. Don't complain later.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm just saying she's been up all night, and she's taken an hour's worth of questions. So I don't know where we want to end this, but there are other witnesses to be heard.
So let me just state this to Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the observation. And I did not realize she's been up all night, so I want to.
I did sleep 3 hours, but then I drove here from 2 hours away.
So I would want to express additional appreciation for her time. But she is extremely knowledgeable in this area, and it has been a learning experience for me, both listening to her and observing how she struggled with some of these issues. And so I just want everybody to know that we are not engaging in an exercise of futility in our questions. It's really an opportunity for us to learn. And so I just want to make that clear
That's
to all
fine.
members of the committee.
I understand. I just don't know where it's going to end, because I think she has answered as honestly and as fully as she can. But we could keep asking questions all afternoon, and I'm trying to manage that so that we don't, because there's many other people yet to go. Senator Garrett, did you still want to ask?
Just briefly, first, thank you for being here, and like Senator Williamsburg, you have been extremely helpful to us. A couple of things. If we pass this and a diagnosable pregnancy is found, then no longer in South Carolina would abortion be one of your opportunities, or one of the things that you would tell her that she could do. Is that correct? I mean, once you've diagnosed a pregnancy in South Carolina, you would not offer her to go get an abortion, would you?
As I said, I don't refer or perform abortions, but probably having the knowledge that that may be something that some women might seek, I would talk to the patient about the risks and benefits of that procedure. Just in terms of informing her about her health, and I would just want her to be aware, to have information.
But if it's clear that that's no longer allowed in South Carolina, that would not be one of the things that you would tell her that she could do. She would have to go to talk to someone else about that particular remedy.
Yeah, as a women's health provider, I would let her know that that might be something that would be offered to her, whether, and I wouldn't, refer her, but because I've taken care of many of these women who have chosen that option and have had complications or side effects because of it, I want her to be, be informed about the potential consequences of that, the risks and benefits of that.
And if your legal team tells you that's not something that you can discuss with them, then you wouldn't do that.
If I was, informed by my hospital system, my employer, yes.
Okay. The other question I had very briefly is this. Every case is different. It seems like no matter what kind of an emergency, it can be a different emergency. But this law is written to give you authority to go beyond what's normal and regular, ectopic pregnancy, for example. So if you get yourself in a situation where you've got to save her life, you make that decision, then you feel like this statute covers you, protects you, as long as you follow.
From my reading of it, I do.
So it's broad enough to protect you in case of a special emergency.
I do, and I would feel, if I was asked about that case, whether it be my hospital credentialing committee, we always do review of difficult cases. Peer review is an ongoing thing, and I've definitely done peer review cases. Like, we're going to present the medical facts, and I think, because of my level, my experience in the field, but I would feel like, what I did, I could support what I did clinically and provide rationale.
Thank you so much again for being with us today.
Thank you, sirs.
I have one brief follow-up.
Senator from Orangeburg.
So under the scenario that the senator from Abbeville was just talking, and the senator from Sumter were asking you about, a woman who's, let's say a college student has come in, she's been raped, she's looking for options. You tell her the risks and benefits, but you tell her you cannot refer her, but she will not, she'll have to go somewhere else. So she goes to a woman's clinic in Charlotte, and in the intake, the woman at the desk says, "And who sent you here?" And she says, "Dr. Daggs." Then her dad finds out that she's had an abortion and subpoena.
Medicine, and in the way, that I exercise my conscience in the practice of medicine, that I would deal with the consequences.
Right. So when that woman testifies in her deposition, why did you go to the Charlotte? Because I went to see Dr. Daggs, and she said I had to go somewhere else.
I guess I'd have to meet that.
Thank you, Dr. Daggs. All right. At this time, I think the next presenter is Mark Baumgartner.
Senators, good afternoon. My name is Mark Baumgartner. I'm the founder and executive director of A Moment of Hope, an outreach at the abortion clinic here in Columbia. Over the past 13 years, I've spent over 5,000 hours on the sidewalk in front of the abortion clinic. Collectively, my staff and volunteers have spent tens of thousands of hours offering practical help and hope to those arriving. Our method is to be kind and approachable, offering help in a winsome way Many moms respond to this outreach of compassionate help and assistance. We are there for them, and that is our mission. We refrain from the use of bloody signs, judgmental language, and things like bullhorns that can be perceived as abrasive and stereotypical. We are not protesters. Instead, this is called sidewalk counseling, simply talking to the mothers arriving, curbside or car side at the driveway. We also operate a mobile ultrasound RV, staffed by licensed RNs and overseen by a board-certified OBGYN. For the mothers that change their minds and end up choosing life, we offer pregnancy care teams. These are groups of ladies or couples in local churches all around the state and beyond. To date, we have had nearly 100 pregnancy care teams supporting these moms. They walk alongside them for a year, throw them a baby shower, and mentor and disciple them. Prior to my present work, I was an airline pilot, a corporate pilot, and early in my career, a bank examiner with the Federal Reserve. I've been married to Carrie for 27 years. We have been blessed with 6 children, 2 of whom were adopted. I'm an elder at First Presbyterian Church here in downtown Columbia. Because of our unique ministry, I'm able to give you a boots-on-the-ground assessment of where we have come from and where we are today in regards to abortion. Over the past 13 years, A Moment of Hope has witnessed roughly 20,000 mothers arrive for abortion appointments. We keep meticulous records, as you can see in these boxes, which are filled with our daily tally cards. We have seen and heard a lot. We have seen the crying, the vomiting, the ambulances, the women leaving in wheelchairs. We have learned that the vast majority of women are not forced. We have learned that the women who choose life don't regret it, and they choose life the next time also. We have been pleasantly surprised when mothers that we have served tell their friends and family about us, and through word of mouth, we serve them also. Regularly, post-abortive people, both fathers and mothers, stop to thank us for our presence and tell us they wish someone had been there for them when they had come for an abortion decades ago. We have seen sad things like boyfriends crying in the parking lot, grieved that they have no say in the decision. Or the horrific things, like the time I witnessed a mom drag her daughter, maybe 12 years old, inside on an abortion day. The girl ran outside only to be dragged back in again twice. So heartbreaking. Another time, a tenant above the abortion suite came out and told me he was hearing screams of anguish coming from below. We wondered, should we call the police? We have had mothers on our ultrasound RV see their baby's heartbeat only to walk across the street and go in Planned Parenthood for the abortion. Did they claim an exception, or was something more nefarious going on? One observation is that ordinary people, the man or women on the street, think abortion is over in South Carolina. When people stop to ask what we are doing, many are surprised and say something like, "I thought abortion was outlawed." Last year, I even had an attorney at church come up to me and say, "What are you doing now that Roe's overturned?" In reality, Planned Parenthood is virtually as busy now as they were before the Dobbs decision and the overturning of Roe, even since the passage of the heartbeat law. By our own count, we are seeing nearly as many women show up on abortion days. Don't get me wrong, we are very thankful for the heartbeat law and the giant steps it has taken to save lives. However, we are being told that while inside, women beyond 6 weeks are being scheduled for abortions out of state. For instance, in Charlotte, just an hour and a half up the road, abortion is legal up to 12 weeks, and in some cases, 24 weeks. As a Christian, it is my calling to be kind and compassionate, especially to those hurting under duress or coercion. At the same time, as a Christian, it is my belief that abortion is a horrendous evil and is abhorrent to God. It is plainly spelled out in the Ten Commandments. The Sixth Commandment simply states, "Thou shalt not kill." Because of this, I am in support of the criminalization of abortion, as I am of other acts of murder. Aside from cases of duress, which are addressed in this bill, the notion that a mother isn't culpable when taking the life of the innocent child is in illogical position. To illustrate this fallacy, that women aren't culpable except for those under duress or being forced, I would like to share some examples from our time at the abortion facility. Besides the most frequent one, which is being flipped off as the woman enters the door, I asked my staff to provide me with some of their examples, and I've included one of my own. Here they are. One day, as I offered a gift bag to a post-abortive client that was driving out, she sped by, yelling out the window, "We already killed it, yay!" Another woman told our staff to go F yourself and that she was glad.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. None of you. All fucking stuff. Trying to control our bodies and our choices.
Another woman told our staff to go F yourself and that she was glad she killed her baby. Another woman leaving yelled, "I love abortions." There have been multiple occasions where women have swerved their cars at us as if they were going to run us over. One time, a woman shocked us by doing a cartwheel in the parking lot while walking out of the clinic, as if to say, "See, abortion's no big deal." Another time, a mother referring to her 2 children in the back seat laughed and said, "I don't need another one," then went inside and killed their younger sibling. And finally, there's this one. Our staff was told by a client on her way out, "I've already killed my baby, I would do it again, and this wasn't the first time." Already killed her baby, would do it again, and this wasn't the first time. Do these women sound like victims? No, they knew exactly what they were doing, killing an innocent unborn child. For those moms and babies needing help in a difficult spot, we are there for them to help them get through it. But for those acting in such a high-handed way against the law of God, we need a threat of punishment to act as a deterrent. Finally, in conclusion, I direct your attention to the legislative findings in the current heartbeat law. In it, it says that South Carolina has a compelling interest. From the outset of a woman's pregnancy in protecting the life of the unborn child. What an encouraging statement. But as I have shown you from these observations, we have a long way to go to live up to this. And you have been elected to help us get there. It has been my goal from day one to work myself out of a job. However, I have now come to realize this is unlikely without the passage of a law such as this. I urge each of you and the entire legislature to follow the lead of states like states of Texas, Mississippi, and Tennessee, where this ugly and evil scourge has been almost entirely eradicated. Thank you.
Are there questions? Mr. Baumgartner. Thank you, Mr. Baumgartner.
Thank you.
All right, the next presenter is Bill Gouch. If you would please come forward.
Greetings, Senators. My name is William Gouch, or Bill. I'm from Greenville, South Carolina. I've lived there since 1967. My late wife of 47 years, her name Tommy, and I founded the Piedmont Women's Center. It's a pregnancy and medical resource center in Greenville. We founded it in 1991. It has been a haven of hope for over 111,000 women who have come through our doors. That's enough to fill the stadium at Death Valley and 4 Little John Coliseums. When we started that ministry, we were like this young man on the sidewalks trying to counsel girls and praying a lot. Lord, please give us a place where we can just sit down and talk to girls, not condemn them, not make them feel bad. We wanted to help them. And we finally found a little rental place next door to an abortion clinic, and we rented it. And the first day that we had it open, 7 girls came. They were turned out of the driveway by sweet ladies that tried to counsel like this fellow was talking about. They came in the center. We spoke to them about the decision that they had made, which was to have an abortion. And they got saved. They saved their babies. And we thought, this is wonderful. This is what we want. Nobody's yelling, nobody's screaming. We're just having a conversation. And we thought, well, this is great. So we started raising money and building this ministry. 111,000 women have come through our doors. My wife was the daughter of a deacon and a missions director. She was also Miss Loris, South Carolina. The first time I saw her was in 1972 at a fiddler's convention. She was hanging out with the Hells Angels. How did a Miss South Carolina princess become a biker chick with Hells Angels? How did that happen? And this is what she told me. Her misguided parents forced her into an abortion. And the following day afterwards, she received an acceptance letter from a home for unwed mothers. In tears, she said, it was too late. I had killed my baby. She took responsibility. She didn't blame it on her folks, but she blamed the coercion on them. She told me that she wept in a fetal position for 2 days. She wept outside in the rain at Columbia College until she quit. She couldn't stand to have other people know what she had done, and she would weep in the rain so nobody would know. All she wanted to do was numb the pain, and that's where she ended up, with the Hells Angels. My perception of it was this. The grief and the shame that condemned her was not from breaking the laws of South Carolina. Her grief and condemnation was from a human being, from her being a human being and taking the life of a human being. She was tormented from breaking the law written in her heart, not by the church or the judges or the legislature, but by God. Gentlemen, this bill is the conscience of God. This bill is the conscience of God. Much is said here about the maximum penalty of 30 years as a deterrent, but it's curiously avoided. There's a situation in Scripture where you've probably heard of King Solomon, supposedly the wisest man in history. And they try to bring a case to example how wise he really was. And it's the only thing we ever hear about how wise and judicious he was. And what was it? It was a domestic case about two prostitutes fighting over a baby as to whose baby it was. And the judgment, the faux judgment, was that that the baby be divided in half and given to each. But all of a sudden, the compassion of the real mother wins out, and she says, let her have the child. The compassion won out. And I just want to submit to you, the compassion's going to win out in any kind of a prosecution. It'll win out in the minimums, not in the maximums. It'll win out in the maximums when you find hardened criminals doing this and putting babies in jars and keeping them on the shelf in their weird clinics. There's where your maximums are going to fall in. But the deterrent to keep these children alive and to keep people from murdering them must be in place, or it's just going to continue. And if we don't deter it, if we don't restrain evil, we're enabling it, and it will continue, and it'll increase. We know that. We all know that. We know it in all the games we play, whether it's football or baseball. We know it in life. We know it in our own families with our own children. So Solomon had to make a decision. He had to decide what was best. Here's two prostitutes that he could have taken right outside and had stoned, but he didn't stone them, did he? You know why? Because his intention was compassion for this baby, and it would have orphaned the baby. He found it even better that this baby go live with his prostitute mother as an illegitimate child than it was for this child to be dead. We've got to reorient what we understand and mean by compassion. We've got to reorient, according to the conscience of God, what real compassion is, what real love is. We spent our lives building that ministry. We spent our fortune. We didn't have a fortune, but we lost everything doing that, and paid a high price for it. And it was worth it. And it's worth it to this young man. What did he forsake? What was that profession he had? Traffic controller or something? I don't know. I forgot what he said. Something important. To stand on the sidewalk and offer love and hope to people. So I just want you to take this into consideration. If we do not restrain evil, we enable.
A couple questions. You mentioned when talking about legislation, and I appreciate your passion and your beliefs, when you mentioned that this legislation is God's work. And so my question is, as a Christian, is it the duty, as you understand it, of Christians to encourage other people to follow the same beliefs and teachings, or is it the duty to make sure that we impose those beliefs on others, that they have to absolutely follow the same religion that Christians do? What's your understanding of that?
My understanding is when you look at history, especially biblical history, you see how God judges nations that commit certain things. There's 4 certain things that always brought it. Number 1, idolatry. Number 2, sexual promiscuity. Number 3 was the shedding of innocent blood. And number 4 was injustice. We are always, whether we're Christians or whether we're non-Christians, we've got to have a standard of justice that we live by.
But okay, so to that point, I agree. Yes. We have to have a standard of justice.
Yes.
Is it that the standard of justice has to be the way that you believe it in your Christianity? And the reason I ask that is because, regardless of the separation of church and state, but we do represent people who are not all Christians. There are people in my district who are atheists, all kinds of religions. And so it appears to me that while I respect your beliefs and your passion for it, it's almost as if this legislation is penalizing those who don't submit to those religious beliefs that you believe in.
Well,
is that not what
we all believe in thou shalt not murder. Whether we heard the thou in front of it, we all believe that that's a good thing.
Right. We also believe in not committing adultery and live life.
Exactly. What kind of neighborhood do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a neighborhood where the 10 Commandments are followed, or do you want to live in a neighborhood where they are violated? I'd rather live in a neighborhood where they're followed, because that's a secure neighborhood. That's a neighborhood my kids can ride their bicycles up and down the street without violations. And that's where I can leave my house unlocked or my car in the driveway unlocked. But those things are common among us as men. And this bill is just realizing, it's not extending it, it's not doing something special. It's just saying these kinds of laws apply to even the unborn. They are human among us. We have made them. They deserve the same kind of laws and justice that we expect out of each other. It's fair. So that, regardless of whether you're Christian or not, those last 5 commandments, we all want to live in a society like that.
We should. The idea that it seems, based on all that we've discussed here, that this is sort of punitive to those who don't share those beliefs. And I think that as Christians, I would imagine that if we love everybody, we would also respect their decisions all we can do is advocate and explain the teachings. And at the end of the day, we're not the judge, and we shall not cast judgment. But I just submit that to, even with the work that you all do with the young women that you talk to on the sidewalk, and I think it's great and it's beautiful that the ladies can talk to them and change their minds.
Amen.
And that's because you educated them and they had the option and the choice to do that. But there are people that they may not want to do that. They may, for whatever circumstances, the parent whose 13-year-old daughter was assaulted, they may really, they're going to get a felony because they decided to take their child to North Carolina. And so, because what they thought was right as parents and according to their beliefs and their teachings, and those same people could be counseled by their pastors and their ministers that tell them that, whatever they tell them, and that God's going to be with you through this horrific incident. But I don't think we criminalize and punish people because they don't believe what we believe. And that's just what I wanted to submit. But I appreciate your advocacy and your passion.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Is Jeannie Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeannie Scott Smith, and my husband, Carter Smith, is standing with me. He's the co-founder of our organization. I'm currently the founder and president of Coastline Women's Center. This is a free medical clinic providing services to women facing unplanned pregnancies. Our clinic, on average, currently serves about 800 women a year, over 20% of the pregnancies in Horry County. It has also saved close to 1,000 babies from abortion since its conception over 14 years ago. I also founded Abigail's Place, which is a family resource center in which we come alongside the mother and child for 3 years, providing physical resources and education. Prior to this calling, I served my community in the healthcare field with a degree in physical therapy. I have authored several books, including my own personal story of abortion, and most recently, I have written and released abortion recovery curriculum to help women heal from the trauma of abortion. I have also served as the president of the South Carolina Association of Pregnancy Care Centers. My journey to leave my healthcare profession and start a pregnancy crisis center was spearheaded by a surrender to God after receiving healing from my own abortion. I wanted to prevent women from having to hurt and walk through the painful things that I had went through. I wanted to help them heal from the trauma it evokes and to be a voice for the most vulnerable, the unborn. What our culture has done has disregarded the mother-child relationship. It has diminished the gift of motherhood and somehow made everything about women and choices and exceptions and everything else but the unborn child. The injustice in all of this is that there is no justice and protection for the innocent unborn. As a society, we have failed to protect the unborn and give the unborn equal rights to life as you and I have. My statement today is to support the Unborn Child Protection Bill, SP 323, and I will be speaking from 3 points of reference as to why I support this bill. The first one is trauma. Abortion leaves deep wounds, particularly now with our greatest battle, the abortion pill. Surgical abortions may be decreasing from bills such as the heartbeat bill, but let's not be deceived. Abortions overall is increasing due to the unbelievable easy access of the abortion pill. Trauma has always been present with abortion, but in my 16 years of counseling post-abortive women, I have seen the trauma intensify, and here is the reason why. A woman taking the abortion pill, which is a chosen method today, endures greater emotional hardship as they actually can see the fetal parts of the baby pass in the privacy of their home after administering the pills themselves. This intimate and participatory experience results in heightened trauma, surpassing that associated with the abortion methods, because they can no longer look to someone else as performing the abortion, but now instead look into the mirror of the abortionist every day. And that is the women's words that I counsel, not mine. For these reasons, there is more psychological trauma, and it becomes imperative to provide healing and recovery for the profound impact abortion is having on her mental health. There is also an increase of drugs, alcohol, sexual trauma, depression, pharmakia, and suicide. In my post-abortive healing programs, when asked, "What do you remember about the abortion?" my clients no longer say, "I remember a cold, unfriendly clinic." They now say, "I remember pushing the baby down the drain of the shower with my big toe." I have also been told that there is so much blood, my bathroom looked like a crime scene, and I saw my baby fall in the toilet. I have also counseled a 14-year-old girl and her parents who were traumatized after taking the abortion pill because the 14-year-old began hemorrhaging and the bathtub filled with blood. She could have died, and in fact some do. To sum up my point regarding trauma, I will share with you a quote from Dr. Julius Vogel, a psychiatrist, obstetrician, and abortionist. Every woman, whatever her age, background, or sexuality, has a trauma at destroying a pregnancy. A level of humanness is touched. This is part of her own life. She destroys a pregnancy, she is destroying herself, and there is no way it can be harmless. It is totally beside the point whether or not you think a life is there. You cannot deny that something is being created and that this creation is physically happening. Abortion is not as harmless and casual an event as many insist. A psychological price is paid. It may be alienation, it may be pushing away from human warmth, perhaps a hardening of the maternal instinct. Something happens on the deeper level of a woman's consciousness when she destroys a pregnancy, and I know that as a psychiatrist. We need a law to prevent such traumas, and I believe SP 323 can begin to provide that. The second point is physical harm. Research confirms what I have seen firsthand. Today, women are being led and lied to the abortion pill and said that it is safe when in fact it is not. The counseling room tells a different story. Women are taking these pills at their own will, many under no doctor's care, to terminate their pregnancy. The Ethics and Public Policy Center performed the largest ever study of the abortion pill. It involved over 800,000 women. The study showed that following a chemical abortion, over 10% of women experienced sepsis, infection, hemorrhaging, or other serious life-threatening issues. That is, over 1 in 10 patients experience at least one serious adverse event. The president of the EPPC stated that the study is statistically equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane hitting the abortion industry. There needs to be laws to protect the health, emotionally, physically, and spiritual life of the woman and to ban all abortion. It must be a severe law that bears great consequences, as murder does, because laws produce behavior. They are there to protect and bring health to the society. Abortion does neither of these, and I know that personally. If there is an acknowledgement of the severity of abortion to both mother and child, behaviors will change. How we raise our children will change. Family culture will be restored. In essence, a bill like this will reform and bring life back to society. We teach our children they cannot drink and drive. They cannot rob a bank or murder because these are laws. Therefore, we can also teach our children that they cannot choose abortion because this is law, and there are severe consequences to breaking such laws, and it should not be regulated but completely banned. We need something that makes women stop and think about what they are doing, because if there had been such a law in place, I would have never chose abortion. I would have saw it for what it was, murder, and I would have kept my baby. We must make abortion the unthinkable, and I believe SB 323 can be the turning point to both. The last point that I will make, the most important point, is the murder of the unborn. We must save the innocent, no matter the circumstances, from undeserving death. Every unborn child is created by God, a living being and soul, from the moment of conception, with their own DNA, characteristics, and purposes in life. But to go deeper, in Leviticus 18 and 20, God tells us, "Do not give any of your children to Moloch. I will turn my face against you for sacrificing your children to Moloch. You have defiled my sanctuary and holy name." But then in Jeremiah 32:35, he says, "We built high places to sacrifice those sons and daughters to Moloch, though I never commanded them to do that." Children, and he demanded the sacrifices of children to appease himself and make people's lives better. Does this sound familiar? Today, abortion choices are made mostly out of selfish ambition and to cover up sin. Today, our modern-day Moloch is abortion. There is a historical spirit of death behind abortion that is introduced to one's life once they choose it. Death for both mother and child. Throughout the history of our time, blood has been associated with sacrifice, and abortion requires both. We are to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. That is the unborn. We are to ensure
Speak from Horry County.
known to be the wisest man, again, that ever lived. But these are common sense things, and we are all intelligent people here. So therefore, it is a spiritual battle that we are in. And the reason this final point is the most important point is because if it alone led our decision making, and it should, then the other 2 points I had to make would never exist. I believe SB 323 will protect the unborn, and I thank you for listening to my humble testimony. I do give my full support to it and any other bill that would ever ban abortion. God bless you in your decision making.
All right. Does anyone have a question? Ms. Smith. Thank you very much. The last presenter at this time is Dr. Matt Clark. Dr. Clark, there's 7 minutes left on the clock right now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here and speak with you. I'm Matt Clark. I want you to think of me as a Christian. The Lord saved me, and I didn't deserve it, and I'm grateful to have an opportunity to be here because of my love for the Lord. Jesus said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. And recently I've been thinking about the importance of us loving one another in our conversations, and the importance that we want to win the man, not the argument. And Wilberforce is known to have captured the heart of his opponents. They applauded when the slave trade was outlawed, and they loved him. Even his opponents had their hearts warmed by his presence, and that's what it means to be human and to be made in God's image.
and to obey that commandment to love your neighbor, even if they're sitting on the wrong side, and to enjoy one another. And we'd probably be able to sit down, Senator Hutto, and I don't know if you have a beer or whatever, and enjoy a good talk together as fellow South Carolinians and neighbors. And so one of the things that we're so committed to is restoring the civility of this conversation as fellow human beings. Because if I love other human beings the way that Jesus calls us to love others, to listen and to really give attention to the words that are being spoken. And I think what I've observed here today is a reality that is summed up in this phrase, that we're dealing with a moral issue, not a political issue. And whenever we get into that, wants to do that. And yet we do have laws, and laws impose themselves on thieves and murderers, and we agree that we need to have that in our nation. And so, Personhood South Carolina, I'm the executive director. I'm also a physician. I've been practicing as a physician since 1995. I'm board certified in pediatrics and allergy, asthma, and immunology. And I'm also a pastor of a church in Edgefield, South Carolina, Cornerstone Presbyterian Church. I've been ordained as a pastor since 2014. And my wife's been putting up with me for over 30 years. And we have 11 children, and our 3 youngest are adopted. And we really want to be a voice for every human being, not just for babies inside the womb. We want to say that all of the practical concerns that have been brought up about protecting good medical practice and leaving out contraceptives and IVF from this conversation, we want to say that's what we're after here. And all the good concerns, the practical concerns that have been brought up so far, if the language needs to be improved in those areas, fine. But the thing that's been so obvious is those practical considerations have been presented as reasons to reject the entire bill. So what we're looking at here is a moral difference, because the thing that we're dealing with is that abortion is legalized murder of innocent, defenseless children in our state. And it's occurring thousands of times per year in our state. And all of these practical considerations, we need to address them. But the reality is God created a world where pregnancy emergencies, pregnancy-related difficulties are very hard to sort through. It's really hard to write law that captures everything that really matters in this conversation. And we grant that. We want to find those good answers to that language that concerns the other side. But that doesn't change the reality of the foundational moral beliefs of our nation. Our Creator, the one true God, believed to be the God of the Bible, we are told granted us the inalienable right to life. And at that time when those words came into existence, English common law was practiced in our nation, and every single colony had abortion outlawed. Those words are referencing the God of the Bible, and the roots of our legal system, whether you're a Christian or not, come from that book, as does English common law. And so when we look to the laws that we make now and we search for the maxims that undergird those things, the answers are in our organic law. And in South Carolina, we're told in our Constitution at the opening phrase, I've got it written here, we the people of the state of South Carolina in convention assembled, grateful to God, grateful to who? Grateful to God for our liberties, do ordain and establish this Constitution. And so even if you're not a Christian, the laws that govern our nation and our state point to the Word of God as the foundational maxims that guide how you make good laws. And finally, the reality also is that we know that when we're finished with this life, the law by which we will be judged is the perfect law of God and His Word. And so whether you're a mom or a dad or a pastor or a doctor or whatever you are, or a legislator, we all are going to be judged according to that word. That doesn't make us a theocracy. That doesn't make us someone who's forcing our beliefs on others. That simply causes us to submit to the foundations of law in our nation.
And there's ways to do this that protect women. And we believe that abortion harms women. We have a fundamental disagreement on that the other side believes that abortion is good for women. And we sincerely believe that abortion harms women in every case. And so we want you to see that our heart is in the same place as yours in terms of wanting to do what's right for women and children. And in terms of the criminalization and the controversy on the right that's going on right now, and pro-life organizations fighting with one another about it, it's time to turn over that apple cart. It's time to have that conversation, and the evidence that's been presented here is very clear. To say that a woman is automatically a victim beforehand, before the case ever even happens, is clearly irrational, contrary to sound legal principles, and contrary to what it means to have a civil society. I could say more, but those are just off the top of my head from what I've seen so far today.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Are there any questions? Okay, Senator from Orangeburg.
Dr. Clark, thanks for being here. Be glad to go get a beer with you sometime. That'd be fine. The preamble you just quoted, you said grateful to God, but went on to say for our liberties. And wouldn't that include the freedom that women enjoy to make decisions for themselves?
You know, Senator Hutto, I've been watching you question people for a long time, and I've never wanted to cross swords with you. I just want you to know that. But everybody's got to have their Thanos, but nobody wants to fight Thanos, right? So I'll draw swords with you today, but we'll have that beer some other time, okay? So the question is regarding the liberties that are referenced in the Constitution.
I just say liberty is another word for freedom. Freedom is what women of South Carolina want, is the freedom to make decisions, not the decision that Dr. Clark would make, but the decision that they would make.
Correct. And what you're referencing is a change in the beliefs of our nation, a moral shift that took place since the founding of our nation that does not grant the right to life or freedom to children inside the womb. And of course, if you start from that spot and you believe abortion is health care and we believe it's murder, there's going to be a significant disagreement about how you manage the liberties of the unborn versus the liberties of the woman. And we would say that God created the union between mother and child with perfect wisdom, and that there's never a situation where we have to sacrifice the liberty of one for another. We believe there's a way through that with wisdom and care for the mother and the child.
Well, I want to get back to just one other line of questioning, follow up with what I was talking to Dr. Daggs about. So you're a pediatrician in Edgefield, so I assume that if you have a normal pediatric practice, you've had a chance to
so I don't deal with that clinical scenario now, but so that you can have fun with the question, yes, I have dealt with that situation in the past during my pediatrics training.
All right.
If I recall
I
correctly.
don't really want to have fun with the question. I'm trying to protect the practice of medicine, because I assume that when you were in pediatrics and you encountered that, you discussed it with the teenager and maybe with mom and dad in the room or out of the room. At some point, they ask you what the options are. It may have been a pregnancy of rape or incest, or maybe not. But while you don't do abortions and maybe you don't refer for abortions, you understand that that family may well have left your office and gone across the border to see a OBGYN in Augusta or Atlanta. And when they asked at the intake, how did you get here? And they said, Dr. Matt Clark's my doctor. He sent me over here. That you're now going to be a defendant in a lawsuit if those medical records are subpoenaed and you're down as the referring doctor?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with the premise of your argument, because in the current situation, if I do something illegal, or if I refer someone to something illegal, I'm currently criminally liable for that if I do something illegal right now. So the situation that you're describing, if I understand correctly, is a situation where I would be recommending something illegal or discussing something illegal.
I'm not even saying you recommended anything. I'm just saying that your patient left your office with the understanding that you could not help them.
Okay, so the situation, though, is that it's illegal. Is that the hypothetical situation? And it is now illegal to have that done. Is that correct?
Well, let's make the assumption that this bill passed.
Right. So that's the question I'm answering, is it would be illegal. And so the approach to dealing with someone asking me to perform a criminal act is far different than someone asking me about a medical procedure. And so that's the distinction that I referenced already. You see abortion as healthcare, I see it as the murder of an innocent child. And so that would not trouble me at all. Not them, I would not talk about, I would not bring up, I would not give them the option of committing a crime, because I know that that's to aid and abet a crime, like you do, and like most people who live in the world know. You don't help people go find where they can commit a crime. So I guess that's my answer to your question. I hope that helps you see how I would handle that as a physician. It wouldn't trouble me at all because it's a criminal act at that point. I wouldn't talk about it.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. What you, the pregnant child, teenager is in your office. You don't say word one about abortion, okay? You just tell mom and dad that, here, whatever you're going to say. Here's the avenues for adoption. Here's the avenue for you can have the child at home, and they leave your office. You hadn't said a word about abortion, but they decide on their own with other counselors or on their own to go over to Atlanta and sue an abortion. And when the person at the desk of the OBGYN in Atlanta says, how did you get here? And they say, well, Dr. Part of the OBGYN in Atlanta, and then the father of this child decides they're going to file a lawsuit under this bill, and they subpoenaed the records of the OBGYN in Atlanta. And in those records where it says referring physician, and even though it may be a mistake as far as you're concerned, the patient felt like you were her doctor, and she left your office and went to seek what she decided that she was going to do, and she put your name down.
Yeah, and I would put in my chart that the patient requested to break South Carolina law and murder an innocent child, and that I told them not to do it, and that would be in my medical record. And I'd be fine with that if the law tried to come after me then. I think that's exactly how I would handle it.
I'm not talking about the law coming after you. I'm talking about me coming after you. I'm talking about a lawyer coming after you.
Well, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. They could sue away. I mean, I imagine that if I put in my chart some language to make it clear that I warn them not to break the law, and in fact, maybe I would just let them know I'm going to call the police and let them know what happened.
Well, you know what I'd do if I was you, I'd put it in the chart too. You try to fill up best you can. Right?
I mean, look, you're asking great questions, right? These are meaningful questions.
I'm trying to get you to understand that the criminalization of the practice of medicine is not a good idea.
Well, I would agree with those phrases, but we have different definitions of those words.
Senator from Williamsburg. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Parker, I just have a couple of questions for you. You mentioned, and you can correct me if I misquote you, that you believe this is not a political issue, but rather a moral issue.
I did say that, and I will obviously grant there are political elements to the discussion, but the foundational question is a moral question.
Well, believe it or not, I agree with the analysis that this is a moral issue. And because it's a moral issue, I remember some years ago when I was in law school, the question was raised as to whether or not you could legislate morality. And so we had an interesting discussion on the issue. But because I believe this is a moral issue, did you know that I think that we should not decide it? And I think that citizens of South Carolina should decide it. So I think it should be a ballot issue. Tell me your thought on that.
I appreciate you joining me in that conversation about it being a moral issue. I'll tell you, for me as a Christian, I draw my conclusions from the Scripture, and I believe that I can easily defend from Scripture the position that I hold, and that the moral position that I hold is based on a book, the Scriptures, the Bible, the Word of God, that has stood the test of time and that will stand the test of time, and that is never in any case going to mislead us. And so maybe you hold to the same standard. I don't know what your standard is. But if so, we have a different understanding of what that book teaches us about children inside the womb and whether they should be protected by the law.
And I do believe that book tells us very clearly that children inside the womb should be protected by law. And then that was laid out in the English common law. And then it was, abortion was not allowed in every colony in the state at the time that the Constitution was ratified. And in 1883, in March of 1883, our state passed legislation that not only continued to state that abortion was illegal, but also had criminal penalties for the mother, but she could have immunity if she testified. So what I'm getting at is I believe that the moral standard that I use is the historical moral standard of our nation and of our state, and that there has been agreement on this question historically from that book on how it applies to our law, and that there was never any concerns about using the Word of God as a standard. We wouldn't know what murderers were. We wouldn't know what adulterers are, as we were talking about with Senator Tester before. Thank you for what you said. We get our standard in the West from Christianity, and anyone who says otherwise doesn't understand the history of the West.
So two things. One, when you talk in terms of the 1800s and how abortion was illegal, but slavery was not, I have a difficult time reconciling folks take me back there, and you perhaps might understand why.
Absolutely.
But let me go back to the question that I raised in terms of it being a moral issue. And because it's a moral issue, don't you agree with me that the citizens of South Carolina should decide it through the ballot? That was really my question.
I love that question. The moral issue, another way to bring up the moral issue is the question, who is God? Right? And now I don't mean like what religion do you serve?
Do you mind addressing the ballot?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Right. So who is God, I think, is the fundamental moral question here. And on the one hand, we have people who say God is the God of the Bible and has spoken and has already told us what to do on this question. And that we as human beings, if we want to be blessed and live in a society that is civil and good, we will follow what God tells us to do in His Word. So when we say that a woman gets to make her own choice, we're saying, first of all, that she can murder an innocent child isn't just a choice and it's not health care. We're also saying that she's God. We're agreeing that she gets to be God over the life of that child, Senator Sapp. And if we send it to a ballot...
I would disagree with that.
Okay, well, it seems that way to me. It seems logically that way to me. And I think it's the same is true if we send it to the ballot. This is not up for a vote. Heaven has already voted. It is clear that babies...
But we're voting.
No, what I mean to say is the question should not be up for a vote. Okay? That's my point. That's an unalienable right. That's what the Declaration of Independence means. It is an inalienable right. It is not for men to vote on. And when men think they can vote on who gets life protected or not, they have made themselves God. Do you see that logic? That's what we're saying. And we've departed from that foundational logic upon which our nation was founded.
But we've got a fundamental issue before us. And so I pose the question to you based upon where we are, not esoterically. And that's kind of how I categorize a lot of what you just said. So the fundamental question is, who votes? Does this group of men vote and decide the issue? Or is it a South Carolina issue? We are lawmakers.
Right. I really do think it's a good question. I don't mean to sound like I'm dodging the question. I do think it's a good question.
So the question then is, somebody's got to vote on it, right? And so ought it be the citizens of the state of South Carolina, or should it be these men?
It's my belief legally that the South Carolina Constitution and previous precedent already established the personhood of babies inside the womb, and that any kind of potential court case could be brought forward and end this conversation without a vote. That's my personal belief about where we are legally, not only from the federal Constitution, but from our state Constitution and from precedent that we have in our state acknowledging personhood. So I believe that is a path to end the killing of children in our state. Now, to answer your question, who gets to vote on it? Right now, obviously, the legislature has to vote on it, and the legislature may choose to pass it or not, amend it or not, or maybe kick it down the road to, like you say, a constitutional amendment vote. But my answer to that
would be we need to understand that we've walked into ground that we've not been invited to. This question was already answered in heaven, bequeathed to us by our founders, placed in our Constitution, both state and federal, and the nation.
So the answer to the question then is that you do not believe that the citizens of South Carolina ought to be the one to decide the issue.
I think it would be a grave philosophical mistake for us to think that this issue rests, the authority with this issue rests with any human being.
So then your other conclusion is that we ought not do it.
I think that you have a responsibility to erase prior iniquitous decrees that have denied the freedoms given to us in our Constitution.
You don't think the citizens should have the right to do it. You think we should have the right to do it.
I don't deny the power of the citizens given to us in the way that we can change our Constitution.
Or the other.
No, it's not one or the other. We are given those powers in our Constitution, and we can trigger that if we want to. I would argue against that as a wise path. That's what I'm saying. I think that would be...
So then the answer to my question, after we've gone through all of that colloquy, is that you don't believe that the citizens should be the one to decide the issue.
Correct. I would completely agree with that. But we do as citizens have to make our voices heard on behalf of the Lord. And if we are in a situation as citizens where the Lord's ways are being ignored, and we have recourse through whether it be constitutional amendment, or whether it be through legislative efforts, or whether it be through efforts in the courts, we must go for that and make that happen. If we can, peacefully, civilly, you and I could get a beer sometime, whatever, as well. I mean, I want to make friends while I'm here, even though we're locking swords. Okay.
Oh, look, I believe that we ought always be able to dialogue, and in instances agree to disagree without becoming disagreeable.
Yeah, so important.
I've always functioned along those lines.
I've seen that. I've admired that.
Okay, Senator from...
Points and question. So first, very appreciate your testimony, very well spoken, articulated.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Senator from Sumter. There's only 23 seconds left on the clock.
Okay.
So...
Got you. Can I ask just a quick question?
If it's in...
It's very quick. Okay,
Very quick.
So the way I categorized your perception is that this bill is the will of God. But though I have some empathy to that, do you think this is the will of the people of South Carolina?
I don't think I would characterize my position as the will of God on this bill. I think this bill has some parts where it can be improved, and I would be very hesitant to call anything written by men to be for sure the will of God. But to answer your question, I do think this would be pleasing. Look at the idea of moral versus political. I don't get the sense that the state of South Carolina politically supports necessarily all the elements in this particular bill right now. I don't know what the political polling would show right now. Taking protection back to clinically diagnosable pregnancy, protecting every child without exception, providing historically relevant and sound criminal sanctions for everyone involved with appropriate defense for duress and things of that nature. I don't know where the state stands on it, but I do have confidence that it is biblically sound and pleasing to the Lord. And I hope that the rest of the state will come to see that in due time.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Clark. This concludes the portion of the testimony for those advocating for the bill. We've been here now a little over an hour, or wait, 2.5 hours. Yeah, time flies. So I think maybe if I could receive a motion that we recede for a few minutes, it might be good. And then we will come back to hear from the expert testimony opposed to the bill. Have a motion from Senator Garrett. Second. All those in favor, 5-minute break.
Okay, they're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will as well. So be back in 5 minutes.
committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. I also want to recognize Senator Cash that I have the dubious honor of being the first OBGYN after Dr. Daggs. And I will say that though I am testifying on a different side than Dr. Daggs, I see so much in your testimony that reminds me of why I love OBGYN, so much goodness and familiarity. And I think you represented yourself in our field very well. So thank you for that. By way of introduction, I am Dr. Casey Eichelberger. I was born in Horry County, South Carolina. I was raised in Richland County, married into Greenwood County, and am raising 3 children in Greenville County. Although our children were technically born in North Carolina and Tennessee during my medical training and my husband's seminary training, it was very important to us that they know from the outset that they are South Carolinians through and through. At the end of each of our 3 pregnancies, we unpacked a Tupperware container of fresh soil from our family farm in 96, South Carolina, and poured it ceremoniously under our delivery room beds. Each of our 3 children, Virginia, Jack, and Eliza, will proudly tell anyone that they were born over South Carolina soil. It is a true story. I completed my education at Duke University, the medical university, which is the practice of high-risk obstetrics. I have been practicing medicine proudly for 19 years, the last 12 here in South Carolina. It is my intent to spend the rest of my career serving families in our state. I would also like to note that my father-in-law is an 84-year-old OBGYN who delivered more than 10,000 babies in Greenwood, South Carolina. I serve with pride and am part of my family's legacy. I have spent time studying the proposed bill S323 with the same diligence I applied during my medical training, as I assume each of you on this committee has as well. And here is what I have come to understand. Point 1, to vote in favor of this bill, you are agreeing with both a theology and a political position that deems full personhood to a 2-cell union of an egg and sperm. A 2-cell entity gets full personhood rights. To be clear, this is not the theology of many mainstream Christian denominations nor other major world religions. I presume it is the theology of the bill's sponsors, and it is a theology I would honor and respect were I taking care of their families. Another accepted pro-life theology based on Acts 15 is that of abstaining from blood. And for Jehovah's Witnesses, keeping this law is a matter of loyalty and obedience to God, even if it means risking personal death. For those of us who practice medicine, we honor and respect that theology, even if it is not our own, even if it means holding vigil over the end of a life that was wholly preventable with a simple blood transfusion. Critically, though, it is not a theology we would want codified for 5.5 million of us in the South Carolina Code of Laws. Imagine that a senator here in South Carolina so deeply holds this minority belief that he submits a bill under pro-life framing during an election year that would make it a felony for anyone in South Carolina to donate blood, to receive blood, or even to help start a blood transfusion. What if this bill made it a felony for a doctor in South Carolina to even talk to you about the option of a blood transfusion? And what if it made it illegal for your family to drive you to a nearby state to receive the blood you need where that transfusion is legal? This is precisely what S323 proposes we do in my reading, limiting access to life-saving, life-giving, evidence-based medical care to an entire state of people based on some people's deeply held theology is among the most radical legislative oversteps I've considered. It would require that many people with different beliefs acquiesce. Point 2, South Carolina is already one of the most restrictive states in the nation regarding abortion. Let's be very clear about that. We are practicing under those laws right now. But the existing fetal heartbeat and protection from abortion law does have mercy clauses for rare, extreme cases. To vote in favor of this bill, S323, you are agreeing to remove the mercy clauses. and are agreeing that South Carolina families who receive the devastating diagnosis of a lethal birth defect for their child cannot receive an early induction of labor in the town where they live. A classic example of this is anencephaly, the most severe neural tube defect where parts of the brain and skull fail to develop, and brain tissue is found floating freely outside the body in the amniotic cavity. Our current South Carolina law allows the handful of families who receive these lethal diagnoses every year to discern the road ahead with help from their loved ones and medical team. Some choose to wait for either stillbirth or labor, and some choose termination of pregnancy via induction of labor or D&C. Critically, what I have learned from my years doing this work with humility is that we cannot know what path we would choose until faced with the decision ourselves. You know as well as I do that politics look a lot different behind a closed exam room door. From an ethical framework, families with a truly lethal fetal diagnosis choosing between expectant management and termination of pregnancy are making a very similar choice as those families in our state discerning if or when to withdraw their loved one from a mechanical ventilator. Biologically, the placenta functions much like a ventilator, doing the work of oxygenation, ventilation, and maintaining an acid-base status compatible with life. For pregnancies with lethal diagnoses like anencephaly, without the support of the placenta, regardless of gestational age, their suffering or our state's loss. It will instead take away the agency of a family in your community to choose how and when and with whom to mourn their child. For people in the midst of their greatest suffering, this proposed legislation is cruel. Point 3, a business point for those of you representing counties in our state that are lucky enough to have maternity units open today. If you vote in favor of this bill, you should absolutely anticipate that some of those units will close. You should begin contingency with relatively poor reimbursement rates. Hospitals often lose money on labor and delivery units, particularly in states with high rates of publicly insured patients like South Carolina. The additional overreach of this proposed legislation on the normal scope of work of medical providers and the associated risk of criminal and civil penalties for hospitals and health systems may simply be too much. From a business perspective, for many hospitals, it may no longer be worth the risk to keep providing the service. As to other sections of this bill, I defer to my pediatric ICU colleagues to walk you through the futility of requiring physicians to attempt resuscitation on pre-viable 20-week neonates with zero chance of survival, particularly in a state where those experts are desperately needed at the bedside of children they may save. I defer to those of you with legal expertise, which is this entire bench, to help me unpack how our state will integrate a two-cell entity with full personhood rights into our tax law, social welfare eligibility programs, and trust, estates, wills, inheritance, and property tax. To conclude, to my read as just one citizen, this bill does not represent mainstream conservative beliefs. It does not represent moderate beliefs. It represents a valid but more extreme belief system and a departure from our state's long history of valuing privacy and individual rights. As someone who grew up 10 minutes from this state house and spent 15 years training to develop the expertise to serve families here, I plead with you today to help us do our jobs to the best of our abilities and ask that you vote against this bill.
Does anybody have any questions of Dr. Eichelberg? Are you going to do the recognition?
You know, one of the criticisms made by some of my friends about this bill Doctor, is that it's not a personhood bill. Although I do believe scientifically and biologically, human life begins at fertilization. This bill defines abortion as an action with the intent to terminate a clinically diagnosable pregnancy. So you've spoken quite a bit about this being a personhood bill and your concerns about that. In earlier testimony, I think that because of the definition of abortion in this bill, for instance, it doesn't have anything to do, so to speak, with IVF, or I would say Plan B, right? What it has to do with chemical drugs would be, you know, the RU-486. So would you agree? I mean, you've read the bill that we're talking about that which can terminate a pregnancy that's clinically diagnosable. Is that not the intent of this bill?
Yes, sir. Thank you. There are a couple of things at play, I believe. One is I do not follow politics closely, and I don't understand the methodology, but I do believe that there are phrases in here that would build to larger arguments and potential different interpretation over time. And I would leave it to y'all to help me walk through that. Certainly, to agree, it is generally 14 days after conception or 10 days after implantation, correct? And as I read this, and perhaps if this moves forward, an opportunity for editing would be to include the exclusions. This is not meant to exclude emergency contraception given within 72 hours.
Ask you about
Yes, sir.
this concern, and you're not the first to mention it. It's been mentioned. I mean, surely you're aware that there's a number of states already in the country that are much more restrictive than the South Carolina heartbeat law. Is that the case? Are you aware of Texas and Oklahoma and Louisiana? Alabama has probably the strongest anti-abortion law in the country. Have all the doctors left the state there? I mean, what I'm saying is, do you actually have evidence that hospitals are no longer delivering babies and that these things which concern you about physicians leaving or not coming, has that already happened in these other states, or is that just a fear that it might happen?
Yeah, it's, thank you for the question. I think two pieces of that. I'll address first the presumption that I was saying that physicians would leave South Carolina. There are data. There was a recent publication that came out of Idaho that would but from moving out of state over time, and you can follow it year over year, and we can supply that reference. You are correct that there are many of us, myself included, who will continue to practice in South Carolina because this is the place where all the people I love are, and the place that I wanted to come back and serve. My statement about labor and delivery units closing today, I actually made no comments about it's simply about the financial risk to a hospital system in the setting of some ambiguity in this law and the potential for what I believe was current behavior if to be too risky and too expensive for a unit to keep for a hospital system. Eggs and I both have seen many times that of pre-viable rupture of membranes of a pregnancy at 16, 17, 18 weeks. And there is a lot of ambiguity for those of us practicing who want to follow the state's laws as to what constitutes enough of a threat to her life to be able to induce that pregnancy. How significantly infected does she need to be? How heavy does her bleeding need to be? We are people who are law abiding and want to do the right thing. We are also, I would consider my practice of medicine deeply invested in the well-being of families, children, and women. But it's not spelled out in that law. Civil or criminal penalties against a physician or a health system in which those happen multiple times, those events. And I'm simply saying it's tenuous enough in South Carolina, keeping our labor and delivery units open with malpractice rates, et cetera. It could be more challenging. Please.
A couple of points, if possible. The medical emergencies, which Dr. Daggs was talking about, is 44, 41, 640. Are you aware that this bill has not changed that code at all? You're already practicing under this code and have been since the heartbeat law was passed as to how a medical emergency is defined, the conditions that are enumerated here. I mean, the only portion of 640 that I changed was to add about the non-emergency premature delivery. Everything that came before been practicing under. So are you saying that what you're practicing under right now is not something that clear guidance, or that you don't have the latitude that you need? Because Dr. Daggs' testimony was that she felt like she had the latitude to treat the patients, and she didn't feel like it was ambiguous what she could or couldn't do, this being the code that is in effect right this minute.
So was any language removed around severe impairment? I don't have it in front of me, so I do feel like I'm operating with a little bit of a deficit.
Yeah.
I believe there was language around severe impairment.
No, I don't believe that it was. Now, we can go back and look at that, but again, 640, if the senators are looking at the code, it's in our copy, it's struck through if I've struck something out and if I've added something.
Sure.
And I purposefully simply took this part that already exists in our code because of the heartbeat law and didn't change it, because I didn't want to get back into this scenario of saying, oops, we forgot to mention one condition that should be in here.
Sure.
Because it already says, these are specific things that are mentioned, but it also says, but not an exclusive
That's
list.
right. And I might ask if there is an opportunity for you to amend to consider adding the language around pre-viable PPROM on behalf of 6,000 OBGYNs. It would be a helpful thing to have that spelled out. I have appreciated the addition of ectopic as a clear standard in the state that women with ectopic pregnancies may be treated under this law. So I would offer that up as a suggestion.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. What?
Pre-viable PPROM.
RICO statutes were designed basically initially to go after organized crime. In other words, people who are consciously and intentionally, repeatedly violating violating the law in a criminal enterprise. I think it's important that as we discuss that we.
Was she recruiting other people? They're out of a Spartanburg people. She's got to come here and get Kelly Wood.
Abortion enterprise. You're not looking at trying to find if Prisma Health has had a couple of things where questions were asked. You're talking about the RICO statute. It was brought. Who are trying to follow the law and take care of your patients and do the right thing to put you in jail for up to 30 years.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Well, I do operate under a presumption of positive. Less clear to me where reason and logic and a desire to find a common ground sit in our political landscape, not just in our state, but other places. So it is hard for me to rest comfortably and lead comfortably from a position of
Senator from Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here today.
Of course.
Your father-in-law delivered both of my children.
Did he? Did he do a good job?
He certainly did.
I think he's watching right now.
Tell
So,
him I said hello.
Doc, they say you did a good job.
Stop. Being friendly with these people. She wants to kill babies.
Have you here today?
Thank you.
This is a serious question. So as we deal with these issues, you are likening the question of allowing blood or not allowing blood by the Jehovah's Witnesses to something that is not in our Constitution. Our Constitution doesn't say anything about allowing blood or not allowing blood, which I know the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they really believe that, and they stand by it. I get it. But human being at its earliest stages of development is entitled to that protection. And that's the debate that we have to have.
Yes.
What I'm interested in with you, if you do to make sure there's clear demarcation, lines, guardrails, so you'll know where you're stepping over and you'll know where you're not. We had an earlier conversation and she mentioned Ms. Daggs mentioned two other situations to us. We have it, it's not exclusive, it says, and such other and further as you find reasonable. Your standard of care is what a reasonable and prudent doctor would do under same and similar circumstances. And that's fine, that's what it ought to be and should never be changed. I don't think we're trying to harm that in any way, shape, or form. We may have a difference of opinion as to whether or not you also need to make sure you protect that life and the mother at the same time. And as we make an exception, you know, if the mom's life's in danger, you got to take care of her first. But at the same time, if it's also possible to take care of that child, and I understand it was made clear if it's inside of 20 weeks, is it, and the child comes and there's no way you can stop it, then obviously you got to do what you got to do. You've got to save mom's life. I get it. So I just want to make sure that we work together to make sure that if we decide to allow for this to go forward, that we give you all the protections and comforts that you need to make sure that you're not stepping outside of the bounds, because you are a law-abiding citizen as your father.
Try to be.
Well, you are, and we're responsible to make it clear.
Yes, sir.
It should not be void for vagueness. It should be clear as to what you can do and can't do.
Yes, sir.
So, but thank you for being here with us. I just want to make sure that we work with you as well, and I'm sure Senator Hutto will work with us to make sure that as we work on this bill as we go forward, that as many of those situations that you know of, that you 6,000 OBGYNs know of, we don't have a clue.
Yes, sir.
Help us understand that, and we'll make sure we take care of that for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Eichelberg. I would just share with you real quick. I listened to the exchange between you and Senator Anderson as he was describing his view of RICO, I call it the prosecutorial statute and those kinds of things. Let me just suggest that I respectfully disagree with my colleague. And it's based upon what I'm witnessing, and perhaps you're witnessing it as well. I would submit that the likelihood is that a lot of doctors are witnesses where an institution is classified as being woke, and all of a sudden the groups that just go after those institutions. We've witnessed recently where professors who might disagree with an ideology of something that somebody says, they speak, and all of a sudden they need to be fired. The institution needs to be defunded. And so I think that it is realistic for persons to have concern when laws like these are written. And I think it's also important for us to question how folks will use it. Last point, and then I'll leave it. You may have witnessed the conversation in the General Assembly about critical race theory. And we've gone from a conversation relating to something that demeans to pulling all of these books off the shelves. And so I think we would be naive to assume that because someone who had good intentions that created something, that the forces of South Carolina would just allow that to be. And I think we're witnessing it. And so I would just admit to you that I think that some of what you've shared is well placed.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Specifically a personhood bill, I am a believer and a supporter of personhood.
Mm-hmm.
Where I think we have a difference is you kept using the word theology. The U.S. Senate Subcommittee on the Origins of Human Life, Dr. Jerome Lejeune, professor of genetics at the University of Descartes in Paris, the discoverer of the chromosome pattern of Down syndrome, testified. Physical contention. It is plain experimental evidence. He added, each individual has a very neat. Human life starts at fertilization is a theological statement. I believe it's a scientific and a biological statement. And I want to just ask you, when do you believe a
Biology is a false dichotomy. It could certainly be both. And the belief that the full humanness is perhaps the United Methodist Church or the Episcopal Church of the United States. So there is theological basis from that for those of us who believe in God. I believe that the fullness of humanity is evolving over time as we develop. I believe there is absolute magic and beauty in the science of human embryology. And I do believe, my personal belief is that is a gift from God. And it is an extraordinary thing to witness. It is an extraordinary. And it is, I believe it is more mystical than that. I believe there is the promise of it in 2 cells. And I believe there is
Thank you. Senator from Charleston.
Thank you. What's defined in this legislation? Clinically diagnosable pregnancy. According to this, that means a time when HCG is present.
Yes, sir.
The pregnancy actually implants in the uterus.
Yeah. So I actually have a colleague who's coming up behind me who does family planning, and she has visuals for you to walk through as she would a basic science course. So I would like to defer my time to her. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to ask a question?
I would love if anyone wants.
The stamps coming?
No, but we have
I think we can wait.
a bunch.
Dr. Johanna Von Hof. Thank you, Dr. Eichelberg.
We have 2 rolls.
Let's get them all the way with mail out because we're hitting them up with
Okay, so that's fine. Just asking. I'll put that back.
Joanna Von Hoff. I am a reproductive endocrinologist and infertility specialist practicing in my hometown of Greenville. School in Charleston, followed by 7 years of training in Birmingham, Alabama. And I came home in 2019 to take care of South Carolina families. I am also a wife and a mother. Every day I leave my own family to join my clinical team in helping South Carolina teachers, veterans, the inability to start a family is a common problem. It's as common as diabetes. That means that most people in this room know someone who has struggled. Treatment can range from oral medication and surgery to intrauterine inseminations or in vitro fertilization IVF. IVF is not always necessary, but it is the gold standard in fertility care because it offers the highest per cycle success and the quickest time to a healthy child. Given how common infertility is and how effective these are wanted children and they are cherished by their communities. How does IVF work? Riskier twins or triplets, we prioritize single embryo transfer, which lowers NICU stays, preterm birth, and maternal risks without sacrificing overall family building success. With that background, here's how this bill will limit lab outcomes could be misconstrued as harming human beings, exposing physicians and embryologists to lawsuits or criminal charges for events that are inherent to human biology. Embryo management also becomes fear-based. Thousands of South Carolinians have embryos in storage so that they can continue to grow their families in the future. The bill's personhood language makes patients fear what will happen to their embryos. Will they be able to create more than one embryo at a time so that they can have more than one child? Will they be forced to transfer all of their embryos and maybe more than one at a time, or compelled to ship their embryos out of the state? Is shipping embryos out of the state legal? In truth, I have a number of patients reach out to me in the last week asking me these questions. Informed consent also is compromised. The bill's aiding and abetting provisions restrict physicians from providing complete being 7-year records, and you're worried about potential felony exposures. Lives could be the cost. So how does this bill hurt South Carolina's economy? That's another important thing to consider here. Patient dollars will leave the state. Families will travel for IVF. The clinic, the lab, the pharmacy, the hotel, the food spending will shift to our neighboring states, and local jobs shrink. We lose employers and talent. IVF is now a standard recruiting benefit for many companies. Limits here will push high-skill workers and their companies, the ones hiring them, elsewhere. We will forfeit a growth sector. Fertility care is fast-growing. It's high-wage service line. Restrictions mean fewer clinics, labs, and biotech partnerships in South Carolina. And costs will go up. If best practice single embryo transfer is undermined, prematurity, NICU costs rise. Twins are 5 times as costly as a singleton pregnancy, and triplets 20 times as costly. In short, the language in this bill will limit medical care that helps build South Carolina families, ultimately harming your constituents and our state. The veterans with male factor infertility, the cancer survivors who froze embryos before chemotherapy, the teacher whose dedication to South Carolina students is matched only by her desire to be a mother. South Carolinians want healthy moms, healthy babies, and strong families. I think we can all agree on that. I came home to Greenville to deliver exactly that. Please protect family building health care so that my patients don't have to leave the state and their support networks to build their families. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, are there questions for Dr. Van Hoff? Dr. Van Hoff, I would like to ask you a question. So, I don't know if you were here for the earlier portion of the meeting when those were speaking for the bill.
Yes,
were
sir.
you?
I was.
Okay. So, I think it was said, if it's not said, I'll just go down this trail a little ways, that the bill has nothing to do with IVF, that the definition of abortion in this bill is the intent to terminate a clinically diagnosable pregnancy, which you can't do an HCG test until about a week after implantation, correct? So that what you do IVF is all your judgment on that this is somehow going to impact IVF.
Yes, sir. As I represent the IVF community and the infertility community here, and as a practitioner, I think the language that gives me pause is the life begins at fertilization language, which therein, I believe, suggests, at least in my understanding, that a 5-day-old embryo that we might freeze to be used later is then a human. Am I misunderstanding that language? And perhaps I am.
We are getting at, for instance, the heartbeat bill basically said that before you do an abortion, you have to do an ultrasound to see if there's a heartbeat. If there's a heartbeat, you can't do an abortion. And then some exceptions were added, right? And so this is kind of moving that marker back in time, saying, well, you can't do if that point in time determining the pregnancy takes place after implantation, IVF is taking place before that. So I'm just going to tell you that I contend that it's very clear that the bill does not impact IVF. Conception is contained within the bill. There's no prohibition when we're talking about the prohibitions that go along with that. Now, you might say, well, you're laying the groundwork for it. Or I don't like the language because I don't believe life begins at conception. I believe it begins at some other time. And I understand that, that you think that could lead. Biologically speaking, do you not believe that a human life begins at the time of fertilization? If you don't believe that, when do you believe a human life begins?
I think if I can answer the first part first, I think my concern is because the language used and the definition used doesn't clarify that a human embryo is not a person until implantation happens. And so you might understand, as a fertility specialist who keeps embryos frozen in a clinic where I work and who came from Alabama, where there has been a lawsuit around human embryo personhood and actually an attempted prosecution of a clinic where embryos were damaged, that there could be fear and an assumption that if an embryo is a life, as defined by being a past fertilization, a fertilized egg, the disposition of that human embryo.
And can you speak to the second part? When do you believe that a human life begins?
I've asked myself that question a lot as a practitioner of obstetrics and gynecology and as a reproductive endocrinologist, as a woman, as a person. And it is a question that I continue to struggle to answer clearly, but I will echo Dr. Eichelberger's statement. I'm not sure that that's something that needs to be written down and codified in South Carolina law. I think that is a very personal question, and I would defer answering that personally and would ask that it not be written in South Carolina code.
Okay, are there any other questions from members of the committee? Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you. Real quick, I would just submit to you that I think your fears, your concerns are real. Alabama went down this road not long ago. We know what happened when the Supreme Court looked at the language. And that's one of the absolute concerns that I have here. I don't know whether you're aware or not, but we introduced a bill to make it clear that IVF ought not be affected by any of these. But of course, that bill is still languishing in the Senate right now. And so I just, to the extent that we've got voice here, implement that bill, and then we won't have an issue. Anyway, That's me on my soapbox.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks.
Chris Wellborn.
Last sentence in her copy.
Substance abuse disorder.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Wellborn. I live in Rock Hill. I am a criminal defense lawyer, former prosecutor. I've been handling cases in criminal courts in South Carolina and other states, both state and federal, for 36 years. So I'm here to talk about my concerns as the practical effect of this bill in terms of potential criminal liability, issues relating to not only criminal prosecution, but also public safety issues within our state and the respect for law. First and foremost, because this bill excises the exceptions that were previously written in for victims of rape and incest, it puts such victims, and they are victims, whether or not we think their victimization is more or less of a concern than an unborn child is a decision that folks need to make. But having prosecuted sexual assault cases, having defended them, having dealt with a lot of people who are victims of these cases, these are real victims who have suffered trauma, and so have their families. And reporting such allegations, reporting such events is traumatic enough for women, especially younger women, and especially children. It's horrific what they have to go through. And I will say this as a criminal defense lawyer. You cannot have a heart, you cannot have any kind of sense of compassion, or to paraphrase the earlier witness talking about how difficult in some circumstances. If they, i.e. the children who are raped, the women who are raped, are in a situation where their medical records are going to come into play and they are potentially facing or their families are facing charges, felony charges that carry up to 30 years in prison, and I'll address that in a minute. They are less likely to report. How do we know that? Because we have seen this same scenario play out with undocumented persons in this country, where they're victims of armed robbery, they're victims of extortion, they're victims sometimes of violent assaults. They are less likely to come forward because of the fear of deportation. That's just the reality of it. So, is our state safer if the rapists are still out there? I would argue not. Is a minor who is raped, and quite frankly, incest in many cases is nothing more than rape, is if they are raped by a family member and they become pregnant, are they more or less likely to report under this bill? Again, and the idea that a family member, a mother, a grandmother, a daughter, a father, a son, can be compelled to testify under this bill, perhaps even compelled to testify against the daughter who was raped, and they get immunity for that. Does that really bring the ball forward? I would argue what that does is that causes unbelievable disruption within the family unit at a time when the family needs to be the closest. The family needs to stay together. The family needs to support each other. But that's not a criminal issue. That's just a general compassion issue. It is illegal under this proposed legislation to, quote, recruit, harbor, transport a pregnant minor to another state to procure an abortion. So if a parent discovers that their daughter was raped and helps them go to North Carolina for care, that parent can face felony charges. Now, we've talked about, prosecutors are elected officials. They're never going to do these things because they understand the politics and the sensitivity of it. I will tell you, having practiced for 36 years, there are all kinds of prosecutors out there. Some are more attuned to what they consider a sensible result. Some are less attuned. Some are running for re-election. Some are not. There are all kinds of police officers out there. Some who look at, kind of take the perspective of, is this really the case that I feel needs to be brought? And some have their own personal agendas. Some of them have their own personal moral code, and that informs their decisions on making charges. But either way, if somebody's charged, just the charge alone has severe consequences. For families without means, that may create a situation where they're not able to make bail. They're not able to kids. They lose their jobs. They lose their reputations. They lose their ability for later student loans. These are all collateral consequences, but very real consequences in the real world in criminal courts. From a defense attorney's perspective, I've got to tell you, if I have a client who comes in and they're facing a 30-year felony, which, by the way, is a greater potential penalty than a criminal sexual conduct second degree, where somebody intentionally raped somebody, a bunch of jurors that may say, this is ridiculous. Jury nullification is a real thing. Jurors, I firmly believe, after practicing for 36 years, want to do the right thing when they come to court. They want to do what they think is right. And when you tell a jury that you're now going to decide the fate of a father who took his 12-year-old who'd been gang raped out of state to get her medical care, and that included the termination of the rapist's child, and this dad is a hardworking, church-going, loving dad, never done anything wrong in their life, and ladies and gentlemen, we are prosecuting this man, and I'm asking you to convict him. And by the way, if you think the jurors aren't going to know what the penalty is, of course they're going to know what the penalty is, because it'll be all over the press. You think that you're going to get 12 people in many counties to agree to that? The answer is no. So you're responsible, like, well, okay, no harm, no foul, no big deal then, if the jurors aren't going to do that. But if the jurors aren't going to do it, and if the prosecutors aren't going to prosecute it, and if the police aren't going to be bringing it, doesn't that engender disrespect for the law? You've got a statute out there saying, we think this is important enough that it ought to carry a sentence of up to 30 years in jail, which, by the way, is a most serious offense in South Carolina. Has the, another one of these, somebody's looking at life without parole. We think it's that important. Don't we think the cases really ought to be prosecuted then? Because if we're just putting something on the books and we really don't think they're going to be prosecuted, you are basically engendering disrespect for the law. So, if that person is my client, I'm going to say, we're going to trial. We are absolutely going to trial because, sir, if you are convicted of this felony, you're going to lose your right to vote. You're going to lose your Second Amendment rights. You're going to lose your right to travel in many instances. You will lose your right to enter certain countries. You will be flagged at airports. And if you are the sole source of income for this family, including the daughter that you are helping out, and you lose your job and don't have the ability to get another job, it is the death knell, not only for your career, but for your family's livelihood. So absolutely, we're going to trial. What does that mean? Well, those of you who have paid attention, and I know several of you here are lawyers. I know that some of you have done criminal defense work. I'm looking at least 3 of you right now. You know, as well as I know, we have huge docket clogged in our state. And you can put a zillion cases into the funnel, but they all drip out one at a time. And if a case has to go to trial, it means a court has to try it. We have to bring a jury in. We have to bring witnesses in. A lot of money. And a lot of money all to prosecute a case where somebody is the victim of a violent crime and we're prosecuting them or their family member for helping them out. What does that say about our system? What does that say to ordinary folks out there in the community about who are we really going after here?
Mr. Welborn, we're going to have to see if you can take some questions now.
Yep, absolutely, ready to go. I do, there's one provision I would like to address that I think is critically important, and with all due respect, is there's a provision in this bill that authorizes somebody to file suit for up to $10,000 if they are the grandparent of the unborn child. It does not specify who that grandfather is. So under that bill, somebody could rape a child, and all the rapists can't get any money. The rapist's dad, who and you might want to seriously consider what that says to the citizens of South Carolina. That said, I'm prepared to take any questions.
Senator from Berkeley.
Thank you for being here today, testifying, especially from a legal perspective. My question, and we're just going to talk about the legal logistics that you were just talking about. Pleading something like this out, or just not prosecuting and no proing it, dropping it, not taking it? Your personal opinion.
Absolutely, be glad to give it to you. I've got, I deal with solicitors all across the state. Some of them would simply say, we're going to chunk it. And if they're going to chunk it, they're basically saying to you, the proponents of this bill, I'm not touching this thing with a barge pole. So what does that say? Right? It's not really a good message. Go on every individual, and that's the problem, is because you will not have a uniformity of approach. It will be all over the shop, just like it is now. Some prosecutors think every single case where an allegation is made of criminal domestic violence, which, as we know from a reading of the law, includes some, a credible threat of an unwanted touching, that those people ought to go to jail. Other prosecutors are looking a little bit closer at the actual cases. It's going to be all over the map. But the point is that if somebody pleads to this, they're still looking at a felony conviction. Whether they're given, a wink and a nod and, you're out the door and we're not even going to fine you, they're still looking at the collateral consequences, the lifetime collateral consequences of a felony conviction. Whether it's the 12-year-old girl, or it's the 60-year-old loving father, or the 80-year-old loving grandmother, they're all looking at a felony conviction.
Senator from Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here with us. That if you kill a mother who has a child, it's double murder.
That's right.
You got me?
Yep.
And it actually says the legislature made a decision to put in that law at any stage of development.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
And so if the egg and the sperm have met, that is a stage of development.
Well, you're asking me a biological question, but
I'm asking you. I'm going to ask you just a minute. Are you familiar with that law?
I am.
Okay. Now, you said a moment ago that you're worried about a 30-year sentence. If you kill somebody in South Carolina with an intent, right? It's a 30-year sentence to life.
That is correct.
Okay.
And it also carries the death penalty.
It carries death penalty if it's double.
No, actually, it doesn't have to be a double to carry the death penalty. There are lots of other ways that somebody can.
Of other aggravating circumstances.
Correct.
But one of the other aggravating circumstances is you kill more than one.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you kill in the setting of an unborn child, which our law has already said is a victim, our law has defined this unborn child at any stage of development as a victim. Are you familiar with our Constitution?
I am familiar with our Constitution.
Are you familiar with the Constitution that talks about victims' rights?
I'm familiar with that provision. Yes, sir.
Is this victim that our Constitution and our laws have said is a victim, is it not entitled to protection as a victim?
Well, I think, and that is a different question.
Well, no, it's the same question. You can distinguish it if you will. I'm talking about life.
I understand that.
Okay, we're not talking about just willy-nilly doing something wrong. Like you said, well, killing somebody is worse than raping them. I hate to say that, but our law has recognized it.
First of all, Senator, with the greatest of respect, I would not say child is in any way either provided here's the internet that shows that you can go here, or I'm willing to drive you to Charlotte, or we ought to see Dr. So-and-so in Colorado.
Hold on just a minute. While you're talking about that, I get it. I get what you're saying. But do you agree with me that our criminal law says if you aid and abet, or alternatively, if you're an accessory, that you can also be the hand of one can be the hand of all?
True enough.
Is that right?
That is true.
So you could also be charged with murder because you facilitated the driving or the weapon or whatever else instrumentality was used to perform the death, right? And isn't it that our common law says that?
That is our common law. However,
and it's statutory law now.
However,
now you can distinguish your words.
Well, thank you. What I was going to say is that traditionally, under our common law, we have never prosecuted the parents, the grandparents, or the victim of a crime for the consequences of a crime that was imposed upon them.
If they participated in it, we haven't.
Well, let's talk about participating. If we're talking about the hand of one is the hand of all, we're talking about a group, a confederacy, or a group of criminals that get together to, let's say, commit a crime like rob a bank. We're not talking
agreement between two or more people to accomplish an unlawful act. You know good and well that's what a conspiracy is, right?
The agreement would be the conspiracy, yes.
Okay, I'm just giving you another example of hand of one, hand of all that results in death. And what we're talking about here are this law with our current statutory and historic common law.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you can't. What I'm saying is that there are.
Shouldn't we? Shouldn't our law be consistent?
Maybe. But what I'm talking about is there are real consequences that are going to take courtrooms. There are real consequences that are going to be vested upon people who are traditionally not considered criminals, who are either victims or the loving relatives of victims. And that's what this law will do. That's all I'm saying. Now, you as a legislature can decide, hey, we're cool with that. And that's fine. If that's what you do, that's what you do. I'm simply pointing out that from the standpoint of people that I represent as a lawyer, from the standpoint of jurors that I've dealt with for 36 plus years, there are going to be people who say, this is a bridge too far. And certainly from the standpoint of jurors who are going to decide, hey, does the father of the rapist deserve $10K because the victim of the rape got an abortion? And $10K from the victim might be a bridge too far. And that is going to be, in my opinion, as somebody who's practiced criminal defense work for 35 of the 36 years since I did my year as a prosecutor, including prosecuting.
Real serious.
I've defended a federal murder case that was death penalty.
What we're talking about here is life and death. Okay.
Well, we are
we're talking about the life of an unborn child that our criminal law has defined at any stage of development as a victim. For instance, where abortionist decides to kill an innocent child.
Well, let's take a step back from that. Let's.
This thing is the problem.
I messaged you. Let me know if you got it.
Got it. Where's the connection?
Who was shot to death on his front steps. It was not the victim of a rape whose grandparents gave her a brochure and said, you could go to Colorado and get an abortion.
I'm trying to get with you. I mean, I get your argument about deflating it over to somebody else. Whoever participates as an accessory to a murder is going to get charged or should get charged, and that's been our law since the beginning of time. Accessory liability, and even transferred intent. I intended to kill the mom, but I killed the baby. You understand what I'm saying? So our law is, a felony murder. If it's a felony and you murder somebody, if you're speeding at a felony way and you kill somebody, it's felony murder. So there's
actually that would be more likely to be either an involuntary manslaughter or a negligent homicide.
I'm with you. Again, that's up to the solicitor prosecutor as to how, what are the elements fit or not, as to whether or not he prosecutes. But just because your opinion is that you would have jury nullification, and you're probably correct. And as I told some folks earlier today, I can't see a prosecutor ever charging a local doctor with a 30-year crime.
Well, I can, and I've got a case right now that, although it is not this particular fact situation, is very close involving a medical profession that I'm defending. So I can totally see it.
Okay, maybe you can. I have a very competent prosecutor in my area.
Well, everybody's different. You've got 46 counties and you've got 16 different circuits, and they're all different.
The 8th Judicial Circuit, we've got some common sense.
Yeah, and you also give a provision for the AG, depending on their personal opinion, to come in and say, well, we'll prosecute it even if you don't.
All right. Well, I just want to make sure we're on the same page as it relates to the crime that I'm talking about, the crime of murder.
No, I understand the crime of murder. I understand the elements of it.
Okay. And I want you to liken it, and it's okay on one side, on the criminal side, where you got a thug, I guess, kills the woman and kills the child, but the baby's dead.
Well, I also understand
those scenarios whether the abortionist decides to kill the child. Thank God the mother's alive, so it's not a double murder.
Yeah, I mean,
the mother survives, but the child died.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting concept of an abortionist over the objection of the child and the child's parents just deciding willy-nilly on their own to kill the unborn child. I mean, that seems like a very, very different scenario. Just from the practical standpoint, how it would look in the courtroom and how it's going to look from the human side, than the grandmother that hands the granddaughter a brochure and says, here's a clinic in Colorado. Give them a call if you want, which is also prescribed under this bill and carries up to 30 years in prison and is a felony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. From Sumter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. So this is a little history quiz. As a lawyer, you being the one of the first law practitioners in front of us, I'm very much interested in your opinion on what you believe would be the outcome, the logical and realistic outcomes if this bill were to be passed as is. And so first, I want to go back to the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, and I want to ask you about consumption.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we had there was a decision made on, and I'm glad you brought that up, under the, when the 18th Amendment was passed, that nationwide we would prohibit not only the consumption of alcohol, but the production and the importation of same, absent for use of medical purposes. And it was uniformly flouted throughout the country. It created the reality of this is people with means, financial means, and political connections and private connections are going to be able to take their kids out of state and get the abortions all on the quiet.
Mr. Weldon, could you step a little closer to that mic?
Sure.
So that people who are streaming can hear you.
Yeah, absolutely. People who have political connections, who have financial means, who have personal connections are going to be able to take their kids out of state and do it all on the quiet.
Well, I appreciate that.
And that's going to be in line with what happened during the Prohibition. But the people without those connections are going to be the ones that are most at risk.
You're absolutely, and I agree with that. But what was and I'll just tell you, I'm not going to quiz you here. In my assessment, and I'm certainly no lawyer, don't pretend to be, the 18th Amendment, what it did actually in reality is it created a black market in which turned essentially Italian street gangs into organized mafia, a global organization, in which we had to adjust our judicial expenditures, our penal codes. It created this monster of a bureaucracy to enforce something that was relatively unenforceable. Would you agree with that?
Well, absolutely, and I wouldn't limit it to Italian street gangs.
Sure.
It created
It
created the Irish mob, the Jewish mob. It ultimately resulted in the RICO statute that's been alluded to either, and it was an abject failure and ultimately repealed.
Correct.
Yep.
That is right. And so after 13 years, I believe it was, of the 18th Amendment, looking back through history, it didn't do what we hoped it would had done.
No.
Not even the slightest.
No, I mean,
in fact, it created much greater issues than we intended to solve. Would you agree with that?
I would. My granddad was a rancher out west and a big influence in my life. He had exactly one beer in his entire lifetime, and that was to celebrate the repeal of Prohibition. Took a sip, decided he didn't like it, didn't understand what the whole big deal was about. But he recognized that the 18th Amendment was a total joke.
And I think we can apply that same thing to anything, whether it be the war on drugs, prohibition of abortion. I know I'm certainly not advocating for rolling back where South Carolina is. I agree that this body, with the heartbeat bill, spent a lot of time and effort to get us to a place where I believe most South Carolinians are comfortable with, as far as the issue of life. But back to my line of questioning, and my ultimate question for you is, if this bill is passed in its entirety without any amendments, what do you see the outcome, the real world outcome being? Not theoretical, not religious, not theological, but the real world outcome for South Carolinians who are in, many are in these very traumatic situations. That is it compassionate? So my question stands: what is in your assessment as a very experienced law practitioner, what do you believe to be the logical outcomes if we pass this bill as is?
I think there are going to be a lot of pissed off people. I think there are going to be a lot of anguished parents. I think there are going to be a lot of defense lawyers that are making a fair amount of money defending these cases. And I think in many situations, jurors are going to reject it. And I think that's a crying shame, because I think whatever law is passed, people ought to understand the basis behind it, and they ought to have respect for it. And I will say this: I personally think abortion is a horrible tragedy for all involved. Everybody.
We will.
Knows that this is not a frivolous act. This is a horrible thing for everybody. But I think as a body who is responsible for the citizenry of this state, and for me as a criminal defense lawyer, we have an obligation to actually look at things from all sides and pass things that, if we're trying to limit the amount of unborn children, or their lives being terminated, there's perhaps a better way to do it. Maybe we stick with what we've got already. But going after it in the way that this bill does, in terms of, to the extent criminalizing what it criminalizes and the penalty that it carries, I think that is not the most way to do it, but I will happily stand with my clients in the court and defend these cases as I stand with my clients and defend all cases.
All right, well, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Welborn. To the witnesses on our side, we got an hour, and so that's going to put us at 6 o'clock. And of course, everybody's got to write questions. I'm not saying that. I just want y'all to know you each got about 5 minutes apiece if we're going to stick to the thing. So the next witness is Jack Cahoon.
There's so much more.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Jack Cahoon. I'm an attorney in Columbia, South Carolina. I live in Lexington, South Carolina. I have a wife, 2 teenage boys. Happy to be here today to talk with you about something that's close to my heart, which is the implications of this bill on employment law. I primarily practice employment law at Burnett Shutt McDaniel Law Firm and here in Columbia. I represent employees. I represent employees. The impact of criminalizing typical human relations, human resources, and benefits processes in employers. Under this bill, the definition of aiding and abetting, which we all know talks about providing information by phone, internet, or other mode about how to obtain an abortion, or also another provision talking about websites with information about obtaining an abortion, and another provision dealing with referrals to obtain an abortion. That's all very normal in other contexts, HR functions for a business to provide referrals to where to get medical care or to get services. In other states, that would be treated as a normal HR function, this means routine tasks like posting benefit summaries, linking to third-party provider networks, responding to employee questions about medical travel policies. All these could be interpreted as criminal acts. Just consider for a moment if an HR professional in Charleston directs an employee to a benefits portal that includes a network of out-of-state clinics, which may be provide abortion services. Could that be framed as aiding and abetting? The bill's language is broad enough to raise that possibility, and it forces legal risk into standard employer operations. Additionally, many South Carolina employers have medical travel reimbursement programs for services not performed in state, such as specialized cancer centers or high-level fertility treatment. Under S323, helping an employee use that benefit, especially when it touches reproductive care, could be construed as a felony and additionally give rise to a civil cause of action. And our federal law that governs benefits programs protects a benefit structure, but it doesn't protect employers from criminal or civil liability under state law. That tension will force companies to drop coverage, geofence benefits, radically redesign their operations, or face litigation and criminal risk. For benefits recruiting nationally, for businesses recruiting nationally, losing these benefits may undercut their ability to compete for top talent. This bill invites a wave of civil claims. 323 allows private lawsuits with statutory damages and fee shifting, which means plaintiffs' attorneys can sue employers for acts that today are benign, like sharing benefits information or even painting web pages, because many HR vendors, benefits platforms, EAP, employee assistance program systems, and telehealth firms interact with employees and employers. They could become defendants too. Employers will have to budget significant amounts of funds to defend what we now consider normal benefit services. And this bill will chill speech and erode trust and undermine workplace culture. The threat of liability under 323 suppresses open communication Employees won't ask about benefits or medical care if they fear implicating themselves or HR. HR staff won't provide employees guidance about beyond the bare minimum to avoid any sort of implication, especially in complex cases of pregnancy complications, choices around reproductive health. Employees often need discretion and confidentiality, and that trust is endangered when every communication is legally fraught, could result in criminal prosecution or civil suit. Even though 323 contains a vague First Amendment carve-out, the coexistence of that clause with detailed criminal and civil liability language creates ambiguity, and ambiguity chills speech. Employers and staff will err on the side thinking about. One is there's a provision that specifically references federal arbitration or the arbitration clauses and tries to invalidate those as it pertains to employers, and also essentially makes employers criminally liable for asserting the existence of an arbitration clause or confidentiality clause. Well, that would violate the Federal Arbitration Act, which through the operation of the Supremacy Clause governs in these situations. So,
Again, we'd ask you to take some questions now.
Certainly.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Dr. Patricia Seal.
I prepared some slides since we'll kind of be discussing mechanisms of action of contraception, but I'm Dr. Patricia Seal. I'm a board certified OBGYN, excuse me, practicing here in academic practice in Columbia. I'm also subspecialty board certified in complex family planning, which is the subspecialty of OBGYN that focuses on birth control, especially in patients with chronic medical conditions and medical complexity. So I made some objectives. So I wanted to talk about the menstrual cycle, talk about early pregnancy physiology, and then last talk about the mechanisms of action of the contraceptive methods that we have available to us in the United States currently. So as far as the menstrual cycle, we know that after menarche, which is when periods start for girls, that's an average age of 12. The ovary and the brain are in a continuous conversation, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. The ovary and the brain are always talking. And as a result of this conversation, we see a normal menstrual cycle is created by hormonal fluctuations. And that is 21 to 35 days for the average woman from ages 18 to 40. And that also means that about 20% of women have irregular cycles that don't follow in these time ranges. We also know that adolescents have irregular cycles due to an immature brain-ovary connection. And also women in perimenopause have an overmature brain-ovary connection, and so they also have irregular cycling. When we talk about pregnancy dating, we're dating it on a 28-day cycle, which is most average. We discussed the last menstrual period as the first day of bleeding, and during this time, the brain is kind of stimulating the ovary to create a follicle to then ovulate. As this follicle grows, the ovary releases some hormones. Hormone that you kind of see here in the middle called LH that causes an egg to be released within the next 72 hours. The egg then enters the fallopian tube and survives for 12 to 24 hours unless it is fertilized. And then the ruptured follicle of the ovary where the egg was released starts secreting a progesterone hormone that then matures the uterine lining. If pregnancy does not occur, the corpus luteum resolves in about 14 days. And then the subsequent decrease in progesterone hormone causes menstruation to occur and the menstrual cycle starts again. So for early pregnancy, sperm is made in the testicle and travels versus this tube called the vas deferens to be added to semen, which is the fluid that is released. Semen's deposited into the vagina by sexual intercourse, and then sperm penetrates the thin, slippery mucus of the cervix to enter the uterine cavity. Sperm then enter the fallopian tube and fertilize the egg. And then the fertilized egg moves down the fallopian tube and enters the uterine cavity in 6 to 10 days. And then can implant, and it's with implantation that we have pregnancy hormone at HCG that can be detectable in maternal blood. This HCG hormone causes that ovarian cyst to continue to secrete progesterone hormone. So all this to say, a contraceptive is going to be a method, device, or medicine to prevent this pregnancy from occurring. And we have different areas or mechanisms of action. Some of those are male, so options like vasectomy are going to disrupt that tube that takes sperm and adds it to semen. Other mechanisms are going to prevent semen from being deposited into the female vagina. Others are going to work by thickening that cervical mucus to make it impenetrable to sperm. And most of our systemic hormonal methods are ones that are going to impede or change that crosstalk between the ovary and the brain that are driving when ovulation occurs. So when we talk about contraceptive efficacy, we're talking about not the efficacy with every use of a method.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Doctor. You go back one slide. So you were talking about the mechanisms,
Yes, sir.
and I'm trying to follow you, but you're
I know I'm moving at a fast clip
know
here.
you are. It's okay.
So
You talked about
a transection procedure, also using methods like barrier methods to prevent semen from being deposited into the female vagina. And then in terms of lining of the uterus, and these happen as additive contraceptive uses. And then last, targeting that brain-ovary connection that is driving the ovulation. Yes. And so as far as efficacy, again, we're not talking about a single use of a method, but we're talking about looking at 100 people using this method over a given year. How many method failures would we have? So a 92% effective method means that 8 women will become pregnant within a year of the method use. As I mentioned, permanent contraception, that's a surgical procedure that alters the anatomy. So for females, that's 99.5% effective, and that's disruption or removal of the fallopian tubes via an abdominal surgery. For males, it's an in-office procedure called a vasectomy that interrupts that vas tube, and it's more effective than female sterilization. Natural methods include abstinence, which we know is the most effective, also partner withdrawal, using calendar methods to avoid fertile times in the menstrual cycle, and then also breastfeeding. Barrier methods are ones that prevent sperm from reaching the uterine cervix. So these might include methods like condoms and diaphragms. Notably, they have to be used with every active intercourse to be effective. And then our systemic hormonal methods, which are most of our birth control methods we have available, these again work by overriding that flux of hormones between the brain and the ovary. And the primary contraceptive hormone is progesterone. And again, it has these additive effects to prevent ovulation, thicken mucus, thin the lining of the uterus, and then also decreasing the motility of the tube. And these might include birth control pills, which are taken every day, the contraceptive patch, which is used once a week, and then the vaginal ring, which is used monthly or every year. And these methods result in about 9 in pregnancies per 100 people using them. Similarly, there's the Depo-Provera injection. That's an every 3-month injection, and a birth control implant that's placed in the arm. That is the most effective hormonal contraceptive on the market, approved for 3 years of use. And then as far as local hormonal methods, this includes our hormonal IUDs. These are highly effective, and they last for 3, 5, or 8 years, depending on the type. They have those local progesterone effects to, again, thicken cervical mucus, thin the uterine lining, and then reduce the motility of the tubes to prevent pregnancy. And then non-hormonal local methods include metal-containing IUDs, of which we now have 2 that are FDA approved on the U.S. market. One is the copper IUD, and the other is a copper and nickel titanium IUD. These IUDs release copper ions that create a cytotoxic inflammatory response within the uterus, meaning that it affects the viability of gametes such as eggs and sperm to live. It also affects sperm motility and viability, and affects the acrosomal reaction, which is the ability of the sperm to penetrate the zona pellucida to fertilize an egg. And then last, to briefly mention emergency or postcoital protected intercourse, and really work by delaying ovulation. That way the egg is not available for fertilization during P times. And then metal IUDs can also be used for emergency contraception, again, because they contain those copper ions that are toxic to gametes. And I know I was kind of working a quick clip there, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
It's putting as an option. TP USA.
Thank you very much.
TP USA.
Can we get a copy of the slide deck?
Of course.
Our next witness is Dr. Jessica Tarleton.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, isn't that supposed to be for young people?
Yes, Peter was on it. We're doing it.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Dr. Jessica Tarleton. I'm a double board certified OBGYN from Charleston, although unfortunately not represented by any members of this committee. I'm also the vice chair of the South Carolina section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, or ACOG. And like Dr. Seal, I completed
Jeez, it's wonderful.
of our views on abortion. I think we can all agree that we want new babies to come into families that are financially, emotionally, and physically in the United States are unplanned. Families with unplanned pregnancies are 20% more likely to have a preterm birth, 10% more likely to have a low birth weight baby, and 50% more likely to have a mom with postpartum depression. The good news is that the rate of unplanned pregnancy in the United States has fallen significantly. Access to contraception or birth control. So if your goal is to reduce abortion and to improve family health, the proven way to do that is to increase access to contraception. I want to tell you now how this bill could compromise access to our most effective methods of contraception and thereby increase the risk of unplanned pregnancy. The bill's definition of when pregnancy begins is more or less in line with medical science of the detection of HCG, but this bill redefines contraception with a narrower definition than that which we use. Contraception as prevention of fertilization of an egg by a sperm, and defining a fertilized egg as an unborn child, puts birth control in a very precarious position. Many birth control methods have side effects on the environment inside the uterus, which theoretically could reduce the likelihood of a fertilized egg from implanting. As you heard from Dr. Seal, it can include effects on thinning the lining of the uterus, which happens to be a very useful side effect of contraception for the thousands of women that use birth control to actually control their heavy menstrual cycles. But there is actually no medical evidence that any of our birth control methods have the effect of preventing implantation. However, this medically inaccurate idea continues to spread. So if there is any potential that birth control could prevent the implantation of a fertilized egg. And a fertilized egg is now an unborn child under the law, a full human with equal protection. We can see how many would fear that contraception could be considered murder. Even if impacts to the birth control law are not the law's intention, as we have heard, the penalties for not interpreting this law as conservatively as possible are huge. As you know, this bill calls for felony charges, jail time, the loss of a medical license for any infraction. Even an indictment requires suspension of a medical license. Criminal defense is not included in malpractice policies. So for me, if a charge was brought, I would have to stop working. My husband is a full-time stay-at-home dad. I would have to find funds for criminal defense before even going before a jury, just for a charge. And I would be financially ruined. So given the legal ambiguity and the severe penalties, many healthcare systems could stop providing contraception, pharmacies could stop stocking it, and physicians like me could be terrified that an interpretation of this bill could make a criminal out of us for prescribing birth control pills. I know as an OBGYN who has sought counsel about how to practice under our existing reproductive health care laws, and one who hears other OBGYN concerns through my service on ACOG, that I can tell you firsthand that the kind of fear that OBGYNs are practicing under right now. This is not a red herring. This is not a theoretical concern. This is not an exaggeration. We don't know what Attorney General will come into place in these coming years, and whether or not that Attorney General would have a particular interest in reproductive health law. So although the effects on birth control may not be the intention, that best match the values and the religious beliefs and the morals of each individual patient. While some patients conversations with patients about planning pregnancies, some will choose not to use birth control methods if they don't fit with their values. But when you begin to define medical terms in law based on non-medical assumptions, it takes that discussion of medicine and science out of my hands and takes away a patient's ability to use their own religion, morals, and values to guide their pregnancy planning options. So for this reason, I urge you to oppose Senate Bill 323 to protect access to evidence-based contraceptive care.
I'll ask a question. You went through your presentation, as far as I can tell, the methods of birth control that you described, none of them would work to terminate a pregnancy that is clinically diagnosable using HCG. Is that correct? Because doesn't that happen?
That is correct.
Like a week after implantation, the little strip test?
That's correct.
All right, so since the definition of abortion in this bill says it's that which intends to terminate the clinically diagnosable pregnancy, then I don't understand how you're saying that this bill could prior to implantation, according to your testimony.
That's correct, but I think does not address contraception in any way is not true or relevant. And I would ask you, as the author of this bill, why you chose to redefine contraception in this version of the law if this bill has nothing to do with contraception.
Well, you don't get to ask me. I get to
Okay.
ask you. You're the witness.
Fair enough.
Most people believe that conception and fertilization are synonymous. Okay. I've got some text here from already definitions already existing in our code that use these words in that manner. So contraception is that which prevents conception. Now, I grant you that prevention of ovulation, is contraception because you can't have fertilization if there's no egg, right?
Yes.
Right. But human life does begin at fertilization. So when I wrote the bill, I'm not going to find contraception as that which prevents implantation or contraceptive as that which prevents implantation, if in fact I believe a human life begins at the time of fertilization. That preventing implantation it is not preventing conception. I mean, it's just logical. Now, you may say, well, in science or in the medical field, we don't like it that way. But again, most people believe conception and fertilization are synonymous terms. And historically, they have been until about 1965 when ACOG took a swipe at redefining conception, implantation.
About when life begins. That is a philosophical and religious judgment. I know that no other religious views other than Christianity and certain sects of Christianity have been represented here. But I will tell you that in my husband's religious tradition, which is Judaism, a human life is not thought to truly start as equivalent to another born human until they take their first breath. You can say that life begins at fertilization. We can also say that a one-celled bacteria is life. We can say the cell of a leaf is life. But what we're really talking about is when does that life attain the equal standing as a fully formed human as a person that's walking around in front of us. And so while I can say, yeah, that's life, there are also many other organisms that begin life in that way. And the science is not clear, and the medicine is actually very clear that those one-celled organisms should not have the same standing as a fully formed person who has been born.
Senator from...
So, using your testimony, and just for the sake of conversation, not for debate or argument, if we were to agree that we're not sure when life begins or when it's viable or anything like that, then my question is, where do we draw the line on when an abortion is no longer acceptable for a healthy embryo, a healthy clump of cells, if we want to use that phrase, where do we draw the line? Do we draw it at a week, first trimester, second, or like New York, 9 months, full term? Where would you, as a professional, I'm a lawyer. I don't have the education you do. You're far more educated than I am, and I'm not pandering you. So where do we draw the line on a healthy embryo that is eventually going to become a life where we want to extend those rights?
It's my belief that every pregnant person, under the advice of their doctor, should draw the line for themselves, and that it not be codified into law in any way. There's not enough law that can be written, enough exceptions that can be written that would take into account every nuance of every single medical scenario that, so putting that into law, exercise, I believe.
Okay, and I don't like government telling us what to do. Anyone who knows Tom Fernandez believes that. So if that's the case with a healthy child, and that decision is between the mother and the healthcare provider. So essentially, by that, we don't know all the nuances. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, healthy embryo. By that argument, correct? I'm not saying that you believe that personally, but between the mother and the health provider, basically up to that day before delivery.
But if the delivery occurs, then that baby is born alive. That's not an abortion.
The day before delivery may the birth be, or the pregnancy be terminated a day before delivery.
I think that
full term,
your idea of abortion is not medically based, that there is some full term abortion that exists. I don't think that's the scenario that happens.
Tell that to New York. I agree.
Are there any other questions? Senator from Charleston.
Thank you, Doctor. I was getting a little bit confused as you were about the different definitions, because while we keep hearing the bill is intended to stop abortion, which is defined when it's clinically diagnosable, which is then defined by the possibility of detectable HCG. But then you have contraceptives, contraception, conception, all defined as the prevention of the sperm meeting the ovum. I think I said that correct. And so, to me, that creates a little bit of ambiguity from my understanding your concern. Is there a scenario, because I really don't understand like the HCG thing, so just medically, is there a scenario where it could be detected earlier than a week? And then let me ask you this: is there a possibility when you can detect a level of HCG even when the pregnancy has not implanted in the uterus?
A pregnancy or a egg that has been fertilized that could implant before it implants. I have some copies of my testimony, and it has a citation because I'm an academic that deals with just that we're estimating the unmeasurable. But the paper that I cite does estimate that about 50% of fertilized eggs do not implant in the natural cycle of a woman's body.
Okay. And then my other question, you were concerned about the profession. If medical schools and if our medical schools train physicians based on statutory definitions that contradict with the medical definitions that you all use, how would that potentially affect board certifications, residency requirements and the like in the state of South Carolina?
It's a hard definition of contraception we use in medicine, which is prevention of pregnancy. And so I think doctors would have to be very careful about documenting the reasoning for things being done, teaching residents and students to document
The next witness is Dr. Creighton Lakes.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Creighton Lakes, and I appreciate the time today to explain why I stand in opposition to Bill S323. I'm a physician with double board certification in obstetrics and gynecology, as well as a subspecialty of reproductive endocrinology and infertility. I'm a native South Carolinian, and I've been practicing fertility in South Carolina for almost 15 years. While I believe the verbiage of this entire bill is quite frankly astonishing, reprehensible, and paternalistically callous, given my allotted time, I will focus my talking points on the fertility implications this bill will have. And I do believe the personhood verbiage of this bill will affect IVF, and I can address that later. We have the precedent in Alabama. A common theme I subscribe to is that it's important to have perspective. Having perspective in the field of reproductive medicine and fertility is paramount in the understanding of the intricacies and inefficiency of human reproduction. Allow me to share a few statistics to shed further light. In nature, of all human eggs fertilized with a sperm, 75% do not go on to make a live birth. The chance for a couple to conceive when the female partner is under 35 years old rates, and you have the perspective on the inefficiency of unassisted human reproduction. The practice of fertility medicine is in no way perfect, but we are trying to implement well-tested treatments to overcome this insufficiency and fulfill the dreams of starting a family. In vitro fertilization, IVF, is one of those treatments that has been life-changing for so many patients. Annually, the practice of IVF accounts for 2.6% of all births in the United States. That's approximately 1 out of every 40 newborns in this country every year, and that number is rising. So why do I mention all this? Because in this bill, there's language reintroducing the idea of personhood for embryos from the time of fertilization, as we've alluded. According to dictionary.com, personhood is defined as the state or fact of being an individual or having human characteristics and feelings. This bill states that an embryo fulfills that definition and therefore would have the same rights as anyone in this room. Let me be clear. The professionals working in the field of infertility hold compassion for every embryo created in IVF. But we also know that not every embryo will continue to develop either in nature or the embryology lab. Establishing personhood from fertilization on would alter the IVF standard of practice, causing a decrease in success rates, increased patient, and decreased pest. If you are unaware of this, then I urge you to look into it and understand that this type of bill has profound downstream effects that some may not even be aware of otherwise. Fortunately, within days, the representatives and legal system in Alabama realized their error of their ways and quickly amended the bill, and IVF was allowed to continue. The practice of IVF is oftentimes misunderstood and misrepresented. It is a proven, effective, and well-established practice. But a patient and their strong desire to have a family, and IVF plays a critical role in that treatment and success. Allow me to ask a few questions based on circumstances in which IVF is absolutely necessary for patients to have their genetically owned child, which this bill may take away. What about the 1 in 5,000 women who are born without a uterus as a result of a naturally occurring developmental defect? Because these women still have their ovaries and therefore their eggs, undergo IVF, and with the use of a gestational carrier, have a genetically owned child. What about women who require a life-saving hysterectomy, removal of the uterus and tubes, but not the ovaries, due to a postpartum hemorrhage following the birth of their first child, but still want future children in their family? What about women who no longer have their fallopian tubes, perhaps due to endometriosis, scarring, ruptured appendix, ectopic pregnancy, etc.? IVF is able to bypass the tubes and help them conceive. What about men who have such severe male factor that they require IVF with possible testicular biopsy in order to use their sperm? What about couples who face the extremely difficult diagnosis of cancer, in which the treatment will render them subfertile or infertile, and how they can do IVF to preserve embryos prior to chemotherapy and then carry a pregnancy once they are in remission? And finally, what about our men and women of the armed forces who are either injured or exposed to factors while they are deployed that will affect their fertility, and IVF is the only way for them to have their genetically owned child? This is by no means an exhaustive list of reasons or real-life scenarios where IVF has given patients hope and success. I have personally seen and treated every one of these patients. And me having to say was taken away due to a bill that was undoubtedly written without the knowledge of these real-life implications. Let me end with this. 1 in 6 people have infertility. That means there are plenty of people in this room, myself included, who have either sick fertility treatments or will need them in the future to have children in the family they so desire. Perhaps it isn't you, but I can assure you that it will happen to someone you know, or possibly someone you love, and I don't want their dreams taken away. Now, imagine if it was you, or a family member, your son or your daughter, and that chance of building a family was taken away. Unfortunately, this bill has that ability, and I strongly encourage you to oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. So obviously you are well educated on the issue of in vitro and fertilization.
When I say it was misrepresented, what I mean by that is there's this thought process among some folks that IVF is just trying to create as many embryos for eggs are going to fertilize in the lab. Not all fertilized embryos go on to day 5 or 6 when we can transfer, and then not all are going to be we can have 4 to 5 embryos for a patient or a couple. That's a good number, because the plan is they're probably going to want more children, and the gestalt is it takes 2 viable embryos in the lab to have 1 born child overall. Now, some patients will do it once and have a full live born child, but I'm just saying that's the average. To your point, what to do with frozen embryos if the parents have completed their family? You could donate them as adoption, basically, like I mentioned first, but there are adoption banks as well, but there are also private party adoptions. Then there's also something called compassionate transfer that is around, where basically that would be placing the embryos after they've thawed into, say, the vagina of the mother, knowing that they're full and well not going to be a child, but the patient doesn't feel like she is discarding him, if that makes sense. That has been a conversation I've had with patients as well.
So as far as discarding, you mentioned, what was that process look like?
They would be thawed, and they would not survive the thaw.
So specifically, are they thrown in the trash? Are they thrown in a bio?
In a biohazard, yes, with the media, if they haven't dissolved.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I say one thing about HCG, because that kept coming up with the testing? And you were alluding to, I thought you were going to ask that question. So the question of when life begins and HCG is detected a week or so later, we have to understand that this is not black and white. HCG can be detected in anembryonic pregnancies, no fetus, no viable child. It can be detected in molar pregnancies, again, no fetus and is not a viable pregnancy. And HCG can be secreted by cancers 7 weeks or 7 weeks out, whatever the case may be, viable pregnancy or child. I just wanted to put that out there because
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Mack, a pediatric critical care physician and South Carolina native, pediatrician, and specifically critical mortality further. Our written testimony outlines numerous concerns, and I will limit my time here specifically to addressing Section 4441.6, the infeasibility of requiring non-emergent deliveries at 19 weeks in a hospital with a NICU. So Section 4441.640 F1A proposes to require a non-emergency delivery after 19 weeks gestation to be performed at a hospital or facility with neonatal services for premature infants. Is a non currently defined in statute and by the standard of care, because the fetus is not viable, and so there is nothing elective about the scenario, and physicians weigh these decisions extremely carefully, and it's very nuanced. Thus, it is not feasible to require delivery to be in a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit, as people in these sorts of emergency situations present to the nearest hospital as they should. It is feasible to attempt stabilization at viability regional perinatal center, as has been outlined in the South Carolina Perinatal Regionalization Plan. Additionally, if an emergency is in progress and there might not be an option to delay obtaining a court-appointed guardian, if the pregnant patient is unable to consent, patients could die waiting. And there are also generally 4 levels of nurseries for neonatal care, but not all of these 8 weeks, very preterm 28 to 31, or moderate preterm 32 to 33 week infants. Most delivery hospitals are equipped to care. My colleagues and I routinely care for extremely low birth weight infants who have gone on to become technology dependent. In addition, options for maternity care are shrinking in South Carolina, particularly in rural areas. Between 2012 and 2024, 13 labor and delivery units in this state have closed, with 8.7% of pregnant patients, which is about 5,000 in this state, have no birthing hospital within 30 minutes of their home. There is nuance, and this is why South Carolina has previously built a system based on perinatal regionalization, encouraging people to seek care. And the second topic that I'll touch on is the infeasibility of requiring 2 provider presence for a non-emergency delivery at 19 plus weeks. So the same section, but F1B, proposes to require the delivering physician, quote, all steps reasonably necessary to preserve life. Again, there's no non-emergent delivery before viability, and this bill is attempting to redefine viability, which is infeasible and defies the standard of care as well as reality. S323 would impose a legal duty to attempt resuscitation regardless of viability, parental wishes, and the rights to preserve comfort and peace, as well as logistics. Assaulting a non-viable fetus is frankly cruel, futile, and traumatic for families and violates our oath to do no harm. I have been in this situation before. This body actually allowed EMS to honor do not resuscitate orders for children. And prior to that legislation, I encountered many most facilities do not have these types of physicians in-house 24/7. So rather than practice illegally, this would force closure of even more maternity care units and discontinuation of medical privileges by pediatricians in the community, further worsening our maternity access crisis in South Carolina. Resuscitating physicians. Also, 2 to 5% of pregnant patients present at unknown gestational age. And when they present an emergency situation and are that survival at 19 weeks has not been achieved on this planet. The most premature delivery documented was at 21 weeks, and this is exceedingly rare. Survival in the 22 to 23 week range is also very low, and if the baby does survive, they're often technology dependent and severely delayed. Survival at 19 weeks has not been achieved, probably, and most important to note, that resuscitation of a 19-week fetus is actually not possible. 9 inches long, about 250 grams or 8 ounces, and the size of a mango. In many cases, when someone is in preterm labor, the fetus is also small for gestational age. Properly sized supplies, equipment do not exist. And this is the smallest available endotracheal tube that I have here. Happy to share it with you. The internal diameter of this is 2 millimeters. The external diameter is 3 millimeters. And that does not fit in a 19-week trachea, which is about 1.5 to 2 millimeters. So you can see the math is not math, and the smallest available tube to resuscitate does not fit. Even at viability, 24 weeks, the tracheal diameter is about 2.5 to 3 millimeters on average, so it can be a really tight fit, often requiring eventually a tracheostomy. The trachea is where we place the breathing tube, which connects to a ventilator. In case I also have, a premature cuff, which doesn't fit even at about 24 weeks, too small. The diaper is about 4 times the size of what would fit at that gestational age. Thus, resuscitation at this stage would involve chest compressions that would likely cause multiple fractures, crush organs, but to no end. Without a breathing tube or intravenous access, there is no possibility of survival outside of the uterus at this gestational age. Thanks again for taking the time for this very important issue that really influences maternal and infant mortality so heavily.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'd be happy to. It's literally not physically possible.
I'm an attorney here in Columbia. I've been an attorney for almost 20 years, and my law firm is Burnett Shutt McDaniel Law Firm, right down on Lady Street by Blue Marlin. I want to take it to acknowledge that this is an all-male subcommittee, especially want today. I have been representing Planned Parenthood in this fight over abortion rights for years. And let me give you a little bit of background on how we got here. In 2021, the General Assembly passed the first heartbeat bill that was determined by the South Carolina Supreme Court to be unconstitutional because it was an unconstitutional invasion of a woman's right to privacy. That decision included some information about concerns with the legislation itself. It came back to the legislature. You all tweaked a few things, including the composition of the South Carolina Supreme Court, and then it went back to the Supreme Court where the ostensibly almost the same bill was now found to be constitutional. What we are looking at with SB 323 is an even more serious and severe invasion of a woman's right to privacy under the South Carolina Constitution. The South Carolina Constitution expressed a right to privacy in the interest of bodily autonomy in Article 1, Section 10. And I'll read that to you. We've been here so long that my laptop died, so I'm going to read it to you on my phone. So let me pull that up. All right. The right? This is Article 1, Section 10 of the South Carolina Constitution. We're not trying to do anything with the federal Constitution. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures and unreasonable invasions of privacy shall not be violated. And no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause. And let's see. In fact, in that case, they said that looking to determine whether you have an unreasonable invasion of a woman's right to privacy, that is her right to privacy, separate and apart from the child, the unborn fetus. They said that you have that the 6 weeks, you still have a balancing act. And they only found in that case that the balance was properly weighed by the legislature because there was information, there were provisions in the 2023 heartbeat bill for the definitions were changed, certain definitions of the heartbeat were changed, and because they thought that 6 weeks was sufficient time for a woman to determine if she was pregnant or not. In this bill, you are taking away the ability for a woman to even know if she is pregnant. That flies in the face of what our South Carolina Supreme Court has said would be a reasonable invasion of the right to privacy. There's no doubt that lots of statutes invade our rights to privacy, but the question is whether or not it's unreasonable. And prohibiting all abortions is an unreasonable invasion of the right to privacy that is granted to women in this state and men under our South. The First Amendment. You've heard some about the provisions that would chill people from even talking about where you could get an abortion. My niece is 12. You're going to put me in jail for telling her the answer is yes? That is outrageous. And I simply cannot understand how you can sit up here and think that that is a reasonable penalty to explain to someone what their rights might be in another state. That is textbook prior restraint. Prior restraint is preventing someone from saying something before they've even said it. Prior restraint is almost, it is very hard for prior restraint provisions to withstand constitutional scrutiny. In addition, this is a content-based versus content-neutral type of restraint on speech. Content-based restrictions must meet the absolute highest standards of constitutional scrutiny, and this one is not narrowly tailored in any way to meet an important government interest. The final way that this violates the First Amendment is because it would make it illegal for me to tell my niece that she could go to a state where abortion is legal. There was a case, and not our Supreme Court, but the United States Supreme Court has found that one state cannot have control over what can happen in another state. That was the Supreme Court overturned that conviction, saying that you cannot tell me what I can say about someone in another state where that action is legal. And then finally, I want to talk about the separation of powers doctrine. Typically in my practice, I'm dealing with a court where I'm trying to convince a court to take some action, and they are reluctant to take that action because of the separation of powers doctrine. In South Carolina, we have the separation of powers doctrine expressly in our Constitution. The United States Constitution does not have that. In the South Carolina Constitution, it's Article 1, Section 8, and it specifically says that the legislature has its role, the judiciary has its role, and the executives have their role, and they should not impinge on the role of the other. The fact that this bill includes language, let me turn to it so I'm quoting it to you. Section 44-41-700. This article may not be construed to impose liability or conduct protected by the First Amendment to the United States Constitution or the South Carolina Constitution. That is the General Assembly telling the court how it can or cannot interpret a law. It is the job given solely to determine whether or not a piece of legislation violates the Constitution. The General Assembly cannot preemptively say, don't worry about it, judiciary, this does not violate the Constitution. And I know that my time is limited, so I'll end it there, but I just want to recap. South Carolina has two protections in our Constitution that aren't found in the United States Constitution: an express right to privacy and express separation of powers. This bill would violate both of those, as well as the state and federal express provisions under the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Reverend, we got 15 minutes left. All right, Reverend Caitlin Keith.
Well, my written testimony says good afternoon, but I think I need to start with good evening, sirs. My name is Mother Caitlin Keith. I'm an Episcopal priest here in Richland County. I've been practicing ministry for about 10 years now, and I have a master's in divinity from Yale Divinity School. I rise to oppose this, and I'll say there's a lot in this bill that I find to be antithetical to the teachings of Jesus and the prophets. But I'm going to focus this testimony on one element that has me exceedingly troubled today as a clergy person, particularly related to my First Amendment rights. Sirs, to be a priest is to be a holder of stories. It is to be a keeper of trust. It is to be a minister of God's presence where the veil between life and death is thin. It is often to be the first person someone thinks to call when they don't know who else to call, when they find themselves facing that thin veil. I'm often told intimate things that I am the first person besides God to hear. I'm called on the phone, I am texted at all hours. I am asked to meet in the chapel, I am summoned to houses, I am beckoned to hospital bedsides. In the course of my ministry across Colorado, Virginia, and South Carolina, I provided pastoral counseling and prayer with many types of people, including some who this type of bill would affect. Here are some of those stories that I have kept. A young woman in a psych ward who tried to commit suicide after being sexually abused by her father for more than a decade. She panicked when her period was late. A middle-aged woman who had been raped at age 15 and became pregnant. After finding a pamphlet she received, the married man who was raping her threatened to beat her to death if she aborted the pregnancy or left him. A couple who didn't think they could have children suddenly becoming pregnant and giving birth to a baby that I got to baptize. A young woman who needed help paying for a medication at the pharmacy. I gave her money from my discretionary fund. I have no idea where that pharmacy was or what that medication was. I didn't ask. Someone who had been sexually assaulted days before sitting in my office, who wanted to pray before deciding what to do next. A couple trying to start a family through IVF who began profusely bleeding late one night that didn't know who to call, what to do, or where to go, and who were turned away from the emergency room. A grieving young woman seeking prayer and ceremony after having to receive another DNC for a pregnancy that she wanted. And several social workers, fellow priests, and medical providers who also find themselves holding these kinds of stories and need a colleague they can safely share and pray with. Those are often the text messages I get saying, "Can you come meet me in the chapel?" In my ordination, I vowed to, as it says, to proclaim the gospel and to love and serve all those among whom I work, caring alike for the young and old, the rich and poor, the strong and weak. The words of this vow are rooted in the commandment echoed throughout Scripture nearly 2,000 times, written nearly as often as the command to love God with your whole heart. I don't get to choose who calls me. I don't get to screen what stories they tell me before I am hearing them and holding them. But it is my job, my sacred duty, to respond, to pray, to counsel, and to give the compassion of God's grace to any kind of person I find myself working among. People looking for community resources and discretionary aid. I believe that this bill erodes the trust of my office. This bill erodes that sense of sacred safety. And this bill infringes on the privilege I legally expect to have as a priest with those who come to me in confidence. Under this bill, and I say this as someone reading it as a citizen, and I also spent a little bit of time on the phone with one of the chancellors who serves in my denomination, I believe I would face a great deal of legal risk, potentially felony charges, for how someone might go on to use clergy discretionary funds I give them, or for what they do after they come to me for counsel, or potentially, as I understand it, for even hearing information that I am confidently given as a priest, confidentially given as a priest. And if in hearing that kind of information, the tragedy of a miscarriage is later determined, correctly or incorrectly, to be an abortion, does that text message asking for prayer while it's happening, or the phone call to check in on them after, turn from pastoral care to aiding and abetting? Do I need to fear picking up the phone in case my calling becomes criminal? Like I said before, I spent a little bit of time on the phone with a chancellor yesterday, and what was clear to me is that I am not a lawyer, I am a priest, and I don't want to have to become a lawyer to be a priest. The freedom to exercise my religion as a priest under the gospel of Christ and the resolutions and beliefs about reproductive care passed by my church's denomination in our governing body. For all those among whom I work, the rich and poor, the strong and weak, that should never be impinged upon by law. The sacred confidence between me as a priest and those who come to me in that confidence should not be impinged upon by law. And that should certainly never be at risk of being criminal. The law of this land should never conflict with the commandments of Scripture that I have vowed myself to. And where they do, they are unjust. Whatever you believe as an individual in your personal faith, whatever you would do for the counsel of those you love is yours to do. I ask this body to preserve the freedom for me to counsel those I am called and promised to love, confidentially. I ask you to preserve my freedom too.
Thank you, Reverend. All right, Kimberly Tissot. Yeah, she's here. on up. And I know you told me this last night. We got to do something about the height of that podium.
Yes.
Can we just pull the microphone to the side, maybe?
Yeah, one day I would like to see this building accessible. It's been 50 years with not following the law, so. So hi, I am Kimberly Tiso, and I serve as the proud president and CEO of ABLE South Carolina. And we are a statewide, nonpartisan, disability-led organization that advocates for freedom and independence for people with disabilities. Today, I'm providing testimony not only in professional capacity, but also as a proud disabled woman. And the definition of disability is, I just want to remind everyone, it is a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. And so that does include healthcare conditions, cancer, asthma, you name it, diabetes, the physical disabilities, obviously, blindness, sensory, autism, it goes on and on. The testimony. Will have a devastating impact on our community. And I'm here to make sure those voices are not forgotten. I'm a stage 4 pediatric cancer survivor. Cancer treatment saved my life, but it came with a cost. As a toddler, I underwent aggressive chemotherapy and radiation, followed I also take birth control. And if I did not take birth control, if I fall, I would definitely break some bones. Like some people with disabilities, including cancer survivors and those with infertility, my husband and I turned to IVF and surrogacy and egg donation in hopes of becoming a parent. We started with 12.
You know who's on the board?
And for $900 a year. Another round of surrogacy and embryo transfer would cost at least $70,000 or more. Unless the state intends to fund those procedures or indefinite storage, those decisions belong to me and my husband and not the government. I do want to go over areas where this bill redefining embryos as legal persons risks shutting down fertility clinics and making IVF more unaffordable and inaccessible. Risks to life and health. Some disabled people have no idea what will happen when they get pregnant, and sometimes they cannot carry a pregnancy. By narrowing the exceptions, this bill could put people in harm and endanger them. Doctors may even hesitate as fear of prosecution. Narrow emergency exceptions. This law's emergency exceptions include psychological and emotional harm for many people with disabilities, including those with chronic healthcare conditions and mental health disabilities. It remains harmful. It is serious. It's at serious risk. Ignoring mental health. Criminal exposure may cause providers to refuse treatment altogether, further isolating disability patients who already struggle to find accessible disability-informed health care. And I will tell you, it is very difficult to find an OB physician that actually has a accessible exam table. So a lot of women with disabilities are even unable to get pap smear, and it's very difficult to find those providers. I also want to just talk about rape and sexual assault. Disabled people are 3 times more likely to be raped, and oftentimes Disability rights are grounded in self-determination. People with disabilities must have their voices respected in healthcare decisions. S323 undermines autonomy. Financial and logistical burdens. Having a disability is often very, very expensive. There's extra costs that you will not even imagine. But and the disabled people also already face worse access to health care, higher poverty rates, and systemic discrimination. S323 would worsen these disparities, denying equal access to reproductive.
She's advocating that she shouldn't be allowed. I still don't even understand.
Act and other civil rights laws by effectively denying access to essential medical care or enforcing restrictions in a way that discriminates against disabled people. This would put the state at a legal risk in violating. And in the law, you cannot say one population can have this and one population cannot. And so not including people with mental illness and other chronic conditions, and this bill could definitely violate the law. And then the bigger picture here. So I want to share, my husband and I, we are parents now, and we went through the adoption process with the child welfare system here in DSS. Our child, who was born with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, is very, very loved. But unfortunately, as we know in child welfare, not everyone is cut out to be parents. And for an example, both of his biological parents are dead due to substance abuse. And in fact, I will go even further, that South Carolina does not provide adequate services to people who are here today, people who have disabilities, people who have fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. And these kids are already suffering. There are so many children in foster care. There are so many children whose parents are relinquishing their rights so that the state DSS can support and provide services. This is not fair to the kids that are already here.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep.
And to those witnesses who were here and we didn't get to you, please get your written testimony into us. We apologize. We just ran out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions.
So, thank you, ma'am. The last 15 minutes belongs, yes, to the those supporting the bill. So, Dr. Clark, I don't know if you're going to speak or who, but you have 15 minutes.
I want to again thank you all for taking the time to be here today and discuss this really important topic. First, I want to address the idea that we should rest where we are with the current law. That's something I've heard today, and I want to address that because we shouldn't be happy about resting where we are right now. DPA, okay, let me correct myself, Department of Public Health, they give us numbers from 2024, 3,025 of our innocent, defenseless neighbors were murdered inside the womb. And we use this language on purpose because that's what's happening. This is the intentional killing of an innocent, defenseless child. And I only wish there was so much concern here today expressed about that as all the other reasonable concerns that were brought up. Those are concerns that we will address as best as we can along the way, I'm sure. But they do not and should not distract us from the reality of what's happening. If we understood these children to be human beings, we would all admit we have a public health emergency on our hands. And so just want to say, no, we can't rest where we are. And these numbers don't include what comes from an organization called We Count that tells us there are 3,890 approximately by male babies poisoned at home by their mothers. And so, as we heard earlier, this is where women are killing their children themselves at home. And they know what they're doing. The testimony I submitted has all the evidence in there that these women know what they're doing. You've heard the evidence already. These are uncoerced. They're willingly killing their own children. They know what they're doing.
So, Dr. Clark, let me make sure I clarify that. Time keeps running. But DHEC in 2024 reported a number of 3,025
Correct.
abortions.
Correct.
But what you are saying, and some other information we got earlier today, is it's likely that even more than that have happened in addition.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Most abortions are already done using the abortion pill. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm
More
saying.
than that are already being done by mail order pills.
Correct. And the moms who do this have specific, complete, unconditional immunity in the heartbeat law right now. And so, again, We Count makes estimates based on data that they get from sources based on prescriptions that are being filled and sent to our state. And they do that from We Count numbers. And so abortion is legalized murder. That's what we need to call it. It's taking an innocent, defenseless life. And so that's still happening in our state. And it's happening in a way that is destroying the dignity of these children as well. And so the heartbeat law is not enough. At Personhood, South Carolina, we're 100% pro-life, but I want you to hear also we're 100% pro-dignity, okay? We want to protect every single life that we know is present, and that's why we use the language clinically diagnosable pregnancy, because the arm of the law obviously cannot nor should not reach into a situation of uncertainty. So if we know that a human child is present, the arm of the law is activated. And that's what the basis of our law was when our Constitution was ratified in 1895. The specific privacy clause that was referenced early, written in 1895, was written by those who had passed law or oversaw law recently where abortion was illegal if a woman was known to be with child in our state. That's the history of our state. And it had criminal penalties potentially for the mother at that time. And so we're not doing something that's unusual. We're doing something that's according to the history of our state. And that's what we want to get back to, is the origins of our nation, where we didn't make ourselves God. We acknowledge that life is an unalienable right. Legislators, governors, judiciary do not have the right to determine which human beings get life. And it was very clear from the beginning that it was considered to be every child. And so we need to get back to that, to honor these children. When we say that we're pro-life 100%, we grieve over the terrible situation that takes place with rape and with incest and with what I'm going to call medically limited children, because I think it's a discriminatory phrase to call these children, to say they have fatal fetal anomalies. That is a pejorative term. I think we need to say they're medically limited. And none of these things would remove the right to life for a child outside the womb. And another false assumption in these situations is that pregnant women are harmed more by keeping the child than they are by having an abortion. And that is just certainly not something that can be proven from the literature. The evidence that I submitted to you earlier is very clear on the deep emotional, spiritual, physical suffering that comes into the lives of women who have abortions. Increased risk of breast cancer, increased risk of preterm birth, increased risk of suicide. So to just assume that telling a woman she can have an abortion is the best and most compassionate place for her is not proven by the data. And obviously we think it should not be allowed, even if the data did show that, because it's wrong to murder another human being. But the data, we say, if you will look at it closely, it is not an undisputed fact that women suffer less when they kill their children. In fact, we think the data shows the opposite. So that's our answer to the removal of the exceptions. And so we say that we're 100% pro-life. Now, why should a child be punished? Punish the rapist. It's the rapist who did the crime. Let the child live. And Children are a blessing from the Lord, we are told, and there's no exceptions to that. And that child that's in the womb, and this is a hard one, but it's true, that child wasn't placed there by the rapist. That child was placed there by God. We already heard the data, the stats on how unlikely conception is and implantation and pregnancy is. God does that. Who do we think we are to question what God has done? Well, these are hard facts, but it's the reality of the situation. But in addition to being 100% pro-life, we're also 100% pro-dignity, and this may be a new term for some of you. In fact, I'd never heard it before. I thought of it a couple of months ago. I don't know if anybody else has ever used it. Why is equal protection so important? It's important because our laws tell a story. The sanctions in our laws tell a story about what we value. And there's nothing more valuable in all of creation than humanity. Creation wasn't very good until God made mankind. So when we have our laws and our penalties for destroying a human being are less than destroying property like we have right now in the heartbeat law, we cannot rest with this law. We cannot rest. We have to have our sanctions voice to the world the value that we place on human life. So I hope that you will think about that it's pro-dignity. But right now, these children are being thrown in the trash, as we've heard, or flushed down the toilet. It's a grievous situation that we are in, that we are not preserving the dignity of our fellow human beings in South Carolina. And we have an opportunity to do that with this bill and go forward in the path of expressing to the world we are made in God's image for the glory of God in the name of Christ, and tell the whole world that through what we do with our law. And so that's why we're 100% pro-dignity. And this is against, all of you know it, it's already out there. I'm going to talk about it. This is contrary to what's being put out by South Carolina Citizens for Life. And it is my prayer that we can have a meaningful conversation about this, and the error of their ways will be seen. And if I am wrong, that I will see my error. We've put out from Personhood a lengthy response to their efforts to say that all women are victims, and to say that this bill somehow subjects women to the death penalty. I hope you will read it. Obviously, you heard from the lawyer earlier, there's no way that you could, with responsible effort, claim that this bill subjects a woman to the death penalty. Not at least without quoting the operative language in the bill itself, which wasn't done. And so I plead, especially with those on the right, to see the eroding influence of South Carolina Citizens for Life if they will not turn back from this path, and the national right to life. This is a deception that has been propagated upon our nation for almost 50 years now, and we need to see the error of it. And countless numbers of women have carried these errors with them into the abortion clinic, not believing the truth about the value of that child. And so, yeah, this is a big one. We've been praying that we'll have a chance to overturn the apple cart and talk about this topic of equal legal protection, because that's voicing to the world how valuable these children are. All participants need to be culpable. Thank you. All participants need to be culpable in order for us to maintain the dignity of the victims. If we allow any participant in the crime of killing a fellow human being to somehow be forever immune from the crime, not only are we decreasing the protection of that child, but we're also marring the dignity of that child. I do want to comment a little bit more on this idea that all women are victims, which is the position of South Carolina Citizens for Life, going so far to say that you're not pro-life if you're in favor of any criminalization. I want you to know how grievous that is to me that they say this. It is not the way that it should be. Women are moral agents. It's paternalistic and dehumanizing to treat all pregnant women as if they don't have a choice in the matter. And the glorious care pregnancy centers that we love so much and we enjoy their work are founded on the concept that these women have a choice to make. So which is it? And we hope that the whole world, especially the pro-life world, will wake up to this reality. Women are moral agents. I hope that you will go to the websites that I gave to you. I hope you will listen carefully to the testimony. These women who walk into these abortion mills, by and large, know exactly what they're doing. I invite all of you, especially, and hey, who knows what progress I might make with my friends here on the left too, but I invite all of you to go and stand outside of an abortion mill one time and just watch with your own eyes. And you tell me if I'm making this up. I think that would be something that you could go and do and just judge for yourself. The system that we have to determine if the woman was coerced and mistreated and abused, and make sure that she's not found in any way criminally liable. And at the same time, when a woman walks in there and intentionally kills her own child, let's make sure that the law speaks to the world about the value of that child. I do want to just say in closing, I think we've established this bill will not impact IVF or contraception. The language that's in this bill is active only at clinically diagnosable pregnancy, which will not impact contraception or IVF. And in fact, the clamoring that's taking place right now is a bit odd to me, because the operative language that they're referencing in this text has been present in our law since approximately 1995, and that's as far as I could get back. So has IVF been negatively impacted during that time? No, it's still being practiced exactly the same way. Now, I will say this. I do believe that a day is coming when we're going to wake up to the reality of the evil that's taking place through the current IVF practice. But this bill has nothing to say about that, okay? So I don't want anyone to confuse my position on that, okay? Maybe there will be a battle about that in the future, who knows? But I do believe that this bill, clearly, carefully written, is not going to touch either that or contraception. And again, pay attention, the operative language has not changed since the heartbeat bill, or since the pain capable bill, or since the woman's right to know bill in 1995. It's the same operative language. So it's an old argument, and it hasn't proven true yet. I don't think it will with this bill either.
Dr. Clark, let me just try to help make sure I understand what you're saying at that point. When you talk about the operative language, you're talking about in the code already.
Correct.
There's the word conception was defined as fertilization. That's not something new in this bill. That's already in the code. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. And so that's been in our law for decades now. So I think what we really see here is, like, how many IVF specialists have come up front and say, look, this is bad for IVF, but otherwise I love this bill. You don't see that. Why? Because there's an underlying worldview that's behind this, where we disagree on when life begins. We disagree on which lives should be protected. And so it shows itself. All of these important issues that need to be addressed, not one of them was, but I think the rest of the bill is good to protect babies from being murdered inside their mothers. And so I think be improved to protect doctors, to better protect mothers. Let's do that. But the focus, let's don't get our eye off the prize. The focus is the cessation of legalized murder of babies inside their mommies in our state.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Is any questions over here? Okay. No? Well, his time is up. It's okay. Senator from Suffolk.
All right. Well,
they're going to let you go.
Thank you, Senator from Williamsburg, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Sir, I appreciate your heartfelt and passionate testimony on this. I feel that you certainly deeply care about where we're at, where we're going. And much of what we heard today regarding the IVF, I think was, in my assessment, more projection from folks that are concerned that IVF is going to be eventually impacted, though this bill clearly, in my assessment, does not really address IVF in really any significant way. My question to you, as the president, chair of the Personhood organization, is what is your opinion on
I believe there is a non-criminal way to practice IVF. Okay, let me say that. I've looked at the process as a physician. I've studied it very closely. I know the success rates would drop significantly, and I know it would be a whole new world of IVF. But I believe there's a non-criminal way to practice IVF, okay? Now, if we are going to be consistent, and God blesses our state to see the reality of what is happening, a day is coming when that's going to stop, and we're going to implement some sort of non-destructive of human life way to get this done.
So I'm hearing the affirmative, yes.
It is the unjust taking of a human life.
I'll take that as a yes. Thank you very much.
All right, so Dr. Clark, that concludes our testimony time. Senators that we've heard a lot today, have been very patient. Senator Rice, you're not even on the committee, but you sat here all day. I respect that and appreciate that. Where I'm at, having heard all this, I do think there needs to be some further refinement of the bill. I think I'm certainly going to try to work on that section, for instance, that Dr. Mack was talking about. And I think in the past we've had some concern about just taking a vote and pushing something forward to full committee if we don't feel like we've had the chance to work on the bill. And so it is my sense and my suggestion to additional testimony, but devoted really to, okay, here's the bill, let's debate it, let's have amendments, let's take votes. That if we vote something out of this subcommittee to the full committee, it's after we've had some chance to be a little bit more thoughtful about the concerns that have been voiced today. I mean, Senator from Orangeburg.
I agree with you completely. I mean, I would just move that we recede to the call of the chair until we can reschedule. We all heard things today that maybe didn't jive with what we thought coming in here, and none of us prepared to put up, well, I don't think any of us prepared to put up amendments right now. So we got plenty of time before we adjourn in May. I appreciate the way you've handled the scheduling of this and look forward to working with you on giving us sufficient time to prepare amendments. I would at this time move to proceed to call of the chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All right. This meeting stands adjourned.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's it. Call the chair. I assume they are going to hopefully do something sooner than later. But, as you also heard, Senator Hutto out of Orangeburg, who's obviously in opposition to this as a Democrat and leader of the Democratic minority, he said there's plenty of time to get this done before next May. So we've seen that before, and nothing will get done before next May. It's quite often what happens. So we shall see. Hopefully, Senator Cash, got some good information. There probably are some things that needed to be tweaked and changed. That's okay. It is a medical bill, very not simple like in our school choice things, which are really easy to draft, and they still won't move them through the Senate and the House. But we'll see what they do with this bill. So 8 hours and 54 minutes. What a good day and a lot of good testimony. Take care.